and privileges of this House, that it is diminished. And thirdly, that the government, Thirdly, that the government should have stopped the work of the Privileges Committee or should stop its future planned work. No, these are matters for the House. The House can at any time halt or direct the work of the Privileges Committee. It is doing such work because the House has directed it, and it is in this House's interests that it has such a committee and that members should wish to serve upon it. I give way to the Honourable.
Very grateful to the Right Honourable Lady in giving way on that point. And 7 years ago, during the Brexit referendum, the former member for Uxbridge and South Ruislip pledged to restore parliamentary sovereignty. Yeah. Last week, he utterly defiled that, what the committee described as an attack on our democratic institutions. The Privileges Committee found him to have lied over and over again. While the committee has jurisdiction limited to statements made within this chamber, my party has consistently advocated for a law against the peddling of political falsehoods in public life. Does she agree with me that the time has come to enshrine in law the need for all politicians to respect the very concept of the truth?
Well, the Honourable Lady brings me to my closing remarks, which is why what we do this afternoon, whichever way we decide to vote or not to vote, why it matters. The real-world consequences of a vote today may seem to come down to whether the former member for Uxbridge has a pass to the estate. And our constituents may not appreciate why we are focused on contempt towards the House, as opposed to contempts they may feel have been made against them. The lockdown breaches themselves, which grate hard with those who sacrifice so much to keep us all safe, or for others, the creation of a culture relaxed about the need to lift restrictions, or for others on wider issues such as the debasement of our honours system. But we would be wrong to think there is no meaningful consequence to our actions this afternoon. The work of the Privileges Committee in producing this report before us today does not just examine the conduct of a former colleague. Their work has also sought to defend our rights and privileges in this place. The right not to be misled, the right not to be abused in carrying out our duties. As a consequence, they have also defended the rights of those that sent us here and those we serve, and I thank the committee and its staff for their service. This matters because the integrity of our institutions matter, and the respect and trust afforded to them matters. This has real-world consequences for the accountability of members of Parliament to each other and the members of the public they represent. Today, all members should do what they think is right, and others should leave them alone to do so.
The question is as on the order paper. Should leave the House. Thank
you, Mr. Speaker. The truth is incontrovertible. Malice may attack it, ignorance may deride it, but in the end, there it is. Mr. Speaker, the words of Winston Churchill, first said in this House decades ago, and they hang over us today. Boris Johnson in particular and his supporters should heed the words of his hero. Mr. Johnson undermined and attacked our democratic institutions, a far cry from a Prime Minister this country can be proud of. He lied to this House, to the people of this country, and when exposed, lashed out at the system designed to hold him and all of us here to account. Now, the backdrop to this report is the thousands of red hearts on the COVID memorial wall just over the river. Every one represents a life lost to this awful disease. For every single heart, there is a human being loved, mourned and missed. For each, there is a story around them of awful loss, of grief compounded by goodbyes done over smartphones, lives ended alone, people robbed of precious time together, and relatives unable to comfort each other at funerals. So I urge members who continue to defend Mr Johnson and attack the committee and their findings, think of these families and what this means to them. They are our constituents. By defending Mr Johnson's consistent insistence that thank yous, birthdays and morale-boosting parties were essential work events, this hurts them. I will give way.
I'm grateful to her for giving way. She's making a strong case. Does she agree with me that those members of this House who seem to think that abstention is an appropriate response to this debate are wholly wrong, that this debate goes to the very heart of the democratic principles on which our democracy is founded, and that therefore it is, for those people who are abstaining, they are guilty not just of cowardice but of complicity with the very contempt for which Boris Johnson has been found responsible?
Lady for that intervention. Of course, this is a House matter. It is therefore not whipped, and like the Leader of the House, I will be voting to approve and endorse this report and its recommendations, and I urge others to do the same. Because by failing to admit that such events were against the rules, and that he should have admitted that as early as possible, Mr Johnson is dishonouring their sacrifice. Sacrifices they made in the correct belief that they were doing so to protect others. Losses that can never be recovered. Birthdays, Mr Speaker, happen every year. It's Johnson's today. Weddings can be postponed, plenty were, and I know it was hard, but it was possible. But funerals can't. So I ask each and every MP to look into their hearts and ask themselves, before they risk dishonouring their constituents' sacrifice, they should ask if a relative of a victim of COVID from their constituency were in the room right now, what would they say? Colleagues across the House are decent people who want to do the right thing, and I urge them not to follow Johnson's example. Because he claims the public don't care, that we should all simply move on. And believe me, I did not want to spend my weekend reading 30,000 words on the former Prime Minister. But to tackle soaring mortgage rates, rising crime, NHS waiting lists, or any issue that the people we represent rightly want to see addressed, MPs and the public must be able to trust what ministers say in the House of Commons. Telling the truth is the foundation of a functioning Parliament, the basis on which we hold ministers to account. It's how we scrutinise new laws, and it's how we do our jobs properly. Our democracy depends on it. So it's worth reminding members today, before they vote, that the public do care about ministers lying to Parliament. I can't believe that some need reminding of it, but clearly they do. The Constitution Unit at the University College of London recently found that public anger over dishonesty in politics runs deep. People watching this debate today support the work of the Privileges Committee, and rightly so. We all owe them a debt of gratitude. Our constituents want us to step up and enforce the rules when MPs, including ministers, break them. Being honest came top on a list of characteristics the public told UCL they felt it was most desirable for politicians to have. The health of democracy ranked high on issues that matter. They want a Prime Minister who acts honourably, who tells the truth. Now, the public can take some reassurance from this sorry saga in that when a Prime Minister fails to act honourably, fails to tell the truth, we do have a system here in Parliament to hold them to account. Because far from the unfounded claims of a kangaroo court that I've heard from some, the committee members detailed their process, taken every possible step to ensure fairness. They and their clerks and other staff deserve our thanks. Mr Speaker, the House voted unanimously to establish the inquiry, as the Right Honourable Lady has admirably set out, and the committee took legal advice from the Right Honourable Sir Ernest Ryder, former Senior President of Tribunals and Lord Justice of Appeal, from Speaker's Council, from clerks of the House. They consulted on how to apply general principles of fairness, rules of the House and procedural precedents. And in the interests of transparency, they published a report last summer setting out their intended processes. They made further public comment on their workings when appropriate. They gave Johnson further time to respond to the evidence and make his own submissions. And yet, since the start of the inquiry, there has been a sustained, seemingly coordinated attempt to undermine the committee's credibility and the credibility of its individual members. Now, at no point that I can see did Johnson denounce this campaign.
When asked by the committee, he said that he had respect for the committee and that he deprecated terms such as witch hunt and kangaroo court. But as we've now found out, he kept them in his back pocket all along to use as soon as things didn't go his way. So let's look at what they found. They analysed 6 occasions which took place in Downing Street between 2020 and 2021, which the committee refers to as gatherings. Using the evidence available to the committee, they were able to establish 1. What the COVID rules and guidance were at the time of each occasion, 2. Mr Johnson's knowledge of those rules and guidance, 3. His attendance at or knowledge of events which breach rules and guidance, 4. What he had been told by others and assurances he'd been given about compliance, and 5. What he told the House. Now, the last point is obviously a matter of parliamentary record. We know from Hansard that he spoke in the Commons about COVID compliance in number 10 many times. The committee established that this was in fact more than 30 times. The ones which stand out include those at Prime Minister's questions, which started with that posed by my honourable friend, the member for Hornsey and Wood Green, who asked a question on this on the 1st of December 2021. And can I commend her and many other colleagues who did their jobs as scrutinisers. Speaking then, and to the committee, Johnson asserted that the rules and guidance were followed completely at all times and whilst he was present at gatherings. Having established all of this, the committee then measured what he said against the actual facts of what happened and what he either knew or should reasonably have known at the time and subsequently. And the committee found that this was not correct. The term that he used, imperfect social distancing, was not one that could be found in the guidance. He put forward, and I quote, an unsustainable interpretation of the guidance, which was, again I quote, both disingenuous and a retrospective contrivance to mislead the House. In other words, Mr. Speaker, Boris Johnson lied. A new low in Boris Johnson's disregard for standards in public life. So I ask honourable members across the House to ask themselves simply, does this pass the common sense test? After lying his way through his career and considering the meticulous way the committee has approached this whole inquiry and their carefully considered report, do they still trust Johnson? Think back to 2020. In the first wave, we had no vaccine, no mass testing, no cure. People were afraid, people were dying. Would any one of us have considered that an event with an invite list of 200 with wine to boost staff morale or say thank you for hard work was essential for work purposes? And yet the former Prime Minister continues to say, even now, that it was. Every single one of us will have constituent examples of heartbreaking cases where people did not meet in person when they desperately wanted to. Doctors, nurses, care workers, teachers, bus drivers would not have dreamt of asking the then Prime Minister if they could get together for a bring-your-own-bottle party with a +1. They would never have brought their interior designer either. They knew the true meaning of sacrifice. They didn't need to ask. They listened to him night after night, telling us, reminding us what the guidance and the rules were. He was, as the committee said, the most prominent public promoter of those rules. So it is simply not credible for Johnson to repeatedly claim that they were complied with, when the evidence is so damningly clear that they were not, and that he must have known, because he was the one announcing them. This isn't just the reasonable person test, it's the who on earth do you think you are kidding test, and he fails both. Mr. Speaker, the final area I want to cover in my speech is the current Prime Minister's reaction to this report and where it leaves standards in Parliament and public life more generally, because it's painfully clear he is not strong enough to turn the page on his predecessor. When stories or scandals like this one cut through with the public, it offers a Prime Minister the chance to press the reset button, to show leadership, get to grips with an issue, tackle it head on. But this Prime Minister is simply too weak to do so. Despite promising integrity, professionalism, accountability at every level, he has shown he's too weak to stand up to Boris Johnson and his sycophants, which is profoundly dangerous, because if we can't have a Prime Minister that stands up for standards, what have we got?
All we've heard so far is mealy-mouthed statements. It was on him to come to this House and set an example to his own MPs. Instead, I hear he's proactively said he doesn't want to influence anyone on this. How is that integrity at every level? If the Prime Minister can't even show leadership when it comes to holding liars to account, how can he expect the people of this country to trust him on anything? Is he at least planning to say something of note after the vote? Or is his judgment so poor that he's sitting this one out completely? He is the Prime Minister. We should know where he stands. I ask the Leader, has the Prime Minister at least read the report? Does he personally endorse the committee's conclusions? Does he back the sanctions in full? The Leader of the Opposition has done just that. Why can't he? Mr Speaker, as I've said, they've got form. I was Shadow Leader of the House 2 years ago when Boris Johnson and the then Leader of the House tried to rip up the rules to save their friend Owen Paterson. Hundreds of Tory MPs voted with them, and I'm afraid to say this included the current Leader and the current Prime Minister, who was missing then too. This has all the hallmarks of Paterson 2.0, and this time MPs have been actively encouraged to dodge the vote. I hope that honourable members and right honourable members will prove me wrong, because a real leader wouldn't abdicate responsibility. I believe a real leader would be encouraging members to rise to the moment. So I welcome the motion in the name of the Leader, but I ask, who on her side actually supports it? The government front bench from the media over the weekend otherwise seems to be in chaos. Just yesterday, the Levelling Up, where are they? The Levelling Up Secretary said he disagrees with the committee's conclusions. Does the Leader know how many of her other cabinet colleagues aren't supporting her motion? Perhaps the easiest way to work it out is to think about which cabinet minister fancies their chances when it comes to the next Tory leadership election, which seems to be what we've been reduced to, cabinet ministers jostling for position with the membership. This is no way to run a country. I will happily give way.
I thank my honourable friend for giving way. She's making a very powerful speech. Does she not agree with me that the Prime Minister not being here and not saying that he will also be voting for the motion isn't a Prime Minister that is not trying to influence an outcome? It is a Prime Minister who knows exactly what outcome he's trying to influence, and his very absence is seeking to influence the way members vote tonight.
Honourable friend, for that intervention, I must agree that it seems to me that this is a Prime Minister whose judgment is so poor that he can't even find it in himself to give an opinion on the committee's conclusions. So, yes, I'll happily give way.
Thank you very much indeed. I just want to make a very brief point. I'm voting in support of this, and I didn't vote for Owen Paterson. But can I just remind her, we got rid of Boris Johnson a year ago because we lost faith in him because he was probably not telling the truth. I'm also an Iraq War veteran, and the reality is that when Tony Blair lied and lied and lied, you lot covered up for him.
Mr Speaker, I thank the honourable member for that intervention, but I must remind him that it was only, I think, the last Friday that the current Prime Minister was too weak to stand up to the former Prime Minister and just put a pause, at least, on his honours list, his dishonourable honours list. So, I'll happily give way.
Would she agree with me that it's sad, isn't it, that we've come to this? Yeah. It's been inevitable, but it's sad. It's not good for the House, and it's not good for the country. But would you agree with me, we've also got to learn the lessons from this, that this should not be able to happen again. And looking at patronage, the way it's been recently used, people put into positions in the House of Lords with no experience, we've got to learn from this experience. It never should happen again. Does she agree?
I thank my honourable friend for that intervention, and of course it is quite wrong that this weak Prime Minister waved through this dishonourable honours list. I think he should really have thought again. I will give way on that point.
Honourable Leader giving way. I'm still confused about Labour's position when it comes to the Prime Minister's honours list, because I've never heard anybody from the front bench saying that they were going to abandon this practice. Surely, after all this, they cannot agree to a Prime Minister's honours list. And will she now take this opportunity to clarify Labour's position when it comes to this?
I suggest the honourable member maybe listens to today's programme on catch-up later on, because the right honourable member for Holborn and St Pancras, the Leader of the the opposition made very clear. Tony Blair did not have a resignation on his list. Gordon Brown did not have a resignation on his list. And we believe that this Prime Minister should have stood up to this former Prime Minister and his dishonourable honours list. This is no way to run a country. It's time they stop squabbling amongst themselves, focused on doing the right thing by the people who put them here. Now, as I mentioned earlier, Johnson attacked the committee. The severity of the sanction imposed on him takes this into account. But it wasn't just him. Other Tory MPs have labelled the committee a kangaroo court. So I wonder if the leader would be able to tell us at some point, whether it's at business questions on Thursday, does the Prime Minister understand the significance of these comments? What is he going to do about his own MPs who are undermining our democratic institutions? Because as this weak Prime Minister fails to step in to protect Parliament's standard systems, I ask the leader if she could step up. Could she explicitly condemn colleagues who've acted in this way? And as Parliament's representative in government, will she demand ministers respect the institutions and practice of the House? Thank you.
To answer that point that the honourable lady raises, the Prime Minister is on record in defending the work of the Privileges Committee. He has called out those that have overstepped the mark from genuine and legitimate questions around process and so forth to attacking and intimidating members of the committee and bringing the House into disrepute. And with regard to her other point, she seems to be inferring that the Prime Minister isn't doing particular things or other colleagues aren't doing particular things because of their standing in any leadership contest. What I would gently point out is the Prime Minister does not need to win a leadership contest. He is the Prime Minister.
I thank the right honourable lady for that clarification. I think it's not me she needs to remind, it's some of her own colleagues who are obviously fighting the next leadership contest already. I ask her if she could, please, as Parliament's representative in government, remind her colleagues of the importance of telling the truth of the dispatch box, but also of the process by which, when ministers do make honest, inadvertent mistakes, that they come back and clarify as soon as possible. And she could start by asking the Home Secretary to do that in relation to the asylum decision backlog, which I understand she still hasn't done. So, in conclusion, Mr. Speaker, happily.
I thank my right honourable friend for giving way. We now all know that Boris Johnson lied to the House, but we also know, as she said earlier, that on 30 occasions he came to this House and told those lies, and he did so to cheers and whoops from all of the members opposite. Does she agree with me that they bear some responsibility for this? And if they don't absolve themselves by voting in a certain way today, their constituents are going to look on them very unfavourably.
Thank my honourable friend for that intervention, and she's absolutely right, because not only did they cheer the former Prime Minister on, but whilst the Isle of Wight member says that they got rid of him as a Prime Minister last year, that's only after propping him up for a considerable amount of time. So, in conclusion, Mr. Speaker, standards matter, rules matter, Parliament matters, respect for truth, behaving honourably, abiding by our rules, respecting our processes. This all matters. Why? Because without this, we are nothing. And if we are nothing, we are failing democracy, and we are failing the people we have been elected to represent. And if we lose their trust, if they stop believing in democracy, our abilities to serve them are crushed, our mandate to represent them is diminished. So to come back to where I started with the Hearts on the COVID memorial wall, that is what members should have at the front of their minds when they are voting this evening. We hold democracy in the highest esteem. We respect the institutions of this House, and we on this side respect the process the committee has undertaken. I will approve the clear and just conclusions of the Privileges Committee, and I urge all colleagues on both sides of the House to vote where I am voting today, to endorse and support and approve the Privileges Committee, and do the same and do right by their constituents. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
I come to part of the House, Sir Peter Bottomley.
Mr. Speaker, I think that the last speech was perhaps more party political than was deserved by the occasion. I'd prefer to have spoken after the chair of the Privileges Committee, but I do so now, and I would draw the House's attention to Annex 3, that's from page 90, which is about the purported response of Mr Johnson to the committee's warning letter. What he says and what their comments are seem to me to provide the context on process. On the facts, the committee itself has given their understanding of what facts were and how they tried to exclude, and successfully tried to exclude, things that were not facts. The question, I think, facing each of us is no matter how many good things we've done, and the former Prime Minister did many good things, is what we do when we've done something wrong. And although it was on a pretty unimportant issue, I noted that on the 2nd of December 1985, I managed to get 2 sentences into one line of a column of Hansard, and my words were, "I made a mistake, full stop, I apologise, full stop." It seems to me that for anyone else caught in the kind of situation which we're considering today, that's the kind of advice I hope someone would give me, and the sort of advice I hope I'd take. I will support the committee.
Can I just say to Speaker of the House, if he gives me notice in future, I'll certainly put him down the pecking order, but I didn't know that. Can I now come to the SNP spokesperson, Deirdre Brown?
Thank you, Mr Speaker. We have always had a great deal of concern at the conduct of this Tory government that misled us through the pandemic from beginning to end, and at times it terrified us. We saw the photos of Boris Johnson surrounded by empty champagne bottles, heard how the former Health Secretary got his pandemic strategy from the Contagion movie, and how the former Chancellor and current Prime Minister was on the receiving end of a fixed penalty fine over Partygate. In fact, 100 of those fines were issued to officials and politicians at the heart of government, and investigations not over yet. A culture of not just bending the rules, but shattering them. And yet, right until this moment, members such as my honourable friend, the Right Honourable Member for Ross, Skye and Loch Harbour, were being thrown out of this place for pointing out that Boris Johnson lied and lied and lied about these incidents, all while the liar himself was protected by procedure. Now, the 5th report of the Procedure Privileges Committee is forensic in its approach and has revealed a culture of entitlement that has eroded the very foundations of that which passes for democracy at Westminster. It says the overall thrust of Mr Johnson's evidence to the committee has been to downplay the significance and narrow the scope of the assertions he made to the House. It uses words like disingenuous, misleading. It talks of Mr Johnson using language that was contrary to common English usage, of him advancing an unsustainable interpretation of guidance. The report's tone is flat and completely professional and absolutely damning. It has also shed more light on behaviour that proves without doubt it really was one rule for them, another rule for us. And since its publication, we've seen some clips reveal the unbelievable arrogance of those posing for photos and being filmed dancing at Tory HQ, apparently on a day when it was announced London was entering Tier 3 restrictions, and then rewarding some of those taking part with honours. People died alone while number 10 officials had Friday wine time. The reason these people spent their final moments alone was because they were following the orders of a government which disregarded its own policies so blatantly, suitcases filled with booze and office karaoke machines were ignored as they were wheeled in. And then Boris Johnson lied about it. You know, paragraph 210 of the report is scathing. There is no precedent for a Prime Minister having been found to deliberately misled the House. He misled the House on an issue of the greatest importance to the House and to the public, and did so repeatedly.
Will my honourable friend give way?
Yes, of course.
Does my honourable friend agree with me that the outpouring we've seen on social media of people sharing the pain of instances of a lost daughter to suicide, of close funerals that they couldn't attend, these scars are not going to disappear in people's lifetimes. Yep. And so is the demand to move on and the trivialization of this not just the final insult to people.
Completely agree. The stories that I've seen on social media and heard from constituents are utterly heartbreaking. And I think this report vindicates every single person who made immense personal sacrifices during the pandemic, and I am extremely grateful to the work of the committee and its officers, particularly in such a hostile environment of relentless intimidation and insult. Now, you'd like to think its recommendations will ensure such a monumental betrayal of public trust would never be undertaken so lightly again. However, Boris Johnson and his allies' continued refusal to accept the findings and recommendations of the report is a further affront to the democratic process. Now, in fact, the former Prime Minister's relationship with the truth is so distorted, I'm not actually sure whether he comprehends the depths of his own deception. Either that, or he still thinks he can play us all for fools, and in that, at least, I'd say the game was up. We cannot risk reinforcing the message that those in positions of power can deny, dismiss, and evade the consequences of their own actions. Instead, this House must now work to regain at least some of the trust it's already lost and safeguard the democratic process. To do otherwise would set an extremely dangerous precedent. Now, of course, Mr. Speaker, this comes alongside the news that the Scottish Government has published plans for an independent Scotland to have a codified constitution written by the people, for the people, and, crucially, holding our representatives accountable to the people. Not only would that constitution guarantee our human rights and an NHS free at the point of need, it would ensure that no Scottish Parliament would ever take so much time during a cost of living crisis figuring out how to discipline out-of-control politicians that like to push flimsy Westminster conventions to the absolute limit. But I note over the weekend Mr Johnson may have again tested it by again breaching the ministerial code with the announcement of his latest side job. But, Mr Speaker, this mess is also about a party that ignored the obvious failings of a man because it thought it could win them power. I've read, Mr Speaker, that many members of the benches opposite plan to abstain, terrified of those of their constituents that are unfortunately still taken in by the clown prince that was the former Prime Minister playing the buffoon for them. Now, he's jumped ship, of course, and escaped the censure of this House, but we need to turn our gaze to all the members opposite who ignored his track record, indulged his behaviour and the obvious failings of the man simply because he thought he could win them their seat.
Forgiving me, she's making a fantastic speech as always, but they knew exactly the character of that man. They cheered on his buffoonery. It was them that foisted him upon a nation, and it's going to be them that are going to have to be held responsible and accountable for all of the Johnson mess that he's left behind. They've got 4 by-elections coming up in the next few weeks, 3 of them because Johnson's legacy. What does you think their chances are in those by-elections?
Well, I mean, I never like to guess on these things, but I would suggest, given the behaviour that we've seen in recent weeks, those chances are looking pretty slim. And you don't think, I think at the very least they should show some remorse for that cynicism, accept the recommendations of this report and vote for those recommendations. And if they don't, I hope their cowardly refusal will dog them for the rest of their political lives. If ever there was a moment for them to stand up and be counted, it is now. However, it is too much, I suppose, to expect apologies from all those who defended him and kept him in his place. Unbelievably, I see the Secretary of State for Scotland continues to support Johnson, claiming he wasn't as unpopular in Scotland as was thought. Now, the month before Johnson resigned last year, an Ipsos Mori poll said 83% of those responding had a negative view of him. So if the Secretary of State thinks opinions of the man in Scotland have got better since then, he's got another think coming. He also claims, astoundingly, the decisions Johnson took for Scotland will serve Scotland very well for decades to come. What a statement when we consider the disastrous impact of a Brexit, which Johnson was instrumental in persuading people to support, on individuals and organisations up and down Scotland. Then there's the inadequacy of a replacement for EU funding, Treasury funds being ransacked like a sweetie jar to award MPs, the Internal Market Act and the constant interference in devolved responsibilities. And we're seeing the consequences of that with the UK government effectively having a veto over legislation passed by our democratically elected Parliament in Scotland. Although he's right in one way, in that Johnson's toxic legacy of the decisions made by his government and then imposed on the Scottish people will certainly be affecting them for years to come. And given Labour's refusal to ditch Brexit in any government that comes after this. Now, of course, we know some members won't even be attending today. I hear the Prime Minister is swithering. Perhaps it's all a little too close to home given his own fixed penalty fine. But what a spineless dereliction of the responsibilities of his office if he doesn't show active support for the committee's recommendations. The committee's conclusions are that Johnson deliberately misled the House and the committee, breached confidence, impugned the committee, thereby undermining the democratic process of the House, and was complicit in the campaign of abuse and attempted intimidation of the committee. What of the Prime Minister's mantra of integrity, professionalism and accountability at every level? Not only must this House endorse the report in full, we must recover the legal fees wasted on Boris Johnson's lies, rescind the honours he bestowed in disgrace, and prevent a single penny more of public money entering his pocket. We have suffered enough at his hands and at the hands of his government. Boris Johnson lied to Parliament, deliberately misled the country, and has shown no remorse for his behaviour. And while time, money and energy have been spent on examining what was a self-evident truth a long time ago, the cost of living crisis continues to balloon and our constituents are suffering. Isn't it shameful and depressing, though, Mr. Speaker? It's taken this prolonged, detailed scrutiny by a privileges committee to finally force some of the members opposite to finally admit to Johnson's faults. And shocking that even now some of them are refusing to accept its conclusions. Scotland deserves better than this outdated, corrupt Westminster system that allows the likes of Johnson to rise to the top. And I fear that even these recommendations from the committee, decisive as they are, will not prevent the same happening in the future. I worry that some Conservative MPs think that perhaps by accepting the recommendations and taking some medicine, this will all go away again. And that cannot be allowed to happen, Mr. Speaker. In conclusion, yes, it clearly is beyond time Westminster abandons the damaging traditions that protect those who lie in Parliament, reforms protocol and enables MPs to accurately hold ministers to account. Yes, of course, all members of this House should vote for this committee's recommendations. The question for me is this: is anything going to change, to really change, on the back of this report? If Parliament fails to reform after this most egregious and obvious case, then it will just prove Westminster is incapable of even the most basic scrutiny of power or reform and improvement. Are we confident the standards here will keep other ministers to account when they stand up at the dispatch box? I'm afraid I'm not.
Theresa May.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I do not intend to dwell on the events covered in the report of the Committee of Privileges or its conclusions. It is a rigorous report and I accept its findings. I do want to comment on the role of the committee, the role of this House, and the importance of today's debate and vote for our political life, this Parliament and our democracy. It is not easy to sit in judgment on friends and colleagues. One day you're judging the behaviour, the next day you might be standing next to them in the queue in the members' tea room. I know it is not easy because as Prime Minister, I had to take decisions based on judgments about the behaviour of friends and colleagues, decisions which affected their lives and potentially their careers. But friendship, working together, should not get in the way of doing what is right. I commend the members of the Privileges Committee for their painstaking work and for their dignity in the face of slurs on their integrity. To all the members of the committee, this House should, as the Leader of the House said, say thank you for your service. Thank you for being willing to undertake this role. And particular thanks to the Right Honourable Member for Camberwell and Peckham for being willing to stand up to chair the committee when the Right Honourable Member for Rhondda rightly recused himself. This committee report matters. This debate matters, and this vote matters. They matter because they strike at the heart of the bond of trust and respect between the public and Parliament that underpin the workings of this place and of our democracy.
I'm very grateful, Mr. Deputy Speaker. The Leader of the House spoke about representing Portsmouth. I returned from Portsmouth today early from a Defence Committee meeting to be here to vote in support of this report. Does she agree that even though Boris Johnson has absented himself from this House, almost to some degree making this report somewhat academic, the nation wants to see its conclusion? The nation who puts us here wants to make sure that this process reaches its conclusion. I repeat again that I will be supporting this report here today in the House.
Can I say that I'm pleased to hear that the Chairman of the Defence Select Committee will be supporting this report. I think he can take it from the fact that I have just said that the committee report matters, that the debate matters, and that this vote matters, that I do think people want to see us coming to a conclusion today. If people see us making rules for them and acting as if they are not for us, that trust that I spoke about between the public and Parliament is undermined. If they see members of this House trying to save the careers of friends who have been clearly found by due process to have been guilty of wrongdoing, as happened in the case of Owen Paterson, their respect for us is eroded. And without that trust and respect, their faith in our very parliamentary democracy is damaged. As MPs, we are in some sense leaders in our communities, but with that leadership comes responsibility. We, each and every one of us, bear the responsibility to put the people we serve first, to be honest with them and with one another, and to uphold the standards of this place. Now, we all know that in the rough and tumble of parliamentary debate between people of opposing views, there will be exaggeration, careful use of facts, and in some cases misrepresentation. But when something is said that is wrong and misleads this House, we are all, not just ministers, we are all under an obligation not to repeat it and to correct it at the first opportunity. Above all, we are all responsible for our own actions. Beyond that, this House has a responsibility to ensure standards are upheld by showing that we are willing to act against the interests of colleagues when the facts require it. And in this case, I believe they do. The decision of the House on this report is important. It is important to show the public that there is not one rule for them and another for us. Indeed, I believe we have a greater responsibility than most to uphold the rules and to set an example. The decision also matters to show that Parliament is capable of dealing with members who transgress the rules of this House. If you like, to show the sovereignty of Parliament. And following an unsettling period in our political life, support for the report of the Privileges Committee will be a small but important step in restoring people's trust in members of this House and of Parliament. And I also say to members of my own party that it is doubly important for us to show that we are prepared to act when one of our own, however senior, is found wanting. I will vote in favour of the report of the Privileges Committee. I urge all members of this House to do so, to uphold standards in public life, to show that we all recognise the responsibility we have to the people we serve, and to help to restore faith in our parliamentary democracy.
Chair of the committee, Harriet Hobb.
Mr. Speaker, it's a privilege to follow the Right Honourable Lady, the member for Maidenhead, in her serious and important speech, every word of which I agreed with. Mr. Speaker, the evidence on which our conclusions are based is fully set out in the report. I want to place on record the great debt of gratitude I believe the House owes to the clerks of the House, to Speaker's Council and to Sir Ernest Ryder. The quality of their work and their dedication to the House is extraordinary. They are public servants of quite remarkable calibre. The evidence shows that on a matter which could hardly have been of more importance, Mr. Johnson deliberately misled the House, not just once, but on numerous occasions.
Exactly.
The evidence showed that he denied what was true, asserted what was not true, obfuscated and deceived. It is clear he knew the rules and guidance. As Prime Minister, he was telling the country about them nearly every day. He knew that there were gatherings. He was there. He knew that the gatherings breached the rules and the guidance, yet he told the House that the rules and guidance were followed in Number 10 at all times. Misleading the House is not a technicality, but a matter of great importance. Our democracy is based on people electing us to scrutinise the government, and on behalf of the people we represent, we have to hold the government to account. We can't do that if ministers are not truthful. Ministers must be truthful. If they aren't, we can't do our job. It's as simple and as fundamental as that.
Exactly.
The House asked the Privileges Committee to inquire into the allegations that Mr. Johnson, who was the then Prime Minister, misled the House, and that is the mechanism, it's the only mechanism the House has to protect itself in the face of a minister misleading. We undertook this inquiry, scrupulously sticking to the rules and processes laid down by this House under standing orders and following the precedents of this House.
I'm very grateful to the Right Honourable and Learned Lady, but I wonder if she could say something of her own position in relation to the precedent set by the Judicial Committee of the House of Lords, when a decision on which Lord Hoffman was involved was set aside not because he was biased, but because of the perception of bias. In relation to her famous tweets, how does she think she met the Hoffman test?
Well, I'm happy to answer the point that's made. I was appointed by this House in the expectation that I would chair the committee with no one speaking against it. After the tweets were brought to light and were highlighted, because I am concerned about the perception of fairness on the committee, and I agree that perception matters, I made it my business to find out whether or not it would mean that the government would not have confidence in me if I continued to chair the committee. And I actually said I am more than happy to step aside because perception matters, and I don't want to do this if the government doesn't have confidence in me, because I need the whole House to have confidence in the work that the committee has mandated. And I was assured that I should continue the work that the House had mandated with the appointment that the House had put me into, and so I did just that.
For Jacob Rees-Mogg.
Our report was based on two things: on the evidence and on our keen awareness of the seriousness of misleading the House. The committee was unanimous that a sanction which would trigger the Recall of Parliament Act was justified in the light of our conclusion that Mr. Johnson deliberately misled the House and deliberately misled the committee. We then felt it necessary to increase the sanction to 90 days to reflect the seriousness of his breaching the confidence of the committee, impugning the committee, thereby undermining the democratic process of the House, and his complicity in a campaign of abuse, attempting to intimidate the committee, stop us from carrying out our work, and to discredit it. Like the Honourable Member for Maidenhead, with whom I sit, we share a great deal, including a necklace, it turns out. I want to thank, as she did, I want to thank every member of the Privileges Committee. Over the course of the last year, they have considered thousands of pages of evidence and participated in over 30 meetings to do the job the House asked them to do with outstanding dedication and commitment. But particularly the Conservative members of the committee, they have also had to be extraordinarily resilient. They have had to withstand a campaign of threats, intimidation and harassment designed to challenge the legitimacy of the inquiry, to drive them off the committee and thereby frustrate the intention of the House that this inquiry should be carried out. Yet through all this, they have not given in to the intimidation. They have been unflinching in their duty to the House, and we owe them a huge amount. We need members to be prepared to serve on the Privileges Committee. They must be free to base their judgments on the evidence, free from pressure one way or the other. If the House wants its rights to be protected in future, it must act to stop intimidation of members of the Privileges Committee. Attacks by honourable members on other honourable members designed to preempt the committee's findings frustrate the will of the House, erode public confidence and thereby undermine our democracy. They may themselves be contempt of the House because they are attempting to impede the functioning of the House. We will be doing a further report to the House on this shortly, inviting consideration of what could be done to prevent this happening in the future. None of that is a threat to free speech of members. Members can engage in the process throughout. They can speak and vote against a referral to the Privileges Committee. They can speak and vote against the appointment of any member of the Privileges Committee. They can bring to the House proposals for changes to the procedure. They can speak about a report's conclusions, but what they must not do is interfere with the work the House has mandated. This report does not create a chilling effect on what ministers say at the dispatch box. If ministers make mistakes, which inevitably happens, and inadvertently say something that is misleading, they are expected to correct it at the earliest opportunity, and that is what is done routinely. Inadvertent misleading, promptly corrected, is not an issue. It's the system working. And the House understands if ministers decline to answer, for example, on matters of national security or market sensitivity. Too many members of the public already think that we're dishonest. But hitherto, I have found in my 40 years in this House that most ministers in all governments are at pains to tell the truth. The sanction in this report reinforces and upholds ministers' high standards and shows the public that that is the case. I will give way.
Most grateful to the Right Honourable Lady. She has, of course, referred to the wording misleads, which was in the original motion on the 21st of April. Those words are not the words of the resolution of 1997, which still pertains today, which uses the words quite explicitly, knowingly misleads. Does she not accept that there is a huge difference when that decision was made unanimously by the House and is still in existence and still pertains?
I think the committee found on the evidence that Mr Johnson knowingly and deliberately intended to mislead the House. Because he was Prime Minister, Mr Johnson's dishonesty, if left unchecked, would have contaminated the whole of government, allowing misleading to become commonplace and thus erode the standards which are essential for the health of our democracy. Far from undermining ministers, this report does precisely the opposite. I want to say something about the press. This episode has shown that wrongdoing has not gone undiscovered and attempts to cover it up have failed. But it would have been undiscovered had not the press doggedly investigated. Many journalists played their part, and in particular, I want to mention Pippa Crerar and Paul Brand. Democracy needs a free press. Mr Speaker, the House sent this inquiry to the Privileges Committee without division. It unanimously endorsed the membership of the committee. We have done the work we were asked to. This is the moment for the House, on behalf of the people of this country, to assert its rights, to say loud and clear that government will be accountable, ministers will be honest, there is no impunity for wrongdoing. Even if you are the Prime Minister, especially if you're the Prime Minister, you must tell the truth to Parliament. I urge all members to support this motion.
Dame Andrea Lenson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The motion before the House today is of the utmost importance. Yes, it's about the behaviour of a member, but there is also a huge degree of controversy around the process and the make-up of the committee itself. Now, I want to say from the outset that it's entirely reasonable for honourable and right honourable members to have differing opinions on both the findings of the committee and the sanctions imposed by the committee. But where I part company with those who would vote against today's motion is that I strongly believe this House must uphold the processes and committees that we create. As a former leader of the House for 2 years during 2017 to 2019 hung Parliament, and when the harassment scandal hit this place, colleagues from every party, many who are in the chamber today, and from the other place, worked for the best part of a year to put together the Independent Complaints and Grievance Scheme. Now, I certainly don't defend the scheme as being perfect, and I myself have some grave concerns about how it's been implemented, which are not for discussion today. However, what I believe the original ICGS, as agreed by this House in July 2018, got right was to uphold the principle that those who are elected to this place should only ever be removed by those same electors. And the second principle that underpinned the ICGS is that the House should be responsible for its own affairs, ensuring a collective responsibility to uphold standards and giving all members the right to be judged by a group of their peers. The Committee of Privileges that is responsible for the fifth report and is the subject of today's debate has, in my opinion, been entirely properly established and has carried out its duties with great care and with every opportunity for the provision of both evidence and opinion to be taken into account. And I want to thank and congratulate all members of the committee for what I'm certain will have been an exhaustive and an exhausting process. I do remind colleagues, the vast majority of whom will have been involved in cross-party committees such as select committees and inquiries, to recall that all the participants on a committee have an equal voice, and that this particular committee, with a majority of government members, simply cannot reasonably be accused of political bias. Our standing orders, whilst far from perfect, ensure that members are judged by a politically balanced group of their peers, and that the ultimate sanction available to them gives the right and the obligation to that member's own electors as to whether to call a by-election in the first place. And if that 10% threshold is met, then it is for those voters to return or reject that member. So what is the alternative, Madam Deputy Speaker, to our Privileges Committee? Well, the only alternative is a committee made of non-members. And this might address the fears around political bias, but surely the risk of lay members having their own agendas is also great. And with lay members, there is a vital constitutional issue around unelected people having the power to dismiss those that are elected. If we don't uphold this crucial principle of our democracy, we risk undermining the preferences of voters by appointing unelected assessors to wield power. This would be a dramatic change to one of the world's greatest and longest-lived democracies, and we would effectively be saying that we are unable to govern ourselves, overturning a precedent that is hundreds of years old. That is a reality that many right across the country would be deeply uncomfortable with. So, Madam Deputy Speaker, in my opinion, the time to challenge the make-up or the proceedings for the fifth report of the Committee of Privileges is long, long past. Colleagues with concerns about the committee quite rightly raised those before the House instructed the committee in April 2022, but they were overruled by a significant democratic majority. Now, Madam Deputy Speaker, the procedures and processes of this House are in constant need of review and reform. Of that there can be no doubt. However, we must make sure that a proper process of reform is followed and not seek to rewrite the process at the 11th hour because some do not like its conclusions. For my own part, I will be supporting today's motion to approve the 5th report. I'm sad that it's come to this, and I'm particularly sorry to all of my constituents who have written to tell me that they kept the rules when others clearly did not. I now urge all members across the House to approve this motion without a division. Thank you.
Dame Angela Eagle.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker. I rise to support the recommendations in the 5th report of the Privileges Committee into the conduct of Boris Johnson. They should be accepted in full, and they should be supported by all members of this House who wish to uphold our democratic institutions and our system of parliamentary democracy itself. This is especially the case after the former Prime Minister's disgraceful reaction to the draft report last weekend. The committee's conclusions are very clear-cut. They are unanimous. The committee has concluded that the most senior member of the government, a sitting Prime Minister, has engaged in very serious contempt and wrongdoing, which is worthy of the very long suspension which was to be recommended as punishment. He leaves the House in disgrace, spewing Trump-like conspiracy theories and attacking the integrity of the parliamentary system, which he has done so much to bring into disrepute. This report, Madam Deputy Speaker, is not about so-called Partygate, although the gravest civilian crisis since the Second World War, which took 230,000 lives, is the sombre backdrop against which the Prime Minister's wrongdoing took place. This is about Parliament's requirement that government ministers tell the truth so that they can be held to account for their actions. And parliamentary accountability lies at the heart of our democratic system. Now, serious matters concerning Boris Johnson's lack of ability to tell the truth were referred to the Committee for Investigation by a unanimous decision of the whole House on April the 21st, 2022. This was when Boris Johnson was still the Prime Minister, and therefore it's safe to assume that he consented to this course of action. The committee was then constituted, as is customary, as we've heard, with a government majority, but chaired by a member of the opposition, in this case the Right Honourable Member for Peckham, who is a distinguished and long-serving member of this House. She's also a lawyer. There were no objections at this stage to any member who was asked to serve on the committee for the purpose of investigation. Had there been such an objection, the government could have used its majority to change the personnel who'd been asked to conduct this inquiry. They did not. And the membership of the committee was agreed unanimously by this House. 14 months of painstaking and forensic work later, and they have produced their excoriating verdict in the report we are debating today. It's a damning verdict, and one which I believe the whole House must not only note but vote to accept. I will comment on the findings of the report later, but firstly I wish to make a few further observations about the importance of today's proceedings. Boris Johnson and his acolytes have engaged in a systematic attempt to undermine the legitimacy of the committee and its work for their own purposes. They claim it's unfair and biased against the former Prime Minister. They claim the individuals are biased and that the procedure is biased. But anyone who's read the report and the painstaking way in which they went about their investigation will know that this is false. As the committee itself points out, comparisons between the inquisitorial nature of the committee's proceedings and those of an adversarial court of law are fallacious. I give way to my right.
I'm very grateful to my right honourable friend. Would she agree with me that the contrast between our right honourable friend, the member for Peckham, and the way she dealt with allegations against her alleged bias, as she explained earlier, and the reaction of Boris Johnson are in sharp contrast. And doesn't that just tell us everything we need to know about this report and the consequences of it?
I agree with my right honourable friend, but I also think that we must commend the honour and the steadfastness of all members of the Privileges Committee who've been put under enormous pressure during this process. Now, Madam Deputy Speaker, the House of Commons has its own rules and regulations which it must police itself. The courts rightly have no jurisdiction over these. As the right honourable member who spoke before me, the ex-leader of the House, whose constituency I have, Northamptonshire, has explained, the courts don't have jurisdiction over this Parliament, and this is to protect Parliament and by extension our democracy from being subverted or undermined by outside pressure from the powerful. To portray this inquisitorial procedure as inherently unfair is simply not credible. Happy to.
I thank the member for Wallasey for giving way on that point and for the excellent speech she's making. And would she agree with me that today is actually a good day for the House of Commons because the system has fundamentally worked?
Madam Deputy Speaker, let's see at the end of today's debate what happens to see whether the system has worked, because it is being challenged and we have to accept that and respond to this challenge, which I hope we'll be doing in this debate. Despite the hysterical reactions to the contrary, I think it's important to state that this was a properly constituted senior committee of the House, as indeed the Leader of the House did so in her remarks. It was asked to do a difficult but vital job, and it discharged its duties with integrity and honour. And it is our duty now, I believe, before this House, to ensure that we support the members of that committee and we support the conclusions that they have come to after this detailed work. I believe also we should thank the members of the Privileges Committee because they've done the House of Commons a very great service under the most intense pressure. Instead of being thanked, they found themselves traduced in the Boris Johnson worshipping print and TV media, which has called into question their motives and their very integrity. They have been egged on in this disgraceful behaviour by the former Prime Minister himself. It is beneath contempt for serving members of this House and the ex-Prime Minister to accuse the committee of being a kangaroo court or of being biased against him. In my view, all those who've made such baseless accusations should themselves be referred to the Privileges Committee for contempt of this House. As the committee itself points out, this inquiry goes to the heart of the democratic system in this country. This House exists to pass law, but it also exists to hold the government of the day accountable for its actions. For this crucial purpose to be fulfilled, the House assumes that any government minister tells the truth to Parliament. Inadvertent errors can and must be corrected at the earliest opportunity, but we cannot work if we have rogue ministers lying on the floor of this House with impunity. In deciding to resign prior to the publication of the report, Boris Johnson has heaped further opprobrium upon himself. He broke confidentiality by leaking the provisional report ahead of it being finalised for his own ends. He fled the judgment of his fellow MPs in a chamber which contains a large Conservative majority. He ran away from the judgment of his constituents in Uxbridge and South Ruislip without attempting to defend himself to them, and he used his considerable public platform to make outrageous accusations of bias against the committee members who've had to be provided with extra security as a result. And allies of his have threatened any Conservative MP who supports the report with a confidence vote and deselection in their local constituency parties. According to reports over the weekend, Boris Johnson believes he left Parliament in a blaze of glory. Madam Deputy Speaker, he is left in disgrace. He has run from accountability for his lies and untruths. There has been no self-reflection, no apology, no acceptance of a shred of responsibility, just the narcissistic howl of a man-child who won't see that he only has himself to blame. So egregious and so damaging for public trust in our democracy are Boris Johnson and his cheerleaders' actions. It's now imperative that this report is accepted. All MPs, from the Prime Minister on down, must be seen to be upholding the integrity, professionalism and accountability which are required to ensure that our system operates by uniting to defend truth-telling and punish those who believe they can lie with impunity. This is why this is not merely a symbolic debate, simply because the former Prime Minister has fled the scene of the crime. He clearly harbours designs to make a comeback, having fled accountability in a reckoning, which is why we must support the bravery of those we ask to serve on the Privileges Committee by actively endorsing their recommendations. Mass abstention in tonight's vote on the Conservative side will be a total dereliction of their duty. And that includes the Prime Minister. I hope, Madam Deputy Speaker, that we will see all of them in the lobby tonight voting to defend the integrity of this Parliament and our democracy.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I had to speak in the House today because I cannot see where the evidence is where Boris Johnson misled Parliament knowingly, intentionally or recklessly. I'm from Grimsby and I have to say it as I see it.
Order. It is important to listen to the Honourable Lady. Leonici.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I have to say it as I see it because that's what my constituents would want me to do. Yes, I have read it, and I think that is quite an appalling question to ask a member in this House. The reality is that Boris Johnson did not, knowingly or intentionally, mislead this House. The reason, if people would like to listen, that I say that is that last year for 6 months I was one of Boris Johnson's parliamentary private secretaries. And I was the only Member of Parliament who was with him for the whole day on the publication of the Sue Gray report. When he read that...
Very grateful for the Honourable Lady giving way. She says, having read the report, that she sees no evidence of Boris Johnson's wrongdoing. Does she agree with me that there is none so blind as those who will not see?
I thank the honourable gentleman for his comments, but for those people who haven't got anything more interesting to do than actually spend their time reading the whole of the report, of which I did, I am aiming this at members of the public, is that I suggest people go to pages 85 to 88 and actually read the quotes. The reality is that there were some people who had parties. Sadly, those people were unelected officials who still should have stood by making sure that they weren't having ministers potentially in difficult situations by advising them incorrectly.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. The Prime Minister headed all of those people. He was the team leader for all those working at Number 10 and in the Cabinet Office who were at those parties. During lockdown, I volunteered at West Middlesex Hospital, taking food to the wards because the staff working in them were not allowed to go to the canteen, and they certainly were directed by the Chief Executive of the Hospital Trust that they could have no parties, not even leaving parties, not even Wine Fridays. They had no parties for that whole period. Does the honourable member have any comprehension of what her constituents in the same position were feeling like when they heard the evidence?
I thank the Honourable Lady, and yes, I do. But what we need to look at here is actually what I witnessed firsthand, and what had happened was that people advising the then Prime Minister at no point advised him that there were parties. They advised him again and again. No, I won't give way at the moment, thank you. They advised him again and again that no rules were broken and that guidance was followed at all times. Everybody in this place knows no minister stands at that dispatch box and knowingly misleads. They have to take counsel from people who advise them, many of whom are giving legal advice. They know that to be the truth, but the public don't necessarily know that that is the case. And if you are a Prime Minister and you're advised in that way again and again, no matter how you question, then you have to stand at the dispatch box and actually give those statements, because that is what you've been legally advised to do. Now, people may not like that in a moment. People may not like that, but that is the truth, and that is why I'm standing here and saying this. The sad thing is that many people who gave that advice are still working in and around number 10 and Whitehall, but we don't know who they are because they are not a high-profile politician. Yes, I will.
Very grateful to the Honourable Lady for giving way, and I wonder if she might reflect that it sounds to those of us here as if what she is trying to do is to deflect blame from Boris Johnson and put it on unelected members of staff. And people here and people at home may find that, to put it mildly, rather unedifying.
I thank the Honourable Lady. What I would say, actually, that I've had the privilege to work with many unelected officials, special advisers and civil servants who have been very professional and have worked very hard and are very good at giving accurate advice. But we all know from the evidence within here that there were those that didn't. And we can't shy away from that. We know that's the case. So, the Honourable Gentleman.
I thank my honourable friend for giving way. And just to build slightly on the point she's making, the report needs to be narrow in scope. It is about what the Prime Minister said to this House. And I wonder if I could draw her attention to paragraph 20 on page 71, which seeks to go much further than that. It talks about, it's not what the Prime Minister said, it's the interpretation given it by members of this House, by the media and by the public. The former Prime Minister Boris Johnson cannot be held responsible for what people thought he may have meant. He should be held responsible, if this report is to hold any water, on what he said. Good point.
I thank my right honourable friend for that. And of course,
we really must hear what the Honourable Lady has to say. It's not fair just to mutter her away when she's making her argument. Leah Nietzsche.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I thank my right honourable friend for identifying that, because, of course, he's absolutely right. And I have to say, as I do respect the amount of hard work that's been put into this report, but throughout, if I was grading this in my former job as a college lecturer, it is not impartial. The way it is written, Boris Johnson claimed, Boris Johnson purported. This is not impartial language. And therefore, I believe that, in my opinion, that this report does not give an impartial report in the way that it is written. But to go back to my original discussion, that on the day that the Sue Gray report was written, was published, the Prime Minister at the time was horrified that he'd read what was going on. At no time, and in here, at no time did anybody give on oath or evidence that they reported that there were parties or there was rule breaking to the Prime Minister. Now, some people might say, well, he lives in number 10 or lived in number 10. He should have known. Well, actually, those people who have worked in Number 10 will know that it is a rabbit warren of rooms, thick walls. People are working there, running the country, and the Prime Minister is not the caretaker of the building. It is not their job to go round and look in rooms and decide who may be working and who may not be working. In fact, in that Sue Gray report, it did state that those unelected officials were rude to doorkeepers and staff, but yet at no time, if there were rules being broken and they were seen, Number 10 is full of police officers, full of security people. Why did nobody report this to the Prime Minister so that he was aware of it? So that, yes, I will give way.
The Honourable Lady for giving way. She makes a very good point that the Prime Minister was not the caretaker of the building at Number 10. But the Prime Minister at the time was the caretaker of the nation's health, the nation's well-being and the nation's trust. And in that, he let people down, he misled this House, and that is why this report has come up with the conclusions that it did.
Well, I thank the Honourable Lady for her comments. I don't agree, because I'm from Grimsby. I can only say it as I see it. And I saw, on that day of the publication of the report, that Boris Johnson had not been aware of these parties that had been going on. Now,
Lady, I'm from Birmingham and I say it as I see it. Do you think there's any chance that Boris Johnson could also have lied to her?
Well, I thank the Honourable Lady. Actually, no, I don't believe he did. I think actually I'm a very good person who can actually see character, and I saw what was going on in and around Number 10 on that day. And sadly, I believe that unelected officials, some of them, because many are very, very good and very professional, but some of them made a choice not to inform the then Prime Minister because they wanted to cover their own backs. I'm very, very sad to say.
I'm very grateful to the Honourable Lady. Is she aware that in 2019, Max Hastings, the editor of the Daily Telegraph and a Tory, said this about Boris Johnson? Johnson would not recognise truth, whether about his private or political life, if confronted by it in an identity parade. Isn't the truth that Boris has lied for so long and so often that it can come as no surprise that he's lying in this instance?
Seeing that, I am not a Conservative Party grandee. I am not somebody who has followed Boris Johnson's political or otherwise career for a long time. I'm somebody who came here to actually serve my constituency and my constituents, the majority of whom, the reason why I'm here, supported Boris Johnson and his policies and his vision for the country. But sadly, what this whole saga seems to be doing in and out of the media is actually, sadly, this is all becoming part of a kind of political opportunism. For those people who don't like Boris Johnson's approach, don't like Boris Johnson's policies, don't like Boris Johnson's plan, I have to say that that isn't what I'm getting on the doorstep, but perhaps if the opposition had a plan and had the people, maybe they might have a chance of getting into government sometime soon. This actually is about people who want a formidable opponent out of their way because they don't believe they will get into government in any other way. That is my stance. I thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker.
Sir Chris Bryan.
Madam Deputy Speaker, can I first of all thank the Right Honourable Member for Camberwell and Peckham. I can probably thank her more than anybody in the chamber because I think the wisest thing I've ever done in my political career was recuse myself from chairing the committee. And she has done an absolutely admirable job. I also want to thank all the members on the committee, as has often been referred to, the Conservative members in particular. I won't go into the other matters that, for other reasons, that the leader, the chair of the committee referred to about privilege and whether this should be referred back again. But I simply point out that I know all the Conservative members on the committee. I know all the members of the committee because they're also on the Standards Committee, and they do a wonderful job every single time. The former Prime Minister was right to say it is very difficult to sit in judgment on your colleagues, including your opponents. That isn't actually any easier than sitting in judgment on people who've sat on the same benches as you or have been in the same party as you. But let's face it, Boris Johnson lied.
Yes.
He said that guidance was followed completely. It wasn't. He said that the rules and guidance were followed at all times. They weren't. And I take the plain meaning of his words.
Yes.
You don't have to investigate any further. Just the plain meaning will do. He said he had repeated assurances. He didn't. He misrepresented the facts as he knew them. Meanwhile, people died in isolation or lost their livelihood, we often forget that bit, or missed out on a wedding or a very important moment in their family life because they abided by the rules and they thought that the big truth of the pandemic was that we were all in this together. And that's why there is visceral anger. I hear it often about those who think that some people didn't abide by the rules and that those were the people who wrote the rules. This is not a single instance of accidentally misspeaking either. Many members have said, of course, that happens, and we have a proper process we've had since 2007 for a minister correcting the record. Interestingly, the only time Mr Johnson corrected the record as a minister was when he corrected the record that he had said that Roman Abramovich had been sanctioned, and he realised he hadn't been sanctioned. So a Russian oligarch is perhaps more important than other matters. Yes, he was careless, reckless, you could say, about the truth, but far, far worse than that, he deliberately, intentionally, and with knowledge aforethought, sought to cover his tracks. It was a pattern of behaviour, a string of lies, and I don't much care for the version of the debate today which says, oh, it was all junior officials and they should be thrown under the bus, or it was the police fault because they didn't bother to report it or deal with it. I won't if she doesn't mind. She's already caught this. Well, no, of course I will.
Thank you. I thank him most graciously for giving way. But actually, it wasn't just about junior unelected officials. Actually, where were the senior managers in this? Where were the line managers in this, stopping this happening? Does he know?
The thing is, sometimes when you try to take the spade off somebody when they're digging the hole, they are absolutely determined to take it back and bring a pitchfork and a JCB to the process as well. Mr Johnson says he's been brought down by a witch hunt. But in all honesty, the only person who brought down Mr Johnson was Mr Johnson. And I suspect he knows that. I think this House feels that he should be ashamed of himself, and that will be what it concludes later on today. But I fear that he remains completely shameless. So is the sanction proportionate? Well, of course, it's very difficult to sanction somebody who's already taken the option of running away from this House, face the music here, or for that matter in their constituency. But I think it's still important. It's not actually an academic matter, what we debate today. I know I'm not having a criticism of now I've prompted another intervention. I didn't mean to do that.
Madam Deputy Speaker, make it very clear that we all now know, very, very clearly, if we didn't know before, this isn't academic. Many people, I'm afraid, on our side of the benches will treat it as academic because Boris has left the building. This is wrong. And I've learnt that as well. That's why I'm back here. It's absolutely important that colleagues follow the former Prime Minister and indeed the Leader of the House and vote to support the motion today.
He's absolutely right. And I've looked around for some parallels of what you can do about a member who's already left the House by the time the Privileges Committee or the Standards and Privileges Committee or the Standards Committee or the Independent Expert Panel has adjudicated. The only one I can really find was Sir Michael Grills, the MP for North West Surrey, who was involved in the Ian Greer, Mohammed Al Fayed, Cash for Questions row in the 1990s. He stood down in the 1997 general elections, so he was not an MP by the time the Standards and Privileges Committee reported on him. It said, quite categorically, in relation to the question of whether lying to Parliament is a contempt, deliberately misleading a select committee is certainly a contempt to the House. Were Sir Michael Grills still a member, we would recommend a substantial period of suspension from the service of the House, augmented to take account of his deceit. And that is precisely, I think, following precedent, what the Privileges Committee has done in its report. The truth is the Prime Minister, Mr Johnson, was a senior member of the House, a long-standing member of the House. It wasn't the first time he'd got into trouble with either the standard system in the House or the rules. He has shown absolutely no contrition. He chose to attack, intimidate and bully the committee, which could indeed be a breach of the rules in itself. Everything he did fell far, far short of the standards this House and the public is entitled to expect of any member. I just want to say a few words about the process. The House has always claimed, as the Leader of the House in her excellent speech said earlier, it's always claimed exclusive cognizance. That's to say, apart from the voters and the criminal law, the only body that can discipline, suspend or expel a duly elected member of the House is the House of Commons in its entirety. I still hold to that principle. It is why any decision or recommendation to suspend or expel a member that comes from the Standards Committee or the Independent Expert Panel has to be approved by the whole House. It is also why the only way to proceed when there is an allegation that a member has committed a contempt of Parliament, for instance by misleading the House, is via a committee of the House and a decision of the whole House, which is why we have to have the motion today and why we had to have the Committee of Privileges. It cannot, I believe, be a court of law. It has to be a committee of the House. I don't think some commentators have fully understood that, including Lord Pannick and some former leaders of the House. So I'd say to those who have attacked the process that they should be very careful of what they seek. There are those who would prefer lying to Parliament to be a criminal offence, justiciable and punishable by the courts. But that would drive a coach and horses through the Bill of Rights principle that freedom of speech and debates or proceedings in Parliament ought not to be impeached or questioned in any court or place out of Parliament. So I'm left feeling that those who attack the process simply don't believe that there should be any process for determining whether a member has lied to the House. As I've said before, I kind of admire the personal loyalty, but I dislike the attitude because it is in effect an excuse for appalling behaviour. Of course, I give way to the honourable gentleman.
I'm most grateful to the chairman of the Standards Committee. He and I took part in that debate, as he will well remember perhaps, on the 21st of April 2022. And I raised the question of knowingly misleads because it was not included in the original motion, which was then passed, which led to the reference to the Committee on Privileges. But in the course of it, I raised, I think with him directly, but he certainly made the remark, for which I pay credit, was the fact that intention is at the heart of this question. If you knock out the word knowingly, you knock out the intention as well. And that is a fundamental question of process on which I will hopefully, if I catch your eye, Madam Deputy Speaker, I will want to refer.
Well, I'm going to ferociously agree with the honourable gentleman because I said earlier he knowingly lied to Parliament. And that is what the committee has concluded.
Yeah.
I know there was a point at which people thought that they would only consider recklessly. But actually they found that he knowingly, with knowledge aforethought, misled Parliament and was deliberately duplicitous. That, I think his point is, I'm afraid, destroyed. I think the right honourable gentleman... Well, if he doesn't mind, I'm going to give away to another gentleman.
I think the... I think he gave way to Sir Jacob Rees-Mogg.
Sorry to interrupt my honourable friend from Stayne. The honourable gentleman is absolutely right that we must maintain exclusive cognizance. But that does not mean that we shouldn't follow a proper process and a fair process, or admit that this is ostensibly political.
Yeah. Is that right and wrong?
Well, the word political can cover a multitude of sins, can't it? Because we are talking about the politics of the nation, and I would argue that trying to defend the constitutional principle that ministers always tell the truth to Parliament, and if they have inadvertently misled the House, they correct the record as soon as they possibly can, is an important part of ensuring our political health in this nation. But I don't think that the process was unfair. Most of our constituents, if they go to a tribunal these days, get no representation paid for by the taxpayer. Mr Johnson had, I think, more than £250,000 worth of representation provided by the taxpayer. The membership of the committee was agreed by the whole House. I think I might be right in saying when he was leader of the House. So I'm wrong, I apologise. But it was certainly the whole House agreed that membership. Fully knowing everything that had been said up until that moment, 3 of the members of the committee had sat on a previous case in relation to Mr Johnson that came to the Standards Committee, where the Commissioner had found against Mr Johnson, but we, as the committee, found in his favour. So I don't think that this was in any sense a biased committee. But also, I just want to say, anybody who thinks that the Speaker's Council, or for that matter, Sir Ernest Ryder, who ran the whole of the tribunal service in England and Wales, would not stand up for a fair hearing and due process, I think is misleading themselves and doing so almost recklessly. Well, I'm tempted not to give way, Madam Deputy Speaker. I'm very hopeful that he'll have an opportunity to speak to the House fully later. Madam Deputy Speaker, some people have attacked the process for a different reason. And I understand the nature of this attack. They say that Johnson won a general election, and they argue that only voters should therefore be allowed to remove him from office. I passionately disagree with this view. I hold a different understanding of democracy. It does not mean we've got our majority, never mind how, and we have our lease of office for 5 years, so what are you going to do about it? That is not democracy. That is only small party patter which will not go down with the mass of the people of this country. People might recognise those words. They're not mine. They're Churchill's, talking to the Labour government in 1947. And he went on, there is the broad feeling in our country that the people should rule, continuously rule, and that public opinion expressed by all constitutional means should shape, guide and control the actions of ministers who are their servants and not their masters. I agree with that, and that is why I think it is important to note that public opinion on this matter is extremely clear. Most people think Johnson lied. A few of them don't think that that matters very much, but most do. Most think that ministers who lie should be removed and punished. And being truthful is the one quality they seek above all else in a Member of Parliament. Harold Wilson said in the debate in this House when John Profumo had just been forced to resign for lying in 1963, the sickness of an unrepresentative sector of our society should not detract from the robust ability of our people as a whole to face the challenge of the future. And in preparing to face that challenge, let us frankly recognise that the inspiration and leadership must come first here in this House. Leadership means taking a stance. Abstention is a failure of leadership. Today, I believe, is actually a good day for democracy. We have remarkably few checks and balances in our system. The only real check is the collective conscience of the members of this House. That is the burden of our elected office, and I pay tribute to Conservatives and people of every party who've had to face a difficult decision in relation to this. We exercise our conscience on behalf of our constituents. Edmund Burke said that the most important thing we owe our constituents is our conscience. Thereby we tarnish or we burnish the reputation of Parliament. So let us assert today that nobody is above the law. The rules apply to all. Because every abstention is another excuse. And I repeat Wilson's words, the leadership must come first here in this House.
We still have a lot of speakers who want to contribute to this debate. So I would advise that about 10 minutes each will probably make sure we can get everybody in equally. John Barron.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I rise as one who, if there is going to be a vote on this motion tonight, will vote in support of the committee. But I share with the House that I sincerely hope there isn't a vote, because there shouldn't be a vote. We should remind ourselves that the Committee of Privileges was set the task on a government motion when Boris Johnson was Prime Minister, and that passed through the Commons unopposed. And I would like to add my thanks to the members of that committee for a diligent and no doubt at times difficult task, which they carried out at the request of the House. And it is customary for MPs to accept the recommendations of such a report without a vote. But if there is a vote, a division, I will vote, as I've said, to support the committee's report. Its recommendations, unfortunately, in many respects, chime with my own view that Boris Johnson knowingly misled Parliament, which is why I withdrew my support from him, the then Prime Minister, in May of last year, and asked him in a meeting to retire at that stage, perhaps with a modicum of grace. Sadly, I continue to believe he knowingly misled Parliament, as the report has duly concluded. And this debate, and if there is a vote, is terribly important. It is of the utmost importance that we attach the due deliberation to what it represents. Our parliamentary system compares well with others and is the beating heart of our democracy. A central component of this system depends on ministers telling the truth at the dispatch box, at that dispatch box. Indeed, the ability of the legislative to question the executive can only be properly executed if ministers tell the truth at that dispatch box. If they don't, accountability is impossible, and then we're on a very, very slippery slope. No party, no individual, no ego is bigger than Parliament. It is the very system that safeguards our freedoms and through which we try to create a more prosperous, fairer society, regardless of party. History will be very unkind to anyone who impugns its integrity. Members who are found to have knowingly misled the House bring it, and by extension other members, into public disrepute. This does nothing for the dignity and calling of politics. Indeed, and this perhaps leads to another further point, if some members maintain that we members cannot regulate ourselves, they are in effect asking for an independent body to do that job. The thought of unelected officials regulating the conduct of elected members of this House should concern every parliamentarian. And that is why I think, in many respects, today is a good day, because, as it should be, our parliamentary system itself is putting right a wrong, or certainly I hope it will be doing so. Now, the reason, as we all know, the rule breaking in Downing Street during the pandemic resonated so strongly with the public is because the rest of us went through real pain during the lockdowns. at the instigation and compulsion of the then Prime Minister. I, for one, and I know there were many others, could not say goodbye to my beloved mother as she lay in hospital and passed away because we were abiding by the rules. And there are many, many people who have similar experiences of that. To find that unlawful gatherings were taking place at the heart of government was bad enough, but this has been compounded by the failure of the then Prime Minister to be truthful to this House. It is simply not acceptable, and I know that this chamber will find that to be unacceptable later this evening. Agreeing with the recommendations of this report is thus, in my view, an essential step in restoring standards in public life and to restoring the centrality of truthfulness to our parliamentary system. Finally, Madam Deputy Speaker, to my Conservative colleagues, I would say the last year or so we have spent deliberating on the various aspects of Partygate have served as a massive distraction from the otherwise good work we've been doing on many fronts. It is time to put this to bed, and agreeing this report is the best way of doing this.
Dame Margaret Hodge.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. There are moments when we know that our parliamentary debates will form part of our nation's history. And for the wrong reasons, today is such a moment. Everything that we do in Westminster, whether it's addressing the crises facing our communities with spiralling inflation to skyrocketing mortgage rates, or whether it's about strengthening support for the brave Ukrainians, all our actions, all our words will only matter if we are trusted. And that trust only exists if we tell the truth, especially when we are called to account for our decisions. Confidence that this is a place where politicians are honest and accountable is completely central to the effectiveness and sustainability of any healthy democracy. Conversely, a culture where lies are ignored, tolerated, or even excused is a culture that inevitably damages democracy. And that is exactly the dangerous culture we saw nurtured under Boris Johnson. That's why, Madam Deputy Speaker, the Privileges Committee report and its recommended sanctions are so important, and why it is vital that they are supported by everyone in their entirety. I pay tribute to my right honourable friend, the member for Peckham, and to all the members of the Privileges Committee for their forensic and painstaking work, sifting and evaluating the evidence. Evidence that might not have been available but for the revelations first made by Pippa Crerar. So I pay tribute to Pippa's work as one of the most talented journalists of our time. The committee's conclusions are based entirely on evidence, and that evidence is incontrovertible. The attempt by a few people today to reduce the members of the Privileges Committee, to delegitimise the process, is utterly, utterly shameful.
On that point, would the Right Honourable Lady give way?
Yep.
I'm grateful to the Right Honourable Lady for giving way, and I'm conscious that the Chair of the Standards Committee did say we shouldn't make too many comparisons to the criminal justice system. But the reality is, in the criminal justice system, where the burden of proof is beyond reasonable doubt, we ask jurors to look at the evidence and infer, therefore, the actions and intent of the perpetrator. Does she agree with me that it's quite strange that there are some colleagues that are looking for an even higher level of evidence than that?
I think that's an extremely interesting point, and as a non-lawyer, I thank her for it. I thank her for it. If it is true, Madam Deputy Speaker, that attempts were made to bully and, yes, to blackmail Privileged Committee members so that they came to conclusions that were not based on the evidence but prioritised Boris Johnson's own personal interest, that is shocking. The integrity of Parliament must come above all else. It takes courage to stand up against such political pressures, but showing integrity and leaving party tribalism at the door is absolutely vital if we're to uphold democracy and protect this place from a further erosion of trust. Today's I'm happy to.
I thank my right honourable friend for giving way, and she makes a very important point about integrity and the perception of this House. I had young people contacting me about this debate, which they are following. Does she agree with me that for a former Prime Minister to lie to the House, lie to the Privileges Committee, seek to undermine the committee, then threaten parliamentarians who are supporting the committee's findings is a behaviour on which we must take a stand in the interest of our constituents and the next generations? And that voting for this motion today is important, that we take this decisive stand on integrity. It will have impact for generations to come on confidence in this House.
I do agree with my right honourable friend, and I'm also pleased that the Privileges Committee will be looking at the conduct of some members of both houses in attempting to intimidate members of the committee. Today's debate, Madam Deputy Speaker, has to be considered as part of a bigger problem that is facing us. Over the last 6 years, we have seen consistent attacks on the fragile pillars that act as vital checks on executive power. We've seen judges and judicial review denigrated, senior civil servants sacked for speaking truth to power, cronies appointed to key public positions, pals rewarded with honours and contracts, attempts to undermine the independence of the BBC, and our Parliament systematically bypassed. Boris Johnson allowed this creeping culture of corruption and unchecked executive power to infect our democracy. So let's not beat about the bush. Boris Johnson did recklessly and deliberately mislead this House. His behaviour helped support a culture that threatens our democracy. Today, I hope we are beginning to undo the damage that's been done. We are reaffirming the importance of ministers and prime ministers being properly, honestly and truthfully accountable to Parliament and through us to the public. Mr Johnson was not just called an honourable member of this House, he led a major political party. He was our Prime Minister. Yet he misled us time and time and time again, and he did so with impunity. The members opposite, I have to say, knew this man before he became their leader. They knew he'd been sacked as a journalist for lying. They knew he'd been sacked from the opposition front bench for lying. They knew he routinely bent the rules and misspent public money at City Hall. They knew he was a liar. Yet they still made the terrible mistake of electing him as their leader. So today, I hope all members of this House, and particularly members on the opposition benches, do not make another terrible mistake by choosing either not to turn up or choosing not to vote. This, Madam Deputy Speaker, should not be about Conservatives versus Labour. No. Every parliamentarian needs to look at the evidence and ask themselves if they can honestly ignore the heaps of information that shows Boris Johnson lied to us all, and through us to the people in the country. I would strongly urge every single Member of Parliament to walk through the lobbies and register their vote, a vote for the resolution, a vote that demonstrates our support for truth, justice and democracy.
Sir Jacob Rees-Mogg.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. It is perfectly reasonable to challenge the views of select committees of this House. It is neither eccentric nor indeed rare. So I should like to start with some of the things that I think are most contentious within the report, bordering on erroneous. We may turn to paragraph 48 to start with. This makes reference to the fixed penalty notice received by Mr Johnson for the birthday party. And it seems to think that the fixed penalty notice is in fact an admission of guilt. But Lord Chief Justice Thomas, in R v Hammer, said this: "It is quite clear that the issue of a notice is not a conviction. It is not an admission of guilt, nor any proof that a crime has been committed. The scheme of the Act makes that clear. Any person reading the form would plainly understand that it is not to be regarded as a conviction, and will not be held against him, save in the respect mentioned. It seems therefore clear, both as a matter of the statutory scheme and as a matter of what a person accepting such a notice would reasonably be led to believe, that he was not admitting any offence, not admitting any criminality, and would not have any stain imputed to his character." Yet this report, against what a Lord Chief Justice says, against what is a principle of our criminal law, decides to impute a stain upon his character. It seems to me that this is quite clearly a deliberate attempt to take the most unfavourable interpretation that the committee can of Mr. Johnson's activities. But this is not the only contentious paragraph. Let us go to paragraph 83. Paragraph 83 decides as if it were an Elon Musk particle to insert itself in the brain of Mr. Johnson to work out what he must have thought at a particular moment. Well, I'm glad to say that, as far as I'm aware, Mr. Johnson does not have one of these little bits stuck in his brain for the committee's benefit. So when it says that we conclude that Mr. Johnson is unlikely to have been unaware, as an obscure use of a double negative to try and impute malfeasance to somebody where they cannot prove it.
Absolutely.
They want to assume something, they want to impute something because they want to come to a particular conclusion. Of course I'll give way to my...
Does he not also agree that the very word disingenuous, which is used in the context of this report, is also in the same category as those things that he just mentioned?
Well, I entirely agree with my honourable friend, and I would refer him further, if we go on in this report, to paragraph 82, on the line to take. Now, Mr. Johnson, as Prime Minister, was advised before Prime Minister's questions to say that the rules had been followed at all times. And this report goes into great detail as to what was the authority for that, who had told him, were they senior enough, was that right? But they don't ask, were other ministers given the same briefing? Was this the cross-government line to take approved, as far as I could be aware, by all the officials? Well, I can tell the House that prior to business questions, for the weeks when this was at the forefront of public interest, the briefing I was given was that the rules were followed at all times, with the at all times emphasised. The only reason I didn't say this to the House is the Honourable Lady, the Shadow Leader, never had the wit to ask me the right question. But if she had, the line to take was absolutely clear as a cross-government line. And yet this report concludes that the Prime Minister was not advised, as he then was, by senior enough people, that they were involved in the press office. Well, the idea that ministers aren't advised by people who work in communications for them shows quite how long the opposition has been out of government, not to understand this. And then based on this, seems to me, tendentious reading of the facts, we come to the sanction, a 90-day sanction. Well, a vindictive sanction, it seems to me, which they can't implement because Mr. Johnson has left Parliament. So they go from the vindictive to the ridiculous, with not allowing him a parliamentary pass. Well, of all the trivial sanctions you could impose on somebody, that seems to be the most miserable. But they emphasise that this sanction, and let us turn now to paragraph 229, that this sanction has been made more savage, more brutal, more vindictive, because Mr. Johnson impugned the committee and undermined the democratic process. On what basis, Madam Deputy Speaker, is it thought that this House, when it comes to a conclusion, must be obeyed? Is it the case that we must not criticise the Dangerous Dogs Act because it was passed by this great and noble House? Or are we in fact allowed to criticise as a fundamental of free speech that which happens to us, that which is reported about us, that which is said of us? When somebody is in court, they are allowed to say that the court has made a mistake. And the protections of courts, of the junior courts with juries sitting in them, are quite rightly very strict. But you can still say that the court has got it wrong. Indeed, you're allowed to say it's got it so wrong that you may go to appeal. You don't have to kowtow. But for some reason, the Privileges Committee thinks it's in communist China and that we must kowtow. And then they go on to say that Mr. Johnson was complicit in the campaign of abuse and attempted intimidation of the committee without one single solitary shred of evidence. It is pure assertion. Now, this, I think, leads us on to the issue of partiality. Now, I was most intrigued by the response to my intervention by the Right Honourable and learned member for Peckham, because she said she'd told the government and it all been approved, and that was fine and dandy. Well, may I refer her to paragraph 12 of her own report, which says that the report would have as its guiding principle being transparent. So suddenly we discover in this transparent approach that there was a secret agreement that her involvement was all right. Well, I was in the government at the time. I never heard that this had happened. And so it seems to me that it is important to examine the position that the Right Honourable and learned lady found herself in, which I notice the committee does not do in Annex 1. Annex 1 purports to answer Appendix 3. Now, I'm sure you're all listening and following very carefully. Appendix 3 is the letter of Mr. Johnson in response to the draft report. But fascinatingly, although paragraph 6 on page 100 questions the impartiality of the committee, Annex 1 ignores that. It answers lots of other points, but it brushes over this point, perhaps because it thought that it was on relatively thin ice. Of course I give way to the honourable gentleman.
I'm very grateful. He obviously called for me to resign or to recuse myself from the committee. Did he ever ask the Right Honourable Member to recuse herself from the committee before Boris Johnson started demanding it?
Said it very publicly, and it's a matter of record that I said it. I said it publicly. I assume people are aware. People clearly are aware of what is said publicly, because I will come to paragraph 14 in due course. But the issue here, no, I've given way to the honourable gentleman. That seems to me to be sufficient. Now, in paragraph 9, the report says that we leave our party interest at the door of the committee room. And that is all very good and to be encouraged. But it doesn't meet the Hoffman test. And why do I think the Hoffman test is important? Is because the Judicial Committee of the House of Lords, like the Privileges Committee, was a committee of Parliament following a judicial, or in this case, quasi-judicial process. And what is the issue at here? And I quote from the judgment. The contention is that there was a real danger or reasonable apprehension or suspicion that Lord Hoffman might have been biased. That is to say, it is alleged that there is an appearance of bias, not actual bias. The fundamental principle is that a man may not be a judge in his own cause. This principle, as developed by the courts, has two very similar but not identical implications. First, it may be applied literally. If a judge is in fact a party to the litigation or has a financial or proprietary interest, in its outcome, then he is indeed sitting as a judge in his own cause. In that case, the mere fact that he is a party to the action or has a financial or proprietary interest in its outcome is sufficient to cause his automatic disqualification. The second application of the principle is where a judge is not a party to the suit and does not have a financial interest in its outcome, but in some other way his conduct or behaviour may give rise to a suspicion that he is not impartial. That is the fundamental point. And that led to the Judicial Committee overturning a decision that it had made for, I believe, the only time in its history. It is a reasonable suspicion. If we take the judgment of Lord Nolan, which runs only to 4 lines, I will read out only 2 of them. I would only add that in any case where the impartiality of a judge is in question, the appearance of the matter is just as important as the reality. And this seems to me to be fundamental, that the Judicial Committee followed a proper process which the Privileges Committee did not. Now, I've slightly exceeded your time limit. I will finish relatively swiftly, but fortunately the previous 2 speakers were brief, which is encouraging. Let us come to I won't give way. Let's come to paragraph 14 on the special report, because this is important, and the report quotes in paragraph 194 the 1978 resolution of this House that its penal jurisdiction would be used sparingly in order to provide reasonable protection for the House, its members or its officers from improper obstruction or attempt at or threat of obstruction causing or likely to cause substantial interference with the performance of their respective functions. This does not mean criticism. It is absolutely legitimate to criticise the conduct of a committee, to criticise the members of a committee. That is politics. Our politics is adversarial, and that, I believe, is one of the great strengths of our political system. It is open to us within this chamber to accuse people within the bounds of good order of saying things that we disagree with. Outside this chamber, freedom of speech is paramount. We are allowed to say what we like. The House has historically tried to call people to the bar. Indeed, in past times, it even imprisoned people, and it made the House look ridiculous. When John Junior was called to that bar of the House because he had said in the Sunday Express that members were fiddling their petrol coupons, it was not John Junior who looked ridiculous, but the House. And we must defend the right of freedom of speech. And frankly, if politicians cannot cope with criticism, you wonder what on earth they're doing with a political career. Yeah. And I have one final question from Annex 1, Section 7, where it says that Suze Gray's report was not important in this case. Well, it seems to me that when the witnesses have come from Suze Gray's report, it is odd then to say that her report was not important. And it might also be interesting to know, in the interests of paragraph 12-style transparency, quite how many communications, private and public, the chairman of the committee had with Sue Gray.
Carl Turner.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Can I begin by commending the Privileges Committee and indeed their report and thanking them, each and every single member, both Conservative members and indeed other members of that committee. It would have been an incredibly difficult task, and the pressure and the media attention and scrutiny was incredibly high on them. So I thank them for the job that they've done. And I think this, Madam Deputy Speaker, I think even anybody actually, really and truthfully, who reads that report, that incredibly detailed and in-depth report, would have to conclude the reality that Boris Johnson was a liar. There's no question, as far as I'm concerned, every time Boris Johnson stood up, I thought he was spewing out complete and unadulterated untruths. Being honest about him in this chamber, very often you would be surprised that he was getting away with the things that he was saying. But it's proven now that he is dishonest. But I think for me, Madam Deputy Speaker, there is concerns. I think there are questions raised as a result of this report, because the members of the public will wonder why. Why on earth Boris Johnson was entitled to more than 250,000 quid for legal aid. There is no example of any other member being before what used to be the Privileges and Standards Committee, former minister or serving minister, of receiving money from the taxpayer to pay lawyers. Johnson got 250,000 quid from the taxpayer, and the Prime Minister allowed that to happen. And I say to the Prime Minister this: he should say no now. We know that Johnson is a liar. We know that he's been discredited. Force him to pay up himself. An ordinary member of the public, if they earn more than £12,570, don't get legal aid. In very often very difficult legal proceedings. But Boris Johnson, who's earned, I think, £6 million since he left this place, he's just done a deal with one of the newspapers for £1 million a year for writing a column undoubtedly will be, again, untruths, most of it. People don't understand how it's possible for the taxpayer, especially in the circumstances of a cost of living crisis, that the taxpayer having to pay up his legal bill. The second point people will be concerned about is this honours list. The very idea that somebody who's left here as discredited, being convicted by a committee of this House of lying, should be entitled to put people in the House of Lords or give them honours from the King is just unfathomable for people, especially when we read at the weekend that some of which was on his honours list are people partying during the lockdown. Boozy shenanigans at Tory HQ. What an absolute, utter, complete contempt to this country. Of course I give way.
Thank you, and he's making an excellent speech. But just on the point about the revelations of this party that took place at Conservative Party headquarters, as we all know, some of those members have actually been given honours by the former Prime Minister. Does he agree with me that those honours should be withdrawn?
I'm grateful to Madam Fred. I think people who are more important than us, perhaps, will be wondering how on earth it's possible for Liar Johnson to leave here and the Prime Minister nods through a list of honours for people who was boozing it up in Central Tory office when people couldn't see dying relatives. It's utterly deplorable. And anybody who thinks that's all right, I suggest you get out there, knock on doors and see what your electorate think of you. The third point, Madam Deputy Speaker, I want to make is the fact that Johnson gets 115,000 quid a year, I think it is, for his office costs. 115,000 quid a year to run an office, to assist him as a former Prime Minister from the taxpayer. People won't get it. People don't understand that. And let me warn people on the other side. It will cost them at the ballot box. If we allow that nonsense to carry on, people will not be very happy about it. The fourth point, Madam Deputy Speaker, where is the Prime Minister? On something as important as this, I was elected in 2010. As far as House business is concerned, I think this is the most important piece of business that I've ever witnessed since I was elected. The very idea that a former Prime Minister has left here to avoid further scrutiny of this House after a committee of this place has found that he's a liar is pretty deplorable. But the fact that the Prime Minister hasn't got the bottle, frankly, to be here to say whether he agrees or disagrees with the committee's report is an absolute scandal and the Prime Minister should be ashamed of himself. My final point is this. I don't know what happened during lockdown. I can speak for myself and my family. But I think it is absolutely despicable, an insult to injury, that Johnson alleges as he leaves, in a letter, I think, to the chair of the committee, that other parties were going on, imputing effectively people in this place, one of which was a member of that committee. Whether that was true or not, I don't know. Perhaps it mattered for the Met Police to investigate, I know not. But the fact that his parting gesture was to do that speaks, I think, to the fact that the man is a complete and utter disgrace, and he should never get anywhere near this place again.
Yeah. Is Dr. Caroline Johnson not... Oh, OK. Dr. Caroline Johnson.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker.
To stand up if you want to catch my eye.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Madam Deputy Speaker, when I go to visit schools to discuss my work in Parliament, we often discuss the speaking at the dispatch box. That was something I was truly honoured to do myself, only a handful of times, sadly, last year. And we discuss what's in the boxes. And what's in the boxes, as we all know in this House, is copies of religious texts, such as the Bible. And this is important because ministers don't speak under oath, but it is a reminder of the importance of the truth of what they say. But that said, none of us are perfect. We all make mistakes, and ministers are charged with remembering lots of specific facts, figures, and wording, the difference between rules and guidance, for example. And they may also make mistakes. And if they do, they must correct the record. But that is only once they are aware of the issue and that they have the opportunity to do so. And they're asked to do so at the first opportunity. In the Privileges Report, the committee have considered whether Boris Johnson as Prime Minister lied to this House, but that's a very serious allegation for which they have found him guilty, and they have recommended a very substantial suspension. I looked back for precedents, finding a very helpful House of Commons library briefing on the Privileges Committee, showing there had only been 22 specific Privileges Committee referrals since 1979, so that's about only 4 of those, about one a decade on average, had related to a very specific member or members of Parliament. 2 members were sanctioned in 1994. That was part of the cash for questions, and 1 was sanctioned for 10 days and 1 for 20. And in 2005, another member was found to have been untruthful, but not to have lied. So presumably that was an unintentional. So this is an unusual case. Another example was were all before the Recall Act. And so in that light, 90 days does seem, as others have said, rather long, because it adds not just the suspension itself, which others had served before, but also the prospect of recall. And like other Right Honourable and Honourable members who've spoken, I'm concerned fundamentally that members should not be removed from Parliament by other politicians, except in circumstances that are already highlighted in the Recall Act, for criminal convictions which meet the threshold of the Recall Act. So that is imprisonment, or those people who have been convicted of essentially a fiddling of expenses. My concern is that a process which does allow parliamentarians to remove other parliamentarians who've been duly elected without a clear prior guidance on where those thresholds lie, which currently 9 or 10 day suspension, but there's no guidance on what should be 9 days and what should be 10, could lead to the seeming of political motivation. And we've seen that with this committee, because whether those agree or disagree with the committee, there is nobody who hasn't noted that some people consider it politically motivated. There is an element of the population who do believe that, and we need to make sure that everybody, wherever they are and wherever they work, whatever their political allegiances, can see that process is fair. The other danger with that is that it could lead to people playing the man and not the ball, to instead of trying to take down arguments made by politicians, try and take down the person. That would weaken our parliamentary faith and processes. Therefore, I hope the Leader of the House will make space for debate on where the House believes the threshold for 10 days should and should not be met, because it seems to me that this is crucial. And indeed, in the Margaret Ferrier report, a committee with very similar membership, the Standards Committee, did, as I understand it, suggest that this matter is given further consideration. Yeah, sure.
Well, I think I speak for all the members of the Standards Committee. We are a bit exercised about how the Recall of MPs Act now functions, because when you're deciding on a sanction, If you go for 9 days, it looks like you've deliberately avoided the possibility of a recall. But if you go for more than 10 days, it's like you've decided that's the end of somebody's career. So we do want to look into this more fully, and we intend to launch an inquiry in the autumn into that precise issue.
I thank the honourable gentleman for his intervention, and I hope that he will be asking as his committee looks at that for the members of the whole House to contribute, because this is something that the whole House needs to decide, not, with due respect, half a dozen or so members of a committee. There's also, and the other thing I want to raise is the members being critical of the committee. We are here today because there is a vote in Parliament. A vote in Parliament means that we have the opportunity to say yes, or aye, or no. The fact that we can say no means that it is perfectly legitimate to respect the committee and to respectfully disagree with the committee. Firstly, I'd like to say I do have respect for my colleagues and indeed some of my friends who make up the committee, who've taken on an unenviable job for a highly politically charged decision, and I'm sure have given that their full due diligence over quite a long period. The committee must never be intimidated, it should not be bribed, it should not be blackmailed, it should not be bullied. And as the Leader of the House said in her opening remarks, it is a contempt of the House to seek to intimidate a member of the committee. But a balance must be struck. We're here to debate and discuss it, as I've said. We're free to disagree and question whether its processes and procedures are fair. It is, in my view, entirely legitimate to question if a person has politically opined on an issue can judge it impartially. It is reasonable to consider, do I agree with the report? Do I think they've given insufficient weight for the evidence of my honourable and learned member friend from Derbyshire Dales, or the honourable member for Arundel and South Downs in their witness statements? Do I think the insufficient weight was given to Boris Johnson's evidence when he said, how is it obvious that this event was a transgression if it was published in the newspapers and nobody complained? Are we to presume, for example, that no members of the opposition read the Times, that none of his political opponents read the Times, or that it wasn't obvious to them, for example? That said, I understand the committee is also cross that their letter was leaked in advance of the report. And having looked at what constitutes contempt of the House, I would agree that leaking a report or a letter is a contempt of the House, and that for that one should apologise, and if they won't apologise, have a sanction. But due process is important, and if someone has done something wrong, they deserve due process the same as those who may be innocent. And we should always, 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 in my view, assume that anyone is innocent until we have proven them guilty. Today we're asked to vote on a sanction based in part on the statement that Boris Johnson was, and I'll read this, complicit in the campaign of abuse and attempted intimidation of the committee. That is a very serious allegation. But having read the report, I don't see where that is evidence. It's not been yet provided. In my understanding, if I understood the Right Honourable Lady for Camberwell and Peckham correctly, what she was saying was that will be provided in a future report when they're discussing the evidence that was given there. I'm happy to take an intervention if she would like to say that it's in the report and I've missed it. But I am concerned that we're being asked to vote on a sanction with essentially only half of the evidence, and I'm not able to do that.
Christine Jardine.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker. And I rise today to speak in support of the committee's report, and I would like to thank the committee and its members for all the work that they have done in, as the Leader of the House pointed out earlier on, protecting us and our privilege in the work that we do for our constituents. Many of us, I'm sure, hope that this will be the final act in one of the most disreputable episodes in British politics for many, many years. And at a time when the country was looking to its Premier, its Premier-elected politician, its Prime Minister, to lead us through the most difficult and traumatic of times, and one that I hope we never have to endure again. At that time, what people went through, the lives that were lost, the lives that were interrupted for 2 years, the young people who couldn't sit their exams, complete their education, start their employment, people who lost loved ones. All of that at a time when the people of this country were looking to this place, to the rules that it was making and that were being announced from Number 10, and trusting that everything was being done in their best interests and following those rules, having faith in those who had set them. Madam Deputy Speaker, I do not believe this is a day for party politics, but for us all, wherever we may sit in this place, to recognise the significance of supporting this report, of this moment for us, for our constituents, and as others have said, for our democracy. In criticising the committee, rejecting the validity of its conclusions, Mr Johnson attacked each of us and what we believe in. He showed contempt for the people that we serve and he purported to, and undermined perhaps the most intangible and yet invaluable foundation of our democracy: trust. Confidence that our politicians, those we have voted for, tell us the truth in everything that they do, and tell us the truth in what they say we must do, what the public must do in difficult times. The Leader of the House talked about the real-life consequences of what we decide today, and I believe that they cannot be underestimated. When we return to our constituencies from this place, our constituents will be looking to us to see how we have stood up for them and defended them and protested at the way that they were let down by the incumbent of number 10, and to recognise what they endured, the sacrifices they willingly made. We, each of us, carry the title Honourable or Right Honourable, and if it is not to become a meaningless sobriquet in the 21st century, we have to live up to that today in what we decide and in what we do. Madam Deputy Speaker, I believe the only way that we can do that is by supporting the committee, the work that it did, the evidence it looked at, and the conclusion it has come to. The honour of this House and of this democracy is at stake, and we can't risk it. Thank you.
Sir William Cash.
Much indeed, Madam Deputy Speaker. The original motion of 21st April 2022 on the floor of the House, in which I happened to speak, as did the Honourable Member for Rhondda, should never have been allowed through by default. As I said at the time, I can't understand how it happened, and I've never had a proper explanation. What I do know is that it referred, as I said earlier, to the Member for Rhondda and others, and to the Chair of the Committee, that it uses the word misleading, but does not use the word knowingly misleading. There is a vast, vast difference. It's about intention. It's about whether or not he could have lied or not. This is the crucial issue. The motion of... I put down an early day motion immediately after the Procedure Committee produced its process report on the 21st of July 2022, because they themselves, as they had proposed, drew attention, as I have, to divergence from the established convention of deliberately or knowingly misleading the House. I made that point. I'm afraid that the committee did not, as set out in the unanimously agreed 1997 resolution of the House on ministerial accountability. It therefore called for the April the 20th, my motion therefore called for the April the 21st motion to be rescinded. I have not changed my mind, especially as the proceedings have unfolded. My concern is also that the procedure followed has pursued a course which could even tend to undermine democratic and ministerial accountability, because it is contained in, and fundamentally importantly, a unanimous resolution of 1997, which is still very much alive and kicking. Every day, the words knowingly misleads applies to ministers who speak from the dispatch box. It was well said by the great constitutional lawyer Maitland that justice is to be found in the interstices of procedure. The procedures thus should reflect natural justice and the right to fairness in proceedings. And I know the Chair has been Chair of the Human Rights Committee. One of the most fundamental questions in relation to the Human Rights Act and the European Convention on Human Rights is fairness in proceedings and trials. This Committee on Privileges is in itself uniquely concerned with personal accusations and complaints, as compared to all other select committees which concentrate largely on departmental policy. Natural justice, in my view, therefore requires cross-examination by counsel, and the rule of law requires that where there is an accusation of misconduct or lying, particularly by members of the House, an individual should be entitled to have his counsel cross-examine the evidence and obtain the names of potential witnesses. Indeed, counsel can be heard in person with the Leader of the House, and I truly believe that the Committee on Privileges could and should have proposed this itself. I have already dealt with the question raised earlier with respect to the admission, and I would pay tribute to him for this, for saying in the debate on the 21st of April 2022 that intention is essential, and I'm glad that he made and reconfirmed that point today, because intention, in my view, cannot be excluded by any presumption of strict liability, which, as I understand it, was in fact considered by the legal advisor to the committee, and he came to the view that strict liability applied. I don't agree, but that is a personal view, and it's a view as I take as a lawyer. I do not think that strict liability is consistent with ensuring that the word intention is applicable in such circumstances, but I'll certainly give way.
I'm very grateful. Just two very quick points. He's referred to motions of the House. He will be aware that there is also a motion of the House which says that a member will always represent themselves and not be represented by legal counsel. So if we're going to barter off motions, then that is also the will of the House, universally expressed. But the bit that I really can't understand is why he goes on about this intentionality point. When page 7 of the report says that he was guilty of contempt by deliberately misleading the House. That is intentionality. They've proved it.
Yes.
A moment, because there's more that I have to say on that very question. But only by cross-examination of witnesses can truth be properly established. The 1997 resolution went through unanimously after a series, many select committee reports in the 1990s following the arms sales to Iraq saga. There were intensive cross-party discussions, and eventually John Major and Tony Blair insisted on the word knowingly misleads in the resolution that was unanimously passed, and the House agreed to it, and that resolution, as I've said repeatedly, still prevails to this day. Therefore, no minister shall be expected to resign or be forced to resign unless that can be proved. The 21st April motion deliberately left out the word knowingly. It was a Labour bear trap for Boris Johnson and the government, changing this fundamental principle by a new precedent, in my view, would affect all governments and democratic accountability in future, and would also, incidentally, apply to civil servants who are also governed under the Civil Service Code of Conduct by the words knowingly misleads. And they're the people who have to put together the answers to questions which are raised on the floor of the House, and indeed, for that matter, in speeches too. Certainly.
My honourable friend is indeed a true friend, and normally we find ourselves in the same lobby under heavy crossfire. But I want to just ask him a simple question that I would have asked my right honourable friend for North East Somerset had he found time to give way to me, which is this. Given that he is so hostile to the report of the committee, will he do people like me a favour and divide the House today so that we can have the opportunity to cast our votes either against the report as he wishes to do or in favour of it as I wish to do?
Well, a very good friend, and he really is, as indeed I would like to say of some other members on the other side of the House. I would just simply like to say this. I am not in control of whether there is going to be an amendment. This is ultimately, no, I am making the point that as far as I'm concerned, there is an issue here which is being debated. Many people are absenting themselves for what they believe to be very good reasons. And I'm simply taking the view that somebody may decide that they are going to divide the House, and I'm leaving that as an open question for the time being. However, Madam Deputy Speaker, the statements made by Boris Johnson on the floor of the House, not just now, thank you. I just want to get on to this other point. The statements made by Boris Johnson on the floor of the House were, in fact, about legal interpretation of the COVID rules and the guidance in respect of number 10. The Justice Committee conducted an excellent inquiry reporting in September 2021 on the meaning and effect of the COVID rules and guidance, several months before Partygate emerged as an issue. Their report is of great importance because it endorsed the incisive legal analysis of the former Counsel for Domestic Legislation, who is now the present Parliamentary Commissioner for Standards. He highlighted the legal uncertainty of these regulations and guidance, stating in evidence to the committee there is a lack of clarity as to what regulations apply to specific situations and at what times. And the combination of regulations and guidance and the lack of clarity as to where one starts and the other stops has been a recurring theme of the coronavirus regulations. I would strongly recommend members opposite to listen to this, because actually it's very important in deciding whether or not a person can or cannot lie in these circumstances. Because the same applied to subsequent regulations. He emphasised that this lack of clarity undermined the rule of law. This could not have been more apparent than from the differences in approach from the Durham Police Authority on the Barnard Castle incident and the leader of the opposition in relation to the beer drinking at a particular event, which led to no action, and on the other hand, the Metropolitan Police in relation to number 10, which led to action. The essential point about all this is that no one, not even the lawyers, knew what the law was. And the Parliamentary Commissioner for Standards make this absolutely crystal clear. Even the civil servant who drafted the regulations was fined for non-compliance. I now come to the fundamental issue about whether Boris Johnson can be accused of knowingly lying to the House. It is clear, therefore, from what I have said, that the accusation that the former Prime Minister had deliberately or knowingly misled Parliament, as set out in the current and existing 1997 resolution put together by Tony Blair and by John Major, and endorsed unanimously by the House as a whole, can only be derived from a proper legal interpretation of the words on which Boris Johnson was relying and from the legal advice he had received inside number 10 on each occasion of which he is accused. And I find no publication of that legal advice in this report. He, Boris Johnson, therefore, in my view, cannot have been found guilty of knowingly misleading Parliament if no lawyers, let alone the Prime Minister is not a lawyer, could get the legal position right. The regulations and the guidance entirely lack legal certainty, and therefore the Prime Minister could not have knowingly misled the House. Why, if as I believe the case, did the committee not obtain evidence from those lawyers in number 10, providing that legal advice in number 10 when it was so crucial? And if they did, why has this evidence not apparently been published? He cannot therefore have knowingly misled the House. And that should have been the end of it. I don't see how contempt can be attributed in these circumstances, for he simply could not have knowingly misled Parliament on any rational interpretation of the word knowingly, which the original motion left out. Those who argue that now the report has been published, it's all over and done, and those who say the dogs bark but the caravan moves on, miss the wood for the trees. The caravan of this House having moved on, will certainly come back. And then the dogs will not only merely bark, but they will bite, and Parliament will be the victim, and likely any future Labour government who get caught up in it, heaven forbid they should ever be elected.
That's right.
I therefore do not approve of this motion.
Hilary Benn.
Thank you very much indeed, Madam Deputy Speaker. It's clearly a very serious matter when one of our number is found in contempt of the House. And no one can or should take any pleasure in the report that we are debating this evening. But in the light of what has just been argued by the Right Honourable Member for Stone, it's really important that we remember that the revelations about the parties at 10 Downing Street, and they were parties, caused a lot of people a great deal of anger and distress. Because they saw what went on there and they contrasted it, what they themselves had done in faithfully upholding the rules and the guidance as they understood them, at great personal cost, above all when they were not able to be present as their loved ones breathed their last. And they have right to be angry about what happened. And that is why we asked the Privileges Committee to look into what had happened and what we had repeatedly, if I may use the word, been told by the Prime Minister. And having looked at the evidence, our colleagues, and we're talking about our colleagues here on both sides of the House, formed their judgment, and I think we have a duty to accept their report and what they have found. A point made very forcefully in a number of speeches, not least by my Right Honourable friend, the member for Camberwell and Peckham, and the Right Honourable member for Maidenhead. And why should we do that? First of all, because we traditionally accept reports of the Privileges Committee, because they did give Mr Johnson every opportunity to explain what he said and why he said it, and because it was a cross-party group of MPs, as the Privileges Committee always is, and its conclusions were unanimous. And that is why, to suggest that there was some sort of conspiracy, and I'm sorry that one or two members have veered in that direction this afternoon, a conspiracy by one party or certain people to do down the Prime Minister is frankly implausible and I think is insulting to this House. What's more, I agree with the committee that Mr Johnson's behaviour following his receipt of the draft report and since it was published, the public attacks he has made on the integrity of the members of the committee, its report and its findings, has been, to put it mildly, distasteful and certainly egregious, and has only compounded the contempt he has committed against this House. And it is, if I can address the argument that's been put about can you criticise the report, it is one thing to argue your case, be found against, and then to disagree with its findings. Everyone is entitled to do that and to cast their vote accordingly this evening. It's completely another to call the whole process and those involved into question and accuse them and the report of being nonsense, beneath contempt, rubbish, deranged. Those were the words that have been used. And especially when it is a blatant attempt to undermine the very democratic system that we are sent here to uphold. And as has already been said, when the committee is attacked for doing its job by a member, now a former member, it is us as MPs who are also being attacked. And the other thing that worries me about this, and I think should worry all of us, is that this type of conduct that we have seen from Mr Johnson is all too reminiscent of what is going on as we speak on the other side of the Atlantic Ocean. Because people look at what he has said and done. They see what Mr. here and what Mr. Trump is doing over there. And they see the similarities, which is here are two people who are trying to trash our institutions and our democracy in the process. And that is very different from expressing disagreement with the judgment of the Privileges Committee. And why does this matter? Well, the word has been used many times this evening. It is, of course, about trust. And I think the committee summed it up perfectly when it said this. The House proceeds on the basis that what it is told by ministers is accurate and truthful. Our democracy depends on MPs being able to trust that what ministers tell them in the House of Commons is the truth. If ministers cannot be trusted to tell the truth, then the House cannot do its job, and the confidence of the public in our democracy is undermined. And let's be honest with ourselves. There is no doubt that the public's confidence in our democracy and in us as politicians has been damaged by what has gone on. No doubt. And therefore, tonight is our chance to show that we too think that telling the truth to the House of Commons matters, and that we as a House are collectively determined to uphold this fundamental principle, however high and mighty a member may have been. And to agree this report today will be proof not of the shortcomings of the process or of our democracy or of the way in which we work. It will, on the contrary, to uphold its integrity and its strength.
Nick Fletcher.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. In 2019, Boris Johnson won a majority no one expected. And what was most important about that majority is it broke the shackles of socialism in the North for the first time. And whether it had been me or another Conservative, the fact that Doncaster got a new voice, someone to call out the neglect that has been allowed to take hold in my town, should never be forgotten. We should be eternally grateful to the right honourable gentleman for that. Now, we all know why we are here today, but we should remember the right honourable gentleman broke the deadlock of Brexit, started to undo the decades of North-South divide, and started to put right the consequences of austerity. Yes, coalition austerity, but caused by the inept economic policies of the opposition.
That's right.
He vaccinated country faster than any other, saved thousands of households and businesses from certain bankruptcy, and when Russia invaded Ukraine was the first to offer his support.
That's right.
We must also remember he is a human too. In addition to running the country, he dealt with the highs and lows that this life brings. During COVID, he nearly died. He got married, he lost his mum, and had a child. No, I will not. And all this under the media spotlight, with a 3-day camping trip for a break. Now, the report says that he misled the House. The question is the committee right that he did it deliberately, and is the punishment fair? And this is where I struggle. There are some good people who sat on that committee. The honourable member from Warrington South is someone I am pleased to call a friend. But I have to say, I think these committees are set up to fail before they start. Why? Let me use a football analogy. If Man City's star player had to sit in front of 7 of his peers for a hearing, how fair would it be if 3 of the committee were Man United players? Not very. No matter how honourable, the opportunity to take out the opposition's star player, I think it would just be too much. I think if we are going to use MPs as committee members, which I think we should, who else knows what this job is like, then they must be of the same party. We must select Labour members for Labour MPs hearing and Conservative members for Conservative MPs hearing. Many may say, well, they will always find them not guilty. But that's not what happened here. And lay members could still sit on that committee. Now, I want to speak to our constituents, the ones that didn't break the rules. I know some did, but 2 wrongs don't make a right. And we set these rules in this place, so we should always try our best to lead by example. But I want the public to know that most in this place did. The right honourable gentleman paid a fine that I would have challenged. A piece of cake in the Cabinet Office is hardly a party.
He was advised not to.
And let's remind ourselves that this is the only fixed penalty he received after a previous inquiry.
Well, my honourable friend, forgive me. Does my honourable friend realise that actually he was advised by advisers not to challenge that fixed penalty notice?
Thank my honourable friend for that intervention. No, I didn't know that, and I think it's good that that's on record and that the House does. The report looked at 6 events and produced photos and concluded they were in breach, but were not the events seen in the most recent videos. Parties have happened, and stronger leadership may have prevented these, but the right honourable gentleman wasn't at these parties. I've seen the video this weekend of the others partying, but the right honourable gentleman wasn't there. But I can see the hurt that it has caused, and I know people feel wronged and want justice. I know people lost loved ones. I did too. But the storing up of hate for these people won't bring our loved ones back. So I ask for their own sake, somehow we need to find it in our hearts to move on. The right honourable gentleman has lost the top job. He has now resigned his post as a Member of Parliament. Trust me, he has paid the price. As for the young people in the video, they should have known better, and they really don't deserve to be honoured. But I cannot ask the public to forgive and not do so myself. So I do. But I ask them to learn from these errors, or life is going to be tough for them and everyone around them. The video was posted by media. A media whose only intention is to sell papers. Don't be tricked, anybody. They are bastions of free press, but not always for the right reason. So I say to the press, do the job by all means, but think of the implications. I ask them to use their power wisely. Now I come to today. If I vote for this report, my haters will love me for 5 minutes and then hate me again. If I vote against, the ones who have lost loved ones will think I don't care, and I desperately do. If I abstain, I please no one. But I'm not here to please. I'm here to do what I think is right, and therefore I will vote against this report today. I will vote against it because I think the process is flawed. I will vote against it because pleasing the opposition won't bring back the loved ones for my constituents. I will vote against it because the right honourable gentleman has already left, so the vote, in some cases, is already futile. I will vote against because I think the right honourable gentleman has been punished enough. I will abstain because I will vote against because if I ask the people to forgive, then so must I. I will vote against because this country has had enough, and so have I. But I finish by asking the right honourable gentleman, if he cares about our country and his party as much as I think he does, he will back our Prime Minister, our party, and help get this country back on track. This country and its people have suffered enough through COVID, and it's time to move on. And a decade of the opposition will be terrible.
Maria Eagle.
Madam Deputy Speaker, can I begin by saying that in my 26 years or so in the House, I've never read a report from the Standards and Privileges or Privileges Committee that has been so damning and so excoriating, and nor, I think, have I read one that has been so carefully prepared over such a long period of time by members from across the House who have clearly taken the obligations placed upon them by the House with the greatest seriousness in difficult circumstances. So can I begin by saying that we all in this House owe the right honourable and honourable members of the Privileges Committee who conducted this work and have produced this report that we're considering today an extensive debt of gratitude. I know I'm not the only person who's said that, but I think it bears repetition because it matters to all of us. It matters to all of us, whichever party we're in, whether we're backbenchers, whether we're ministers, whether we hope to be ministers, whether we were ministers for a few weeks and perhaps hope we might be again, or whether we intend to remain backbenchers, or whether we intend to stand down, or whether we end up getting defeated at a general election in the future. It matters to anybody in this House that the privileges of this House are properly upheld, because if they are not, then our representative democracy cannot properly function. And the report made it perfectly clear at the beginning of its conclusion that that was the case, and I agree with them very much. It matters. This matters. So those who take the view that it's a trivial a trivial punishment that we're now considering, given that Mr Johnson has left, couldn't be more wrong. It is important that the House, which established and asked the committee to do this report, consider its findings and vote as it wishes to do, but I hope that every member of this House votes in favour of the committee's findings and its recommendations. There have been ample opportunities for those who object fundamentally to the way in which the report has been produced to have had an influence on it. The motion today was amendable, but it hasn't been amended. There have been opportunities, as other members and right honourable members who've spoken in the debate have made clear, throughout this process which has taken over a year, to have an impact on the membership of the committee, on the terms of reference and the work that it's been asked to do. It has done what we've asked it to do, and the findings are quite shocking. The report sets out egregious behaviour by the former Prime Minister, amounting to multiple contempts of Parliament. We must draw a line in the sand to stop ministers thinking that they can lie to Parliament, whether they are the most junior Under-Secretary, whether they are the Prime Minister. They cannot go to that dispatch box and deliberately lie. If they do, they must be punished for it by this House. If they do it and get away with it, as is the way with liars, they think they can do it again. The current Mr Johnson appeared to think that one should lie repeatedly and lie big. But if we do what we should, what I believe we should tonight, and support the report of the Privileges Committee, he will have been stopped in his tracks. He will have been dealt with for the lying that he did at that dispatch box, and that can only be good for our democracy. And that is why every member of this House who is present should be looking to vote today in favour of the report. I find it strange in those circumstances. I commend those members of the opposition benches, particularly of the government, who are here and have made it clear that they will support the report. I'd rather hope to see the Prime Minister and far more of the Cabinet here, because it should matter to them as much as it matters to those of us on this side of the House. If in some day in the future, which I think will happen, they will be in opposition, they will want to know that they're being told the truth from that dispatch box, just as much as any other member of the House. So I think it's a shame that the Prime Minister doesn't seem to be here. I think it doesn't send the right signal that the House takes the matter seriously enough if some parts of it decide on a party political basis that for party political management reasons it's easier to run away and hide. That is a shame. Madam Deputy Speaker, the debates we've been having about knowingly are esoteric, in some ways legally esoteric, but the committee did find that Mr Johnson had deliberately misled the House. That does take knowledge of forethought. To be deliberately doing something, one has to be aware that one is doing it. That he deliberately misled the committee, that he breached confidence of the committee when he didn't like the findings that he was shown in the report that he got to see before the committee had finalised it and before it was published, and then impugning the committee and thereby undermining the democratic process of the House, being complicit in the campaign of abuse and attempted intimidation of the committee. And this has gone over an extended period of time. So not only did the committee find that there were 5 times when he misled the House, when he said guidance was followed completely in number 10, the rules and guidance were followed at all times, that events in number 10 were within the rules and guidance, and that they'd been followed at all times when he was present, when he failed to tell the House about his own knowledge of the gatherings, where rules or guidance had been broken, even though he was there and he could have said what he saw, when he relied on repeated assurances that the rules hadn't been broken, the assurances that he received weren't accurately represented by him to the House, when he gave the impression there needed to be an investigation by Sue Gray before he could answer questions about which he had personal knowledge that he didn't reveal, and when he purported to correct the record but instead continued to mislead the House, and by his continuing denials of committee. I mean, it's pretty clear, and the evidence can all be read, that he was being deliberately disingenuous when he tried to reinterpret his statements to the House to avoid their plain meaning and reframe the clear impression that he intended to give, when he advanced unsustainable interpretations of the rules and guidance to advance the argument that the lack of social distancing at gatherings was permissible within the exceptions, when he advanced legally impermissible reasons to justify the gatherings. It's pretty clear if you read the report that this isn't an inadvertent or occasional slight slip. This is a pattern of behaviour. Well, the honourable gentleman, right honourable gentleman has only just come in, but I will give way to him.
I've heard several of the speeches prior to hers, but I'm grateful to her for giving way nonetheless. The right honourable Stone made the point about the difference between being deliberate and being knowing, but not dwelling on that. Will she comment on the sanction? Because it seems to me she's right. The privileges of this House do matter, and the way the privileges are managed matter too. But one might have expected the Privileges Committee to have some kind of sentencing guidelines, if I can put it in those terms. One might have expected the Honourable Lady who chaired it, given that she's been here since I was in full-time education, to have insisted that at the beginning.
I think that it's entirely a matter for the committee what sanction they propose. It seems pretty clear from what they've said that the proposed sanction was increased following the further contempts that occurred when the draft report was sent to him because of the way in which he behaved in leaking the report of the committee. So I don't know. I'm not on the committee. I don't know what any proposals that were being considered were before that further contempt. But I don't think 90 days is unreasonable given the extensive period of time, the numbers of contempts and the way in which he then behaved, having been confronted with his behaviour. I also think, by the way, that it's important that the issue about the former member's past, people might think it's trivial, but it's sending a signal of extreme disapproval that this kind of behaviour will not be allowed with impunity if a former member decides to behave in this manner. And I think that that is entirely reasonable. So, Madam Deputy Speaker, I don't wish to go through any more of the details, but beyond saying it's an egregious example, one of the worst that I've ever seen. The committee members have done the House a service. The truth starts here. It starts at that dispatch box. It must be observed. And if we don't have that, we don't have a functioning parliamentary democracy. That is why every member of this House must and should, in my view, vote this evening to support the committee and to approve the motion in respect of this report.
Angela Richardson.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I'd like to start by putting on the record my thanks to the Privileges Committee for their diligent work over many months, and to the clerks to the committee for their supporting of that work. Today's debate is focused on the committee's work and their report on the misleading of this House and whether that constituted as a contempt of the House. Not on wrongdoing, but what was said in response to allegations of wrongdoing at the dispatch box. No one is perfect. Let he who is without sin cast the first stone. But it's how we respond to the errors we make that defines us. I agree with the father of the House's words. He's no longer in his place. If one makes a mistake, one apologises at the earliest opportunity, not many, many, many months later. I would draw those outside this chamber who may be watching the debate today to Annex 1 of the report on process and procedure. In brief, the House referred the matter to the committee without division. Its members agreed to without division. It has no powers to sanction, only make a recommendation to decide on, which is why we are here today to debate and decide. I deplore the attacks on members of the Privileges Committee, whether they come from external commentators or within this House. The work of the committee is thankless. There is no need to make it potentially dangerous too. The additional security that was needed is deeply shameful. The Right Honourable Member for Camberwell and Peckham is an exceptional parliamentarian, and it was a privilege to serve with her on the Joint Committee for Human Rights. I also deplore the attacks on my honourable friend, the member for Warrington South, who is a voluntary magistrate as well as serving his constituents in this place. Shame, shame, shame on those who are working to undermine him and his future prospects. He is a decent and honourable member, as are all members of the Privileges Committee. As it is a House matter, it is up to each member to decide individually how to vote and to explain their decision to their constituents. I will not try to persuade nor urge members to do other than their conscience dictates from these benches. No one should be whipped on a House matter. I will be voting to support the committee's findings today.
Sir Stephen Timms. Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. We've been reminded in this debate that the report makes the fundamental point that our democracy depends on MPs being able to trust that what ministers tell them in the House of Commons is the truth. On the 24th of November 2021, at Prime Minister's questions, the then Prime Minister said, and I quote, "Now, almost a month after furlough ended, there are more people in work than there were before the pandemic began." That's Hansard column 344. That statement was untrue. The monthly employment statistics showed at that time over 500,000 fewer people in employment than before the pandemic began, and total employment remained lower than before the pandemic until this month's employment statistics. But the Prime Minister made the same untrue claim on the 15th of December 2021, then again on the 5th of January 2022, when he said it 3 times, on the 12th of January 2022, and on the 19th of January 2022. On the 1st of February, the Director General for Regulation at the Office for Statistics Regulation wrote to the Director of Data Science at 10 Downing Street to point out that this repeated claim was untrue. The Prime Minister repeated the claim again on the 2nd of February and again on the 23rd of February. I thought at first that the Prime Minister might have just misunderstood the numbers. It was true, as he claimed on a number of occasions, that the number on payrolls was higher than before the pandemic. But that was because a lot of self-employed people gave up self-employment during the pandemic or afterwards and became employees on payrolls instead. The letter from the Director General having had no impact, the chair of the UK Statistics Authority, the then chair, Sir David Norgrove, wrote to the Prime Minister on the 24th of February 2022. "Dear Prime Minister," he wrote, "it is wrong to claim that there are now more people in work than before the pandemic began. The increase in the number of people who are on payrolls is more than offset by the reduction in the number of people who are self-employed." End quote. So at the Liaison Committee in March, I asked the Prime Minister whether he accepted that correction in Sir David Norgrove's letter. His reply wasn't straightforward, but the transcript of that meeting does show that Mr Johnson understood fully and clearly what had happened in the labour market. He didn't misunderstand the figures, and he also accepted that employment was in fact less than before the pandemic. He said he was going to correct the record on that point, which he didn't do, but he did recognise that his claim had been mistaken. But despite that, he carried on subsequently making the claim. He said it again the next month, on the 20th of April, and again on the 27th of April. In his final question time as Prime Minister on the 20th of July last year, he said, and I quote, "We have more people in paid employment than at any time in the history of this country," despite knowing well that that was untrue. My conclusion from all of this, which I think does shed some light on the events covered by the report, is that Mr. Johnson just isn't interested in whether a statement is true or not. He's a clever man. He thinks quite hard about what he plans to say, but the criterion, is this true, is not an important consideration for him. He's concerned about the effect. I will give way, yeah.
A good speech, and I think Boris had a complicated relationship with the truth, and I personally am not denying that. He's been in this House for a very long time, and it's great that he's saying that truth and integrity are very important. New Labour had a reputation for injecting lies into the British political process as never before. And did he specifically, well, it's true actually, did he specifically object to the lies that were told in the run-up to the Gulf War? Because he was in Parliament.
I was in Parliament, and I do not believe that ministers at that time said things which they knew to be untrue. I think it's absolutely clear, as far as I can tell, and I'm just spelling out the facts, that the former Prime Minister did say in this House things which he knew well to be untrue, because I had the chance to discuss it with him at the liaison committee and he agreed it was untrue, but he carried on saying it. Yeah.
So when ministers were sexing up documents about WMD, they believed them to be true, yeah?
Yes. I do believe that those who made those points in the House at the time believed that they were untrue. Subsequently became clear that they weren't. But I do defy anyone to claim otherwise about Boris Johnson, given that this particular history that I've recounted. And that approach, as we've been reminded in this debate, to politics is toxic for democracy. What is the point of us day after day standing up and asking ministers questions if they routinely give us answers they know to be untrue? We've got no chance of building confidence in Parliament, in democracy, in politics, if ministers don't care whether what they say is true or not. Now, maybe there is a contrary argument that great men shouldn't have to worry about such trivial details. But the committee here is absolutely right. If that view prevailed, our democracy would be at very serious risk, as I think it is across the Atlantic at the moment as well. Thank goodness that the committee, Boris Johnson having made a pretty successful career out of not telling the truth, thank goodness that the committee was willing to take a stand. They are absolutely right, and I hope the whole House will support them this evening.
Bob Seeley.
Mr. Deputy Speaker. Okay, firstly, I accept the Privileges Committee, and I thank the chair of the committee and everyone who worked on it. Trust and integrity is important in politics. People think that politicians sometimes lack that. And I think when there's a chance to show it, I think it's when there's a chance to show us doing the right things, I think it's important that it happens. So I will vote for this report, and I accept the substance of it, whilst respecting some of the points made by my honourable friends from the Don Valley, from North East Somerset, and from Great Grimsby. Although I think they've got a case, I'm afraid to say it doesn't quite convince me. I have to say more broadly, I am so over Boris, and I'm pretty over lockdown as well. And I think sometimes, and really the point I want to make tonight, is that we are in danger of making Westminster look small and petty. Do not get me wrong. Truth and politicians at the dispatch box telling the truth is a fundamental building block. It's a keystone to this place. But for every person here, or every person watching who says, fantastic, you're getting Boris, or, you know, the Privileges Committee is doing its job, I can tell you now, from my own inbox, there are other people saying, yet again, you're talking about yourselves. Yet again, it's politicians talking about process. There were other big scandals to do with lockdown, arguably that had more impact on our nation. That is not to deny the importance of Boris's casual attitude with the truth. He saw lockdowns as being difficult to obey, and frankly he was right in that. At that point, a wiser leader would probably have questioned his own rules, not sought to get around them. They were, after all, his rules, and remorse You can love Boris, but I think it's true to say that remorse is probably not one of his finer qualities. But for me, the scandal of lockdown or COVID and how we dealt with it is not only whether there were wine Fridays and cake in Downing Street and people in protest carrying about pints of milk, but actually whether lockdown worked. The cost of lockdown in terms of lives, in terms of learning, in terms of sanity, in terms of money and in terms of truth. And I have to say, since lockdown, we have had an extraordinary little conversation about these critical issues. But give people a chance to give Boris a kicking, and we're queuing up to do so. So I'm just going to mention some of these other things which I think are important. Yeah.
Just before the honourable gentleman moves on to those other things, I want to reinforce the point he made, if you'd allow me, about calumnies in this House. Because by far the greatest deception I've seen in this House came when Tony Blair, the then Prime Minister, came before us and said that he had secret information that our country was at risk from weapons of mass destruction. Now, whether he was knowing or whether he was simply careless about that, the consequences were bloody, and we're now introspectively discussing cake and sandwiches. But that's how the public see it, and he's right about them regarding as introspective and self-indulgent.
I think for me, cake versus the lives of 179 soldiers, it's pretty easy, which I think is more important. That doesn't excuse misleading the House. But the other scandals, the other really important things, Mr. Deputy Speaker, and I'll run them through them briefly. We are now paying in excess deaths as our constituents die of cancers and the heart diseases that went undetected when we effectively shut down the NHS for COVID. Exactly as doctors and experts and scientists and professors such as Carol Sikora warned, and they paid a high price for it in the attacks on their integrity or why media should be carrying these comments. Given these excess deaths, it is not impossible that lockdown may end up killing more people, and certainly more life years, than actual lockdown did. And one report recently, and it is only one report, and there is a plethora of peer-reviewed reports, and one does try to follow some of them, suggested that lockdown may have saved 1,700 lives. That is the current equivalent of the UK's natural deaths in about 26.5 hours. That is a cost of shutting down our schools, the 400 billion, etc. But I'll come to the next scandal. Our schools were shut. A disaster which has stalled education improvement. 100,000 kids, ghost kids, disappeared off the rolls. What's happened to these kids? Drifting into abuse, mental health crisis, drugs, crime, solitude, loneliness. We don't know. It is one of the great scandals of the day. And actually, I think it's got the shadow leader of the opposition is shaking her head saying that what's that got to do with this? I think the point I'm trying to make, I'll take an intervention if she wants, the point I'm trying to make is that there are important scandals to do with lockdown, and I don't defend Boris.
Thank the honourable gentleman for giving way, seeing he's invited me to. I just want to clarify, this debate is actually about the privileges report into whether or not Boris Johnson knowingly misled the House. It's not about whether or not the lockdown rules were good or bad. That may be a debate worthy of parliamentary time, but that's not this debate.
It is a debate worthy of parliamentary time. And when I held a debate on the use of imperial modelling, not a single member of the Labour Party turned up apart from the front bench. So actually the point I'm trying to make is that there were scandals and important things about lockdown. And one of the things that we are criticised for, as the deputy leader of the, as the shadow leader of the House will know, is obsession with ourselves, when there were great and important other things to be discussing around COVID and lockdown, not only whether Downing Street had...
Order, just... We have to remember what we're discussing today without going too wide, because there are 14 other people who want to contribute in this debate, and I think they want to really talk about what's within the report. Bob Seeley.
Thank you very much indeed. I will then wind up if you think I'm speaking out of turn or too wide. But I was going to say, in terms of our mental health crisis, that is a scandal worth reporting. The fact that it cost 400 billion, the fact that science was misused and trust abused. Lockdown was an experiment, and I do think sometimes the focus of the lockdown debate to be around the behaviour of the Prime Minister, I think, is too narrow and does not do this House a service. As I say in winding up, I will vote to support this I will vote to support this Privileges Committee report, but I do wish, Mr Deputy Speaker, that the same level of interest, especially from the opposition, may sometimes focus on the stuff that actually made a difference in lockdown and not just vindictively going after Boris Johnson. Thank you.
Andrew Bridgen.
Mr Deputy Speaker. All that glitters is not gold. The Overton window is framed by a vignette of deceit, and my honourable and right honourable colleagues seem intent on paying homage to it above all else. Some will say, and some have said, that Boris Johnson misled the committee and misled Parliament. Others that the committee set out to achieve their predetermined goal of finding him guilty on all charges. The public, many of them hold both views at once, and it's not mutually exclusive, so this pantomime staggers on. The reality is that Parliament and the public are about as far out of lockstep with each other as they've ever been. I'm not sure that the public really care in the real world too much about this anymore. I think very few people out there in the real world trust Boris Johnson, and sadly I think through the process we've seen and the collateral damage to this reputation of the House, I think the Privileges Committee itself has been damaged and may be damaged further by revelations. It's very much, for the public concern, is a plague on all our houses. What's caused this loss of public confidence in the procedures of this House? Well, the evidence is damning. Boris Johnson and his government used behavioural scientists and spin doctors to clinically instill unreasonable fear, to scare the public into ceasing their normal lives under the guise of a biological threat so deadly they dared not go outside to see another person. We all remember the relentless day in, day out informing the public by ministers in Number 10 of death rates and horror stories. Remember the signs everywhere we looked at. Remember the adverts on the television. Remember the supermarket car parks, filled with masked citizens forced to each stand in their own car parking bay. The relentless messaging from Number 10. Stand on the stickers, follow the signposts, wash your hands, don't see your loved ones. The government decided it was its job to be that of a parent and saw the country as a toddler's playgroup, turning our police into teaching assistants, au pairs and, dare I say it, nannies. On every single account they robbed the public of their dignity. It was nothing short of unacceptable. Our ancestors would be rightly ashamed of the situation. And during that period, the public yet again showed their natural inclination as to fellow Brits. That was good-natured compliance and community spirit. We saw some of the largest demonstrations of kindness I've ever seen. And those demonstrations under immense pressure that show the real spirit of the British people. Their altruism held up a mirror to the true nature of the appalling behaviour at Number 10. Any contention the public had that Number 10, they had the latest, most accurate scientific data in front of them, and therefore these measures were justified in the face of the extreme risk, now has absolutely no bearing whatsoever on the truth. The fact is that the same people who took the unprecedented powers to suspend our freedoms knew that these measures were nothing short of political posturing. They knew they were pointless. If the risks were really what they said they were, and the science of the effectiveness of the lockdowns were that demonstrable, then surely they would have been the most...
Order. Mr Bridgen, you heard what I said to Mr Seeley. We are talking about the contents of the report, and you're going way wider than that now. Mr Bridgen.
Well, I think the behaviour, Mr Deputy Speaker, of Number 10, it was...
So will the Honourable Gentleman give way?
I will give way to the Honourable...
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. Look, whilst it's very exciting to see what's going on, to remove a Prime Minister with an 80-seat majority, can we not just think about what happened here, or didn't happen here? So the police, the Sue Gray, what did they actually come up with? The guy being delivered a piece of cake. Look, I would have been the first person, if Boris had had parties in the flat or whatever else, I would have stood up here and I would have whinged about it. But the reality is, what we know is he accepted a piece of cake. So can people not accept that just possibly the guy stood there and really did not believe he was misleading the House?
I thank the Honourable for his question and his misplaced loyalty Boris Johnson. I think he's laudable. But I mean, the behaviour in Downing Street bore closer resemblance to the set of Love Island than a collection of our country's top minds and high performers working tirelessly to steer us through dangerous waters. This at the same time as they went further than any of the British governments gone before them to take more and more powers under the wing of the state. The question is, are our internal parliamentary committees and state inquiries agenda-driven? Well, who can fault the public for thinking probably are? Because, you know, when you look at the COVID inquiry that started now, they're requiring all participants to take lateral flow tests in 2023. Yes, the bubble surrounding the Westminster political elite has become absolutely opaque. The public can't understand it, and they can't understand the public. Well, Mr. Deputy Speaker, I'm afraid the bubble has well and truly burst. But the consensus still around the lockdowns that they were sensible, practical, acceptable for the public, and the only discussion ever allowed in this place is how long the lockdown should be. But lockdowns and restrictions, they weren't for anybody at number 10, they were only for the little people. So if the data had really indicated that the virus was the most vicious threat to the country's ever faced in our lifetime, they're the words of the former Prime Minister himself, then why were those who were seeing the data firsthand and were privy to all the later briefings continually breaching their own rules? While they locked us out of in our houses, they went to parties. When they forced us to wear masks, they broke out the party hats, they closed our schools and they opened the bottles. Well, I'm glad they had such a good time, because the rest of our experience and collective memories, I've already given way to the honourable gentleman. The rest of our experiences of the collective memories of lockdown were not that great, to be honest. It was isolation, destroyed livelihoods, missed goodbyes to loved ones, and a new relationship with our state that bore an uncomfortable resemblance to history lessons in modern China, something none of us ever dreamed of would be true in present-day Britain. We're all human, Mr. Deputy Speaker, with all our human failings, and our health is incredibly important to us all. And we all welcome modern advances in medicine which over the centuries have reduced the nastier realities of life. But we never wanted this. What has happened at the top of our government? Rule makers of the COVID regulations deemed that their work meetings were more important than our children's education. It's almost as if they wanted to make incompetence endemic. We can never give the children back the years they lost of their schooling. We can never give the public back the time we robbed from them. But we can give them answers and legislative assurance that we'd never, ever replay this fiasco. And now, finally, Mr. Speaker, let's sign the whole thing off as a job badly done. A chapter to consign to history, a stark lesson of how not to govern. The people of North West Cheshire feel betrayed, and they have been betrayed, and it must never, ever happen again.
Gentle reminder, it is this report that we're talking about today and its findings. So if people could perhaps, even if they've got speeches that they wrote 2 days, 3 days ago, and it contains things that aren't relevant to the report, please could they lose those pages and concentrate on this, please. And Jess Phillips is going to show us how to do it.
I will very much focus on the report. I think that, you know, to comment on the last two speakers, not necessarily the wildly tangential line that they went down, but the idea that everybody's a bit sick of this and they don't want to be talking about it. Well, quite a lot of people have been in touch with me whilst this debate has been going on, watching this debate. And one of the people who got in touch with me is a brilliant woman called Mina Smallman, whose daughters, Biba Henry and Nicole Smallman, were killed during the period that our country was in lockdown in a double murder. And she has said to me, please mention our story and Biba and Nicole. Had they broken the rules, they would still be alive, because they went to a picnic in a park and they staggered it so that there wouldn't be too many people, because they understood the regulations, and because of that they were murdered. She also says Sarah Everard was so frightened of the COVID regulations she ended up dead. So there were people in our country who listened to Boris Johnson talking on the television. They took away from him what the rules were as the primary message giver in the pandemic. They understood the rules, and it cost them their lives in a completely different way to that has been discussed so far. The idea that Boris Johnson didn't understand the regulations, I mean, it's a cracking defence on his part, I have to say, because it basically means he's too stupid. He's either lying or he's thick. And as somebody said, somebody wasn't mutually exclusive earlier. I think that's the case in this instance as well. Those two things are not mutually exclusive. I didn't come to this place as a big cheerleader of it. I felt like I was going to think that parliamentary procedure was silly in lots of regards, and all this Northstead bailiffing has not disavowed me of that in the last couple of weeks. But what I found here was that I became a total cheerleader for parliamentary democracy, and I hadn't expected to. It's really been quite a shock to me that I became such a cheerleader of parliamentary democracy. But because it matters, the people in our country putting trust in us to do the right thing really, really matters. And I think that since I have been here, I have seen the fragility of it, where lies, misdirection, just, well, constant feeling like you're never getting an answer. I'll tell you one thing, if we were to hear something from our constituents that they say over and over again is, oh my God, just answer the question. Yeah. Like, that is the most pressing thing for most people in our country is, oh my God, could you just get someone to answer the bloody question, excuse my language. I'm quoting the public. They said it worse. It could have been much worse. And so it really, really matters. It really, really matters that the institution of this place be protected and that it's considered to be truthful and honest. And the only people who are served by the public hating politicians and hating the institution of Parliament are the same people who already hold power. It doesn't, you know, it is so important for the people to feel empowered in the thing that represents them, that is there to drive them. And if they opt out and say you're all the same, you're all liars, you're all cheats, the same people who always ruled always will rule. They don't mind that people say that. The importance of telling the truth in this place and respecting the systems that we all have to live by, that we all vote through, that, like this committee, we all voted for it, we all passed it through this building. It matters so much more, and that is why I really stand here to say that I've watched it degrade, and for the first time in this Privileges Committee report, I felt like it has a chance to come back. Yeah. I felt like there is a lock on the system. I felt like there is a valve to release the pressure. That what I have seen for the past 5 years of people lying and deceiving, specifically Boris Johnson, lying and deceiving, I felt like, oh gosh, it's okay. The system is bigger than this demagogue. It is bigger than this man who thinks he's bigger than the world, who thinks he's more important than the world. The system fought back and with honour, and I thank the members of the committee for their hard work. And his demagoguery in its receipt of the report should surprise absolutely no one. Yeah. It is to be laughed at, frankly, and the public is laughing at it. It looks really desperate. And some of the defences that I have heard today on behalf of members trying to stick up for Boris Johnson looks a little bit like people dancing on the head of a pin. And frankly, they were laughable. And people are watching. I feel very bad for the fact that that is going to be represented as if it's the Conservative Party's view, when there are very decent members who will absolutely do the right thing and stick up for democracy. I think it is a crying shame that in this moment of release valve, that the Prime Minister of our country cannot even express how he would vote if he were to turn up today. In my view, that is a dereliction of duty. Democracy has been degraded. It is important to fight for it. I cannot believe that he couldn't take 5 seconds out of parroting his pledges to tell us what he thinks should happen. I cannot believe, and I absolutely praise the Leader of the House today for showing leadership in this regard. I cannot believe that the Prime Minister cannot even express what his view is one way or another. I absolutely will.
Interestingly enough, he didn't express a view on Owen Paterson either.
There are many things that I think are matters of conscience in this place that when I look back on the record that the Prime Minister of the day has not expressed a view on, and I just think it's, well, I think it's weak. And I think it's quite a lot of parliamentary words I'm probably not allowed to say, so I won't say them. I can now say that Boris Johnson is a liar. And I believe that the member for Brent Central will be speaking after me and has been completely vindicated by the fact that we can all say that Boris Johnson is a liar. I just wish that there had been a united front today. I understand that it's a matter of conscience and there will always be some people who feel a different way, and I totally respect that. I think it's a real shame if the House cannot express today how important democracy is to us because of the failure of one leader leading to the weakness of the next.
Dawn Butler.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. Mr Deputy Speaker, we all owe a debt of gratitude to the Privileges Committee and to the Chair, Camberwell and Peckham, who's had to actually sit through some of the strangest speeches that I've heard in this House. Honestly, and I thank the member for Birmingham Yardley for mentioning Mina Smallman, who is an amazing woman who continues to fight to keep the memory of her daughters alive and to change the system, whether that be the police or even any other systems. Mr Deputy Speaker, this is all about democracy. The trust that should exist between the government and those that are governed has been badly damaged, and the question must be to every single member of this House is, how do we repair that damage? And the way we do that is that we must demand transparency, honesty and integrity from those who hold positions of power, those that stand at the dispatch box. And the Leader of the House gave an impassioned speech saying just that, because we must not tolerate the casual disregard for truth that has become the hallmark of this government. It should shame us all. We are honourable members of Parliament. It isn't just a title. It is something that we should hold there. We should be honourable in what we do in this place. We should be honourable to the people that we serve because they have elected us. And democracy demands honourable conduct. And we haven't seen much of that over the last few years. And if we allow lies to go unchecked and deceit to become the norm, then our democracy begins to crumble. And that's what's been happening. We sit here time and time again, we see ministers come into the dispatch box and we're all saying, but that's not true, that's not true. And we're standing up and we're saying, but that's not true. And then we're saying, we're not allowed to say it's not true. We have to say they've inadvertently misled the House. They will come back to the House and correct the record. And they never come back. They tell a lie, they sit down, they have a goofy grin on their face, then they walk out and they never come back to correct the records. And that is a problem for our democracy. And this House must be able to call truth to power. This House, members of this House, honourable members of this House, must be able to stand up and say, that is incorrect. Otherwise, what is the point and the purpose? And we must also not be so obsessed with the archaic rules of this house. We must be honest with ourselves and say, we've got to challenge the rules of this house if they're not working. We've got to challenge the system of this house if it's not working. And I do think it's a nonsense that you cannot call somebody a liar if they are lying. I think it's a nonsense of this house. And people say, well, then it's just going to degrade the house and everyone's going to be calling each other a liar. Well, if you don't want to be called a liar, don't lie. If you don't want to be called a liar, tell the truth. That is the solution to the problem. And the truth must prevail and integrity must be restored. And the thing is, we are currently, all members of this house, we are the guardian of our democracy right now in this house. And I don't think, I'm sorry, that we are doing a really good job. We must do much better. But this report does bring some of that back. And the thing is this, Mr. Deputy Speaker, it's quite ironic that 2 years ago, I was thrown out of Parliament, this place, for calling Johnson a liar. And the irony is that if he wasn't such a weasel, and if he didn't resign, he would have been thrown out of this place for 90 days for lying. And that is the irony of this situation. And I think that, I mean, okay, yeah, it would have made me a little bit happy to see him thrown out of the house. but ultimately, it isn't about that. It is about our system in this place. And we have got to do better. It wasn't easy breaking the convention of the House. You know, I got a lot of abuse by some of the members opposite. You know, how dare she? Blah, 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 blah. And but that was the Jacob Rees-Mogg impression. But and I do talk about the aftermath of what it was like in my book, A Purposeful Life. And sometimes I wonder, Mr. Deputy Speaker, what is the purpose of Parliament if we can't hold ministers to account, if we're just going to allow them to lie? And, you know, Johnson knew he was lying. We all knew he was lying. And he knew we knew he was lying. But the system protected him. And what we have to do is change the system. So the system doesn't protect the liar or the lies. The system protects Parliament and our democracy. We need to change a system. And the thing is, as we get... Would my friend get word? Absolutely. I thank my honourable friend for making a very impassionate and honest speech. Honesty is the best policy. In terms of the system that she alluded to in protecting the former Prime Minister, does she agree with me that the motion that we're discussing today, privilege, that privilege is not sometimes afforded to other members of this Parliament, even though we are all elected in the same way? That privilege of saying and doing what you want is not afforded to some members in this chamber. Yes. I thank my honourable friend for that important intervention, and you're absolutely right. Some people's privilege extends beyond this house. So when they lie in this house, they also have the privilege of their mates in the newspapers, you know, and on the media that then protects that lie and that privilege and puts that coat of protection around them. And actually, our democracy needs to be strong enough to stop that from happening and exposing that from happening. And Mr. Deputy Speaker, as we get ever closer to a general election, ministers will try and whip up moral panic, and they will begin to spread further lies, and they will push this fake culture war, some of it that we've seen on display today. And we actually can't wait for 2 years for a privileged committee to find them guilty of lying or misleading the House, because that would be too late. So the question has to be, what do we do, where do we go, and who's going to stand up for democracy and truth? And the member, the former Prime Minister, is no longer in her place. The member for Maidenhead said that as a Prime Minister, it was difficult to make decisions on friends. And I understand that, because you know, you're going to make a decision on somebody and then you may be standing with them in the queue in the tea room and you're going to feel bad about it. So I completely understand where the former Prime Minister was coming from. So I think, Mr. Deputy Speaker, that a solution should be that we should take that responsibility away from the Prime Minister, and it should become the responsibility of the House when somebody breaks the ministerial code. Because you cannot have, like we had, the Prime Minister deciding who's lying and not lying when he was the chief liar himself. So that responsibility should become the House's responsibility. And I've retabled my EDM, which I tabled in 2021, and I then had 105 signatures, and I do hope more members will sign that EDM about how we talk about the Minister's Code of Conduct. And Mr. Deputy Speaker, as I end, can I just say that the Parliament record shows that I was asked to withdraw from Parliament for calling Johnson a liar, and I will be writing to the House just to wonder if that could possibly be expunged or some kind of amendment or addendum besides it to say, you know, that it was actually correct and he was a liar. Yeah. I just wonder if I will do that and put that on record. And I would just like to end on Boris Johnson's favourite, I understand, politician, Winston Churchill, who said, "There could be no democracy without truth."
In Blackwood.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker. It's a pleasure to follow my honourable friend from Brent Central. And of course, the responsibility that we all have in this House is to defend democracy. And we have that responsibility. We own collectively the rules of this House, and we need to consider very carefully where we need to refresh them. Let me thank all the members of the Privileges Committee for the report. This is a damning report. The Privileges Committee has found that Boris Johnson was guilty of deliberately misleading the House, deliberately misleading the committee, breaching confidence, impugning the committee and thereby undermining the democratic process of this House, our House, and being complicit in the campaign of abuse and attempted intimidation of the committee. You know, we need to think very carefully about this, because we now know that members of the committee have had to have put in place additional protection because of the actions of the former Prime Minister. Mr. Deputy Speaker, that is a disgrace that members of this House are having their security threatened by the actions of Boris Johnson. And of course, these would be the more serious matters for any member of this House. But for someone who was Prime Minister to be guilty in such a manner is absolutely unprecedented. But before I get into the report, let us remind ourselves as to how we got into this position. The character, the personality, the traits of Boris Johnson were known long before he became Tory leader and Prime Minister. Indeed, during the contest when he was elected the Tory leader, during Prime Minister's questions on the 19th of June 2019, I said to the then Prime Minister, the Right Honourable Member for Maidenhead, regarding Boris Johnson, this is a man who is not fit for office. It has been said that the ultimate measure of a person is not where they stand in moments of comfort, but where they stand at times of challenge and controversy. This is a time of challenge, so does the Prime Minister realise that he has a record of dishonesty? Does the Prime Minister honestly believe that this man is fit for the office of Prime Minister? Mr. Deputy Speaker, we knew all about Boris Johnson. The Tory members knew all about Boris Johnson, and yet, they were prepared to elect such a figure as their leader and impose him upon us as our Prime Minister. Sadly, there was always an inevitability that would end in a dramatic way for Boris Johnson. But, Mr. Deputy Speaker, we all suffer for his failure to respect the responsibilities that go with the office of Prime Minister. So let me ask the few Tory members who sit opposite us, why, just why, were they prepared to elect a leader with a history of dishonesty? Honesty, integrity are characteristics that we expect from our political leaders. Not just expect, but demand. We have a responsibility to society to lead by example. In this place, we are either honourable or right honourable members. Some of us may find the rules at this place belong to another time. But that very principle of being honourable, of having honour and behaving with honour, do strike at the very heart as a key tenet of our democracy. We have to show that we are all worthy of the respect of the public, or we are all diminished. That is why the behaviour of Boris Johnson in office matters. The backdrop to the matters under consideration, of course, was the COVID pandemic. How often did we stand in this chamber and applaud our NHS, all our frontline workers, and implored society, the public, to follow the lockdown rules, the sacrifices that so many made? The rules, Mr Deputy Speaker, were for the rest of us. They were not for Boris Johnson or those around him. But now we have the verdict of the Privileges Committee. The verdict is indeed a confirmation. Boris Johnson is a liar. We knew this long before now. It isn't, of course, the first time that the Prime Minister has been caught out by his mistruths. Sacked from the Times for making up a quote. Sacked from the Tory front bench for lying about an affair. This is a well-trodden path of a man who believes he is above the rules that the rest of us must follow. He is the epitome of the Westminster bubble that no longer serves others, but instead only serves themselves. But we are here today because truth still matters. Partygate was a sorry and unforgivable episode, even by the low standards that this government has set. Bring your own bottle events and multiple large gatherings with very little adherence to social distancing measures. All the while, people around the world made unimaginable sacrifices to help stop the virus. It is all covered in this report. And Johnson's desperate excuses are a slap in the face for those who missed funerals, who missed last words with lost ones, and those whose mental health scars them from isolation and anxiety remains today. He argues that parties were necessary as a thank you to staff and to help to motivate. Try telling the NHS staff, those on the front line who battled the pandemic day in, day out, who were stuck to do what they were told by this government. It is hypocrisy on stilts. His other get-out was that he followed the guidance as he understood it. How can he be accountable if he didn't even understand his own laws? It was the last desperate stand of a desperate man. He tried to treat the committee and the public like idiots. He knew the rules. He broke them willingly, and then he lied about it afterwards. Startlingly, not content with these most dishonourable actions, his behaviour during and after his investigation has been almost contemptible. He has deployed the full Trump handbook of trying to burn all around him to save his own skin. Not only did the committee find that he misled them in Parliament, but he also engaged in a campaign of abuse towards their members to undermine their findings. He called them a kangaroo court, their findings deranged, and called into question their motives and impartiality at every turn. And let's remember, Mr Deputy Speaker, this is a majority Tory committee. These tactics were transparent. It's classic Trump, which is why politics across these islands is well rid of Boris Johnson. Neither Johnson nor Trump has any issue undermining democratic institutions for their ill-gotten gains. It's born out of the same entitled, born-to-rule mentality. I could always see these traits in Johnson, so I'm so pleased that the committee has stood up to his threat and let the truth prevail. The truth is also that whilst Johnson is the nadir of Tory sleaze, he wasn't the only one who attended these parties. He was in charge at the time, but remember dozens, literally dozens around number 10, received similar fines. Johnson has perhaps shown us one thing, that actions do have consequences and lies will catch up with you. As it is, Boris Johnson is once again the talk of the town, again for all the wrong reasons. The committee concluded that he should be suspended from Parliament for 90 days. He, of course, took the coward's way out and resigned instead of facing up to the punishment. A mark of the man, if there ever was one. He will continue his crusade to undermine and attack, just as Trump does in the face of his own struggles in the USA. However, I hope that the public now largely see through Boris Johnson's bluff and bluster. I think the most significant punishment for him is the populist fondness that he once enjoyed is now over. It is something that his ego will take severely. I genuinely hope that Johnson's toxic legacy and descent into Trump-style tactics are seen to be precisely that. He has no power now. He has no influence. Make sure he is never allowed it again. But as we close the door on Boris Johnson, more and more is coming out into the public domain. The contempt of those at Conservative Central Office Christmas party, as witnessed in the video published by the Mirror this weekend. The behaviour of contempt is still with us. Boris Johnson's resignation orders are just the latest example. A junior special advisor, just in her 30s, given a job for life, as a member of the House of Lords. Many were implicated in Partygate receiving honours. To the public, this is sickening. Where is the leadership of the current Prime Minister? He should have stepped in to stop Boris Johnson offering such tainted honours. An ex-Prime Minister in disgrace cannot be allowed to confer honours. Will the Prime Minister step in now and bring a stop to this? Will he reverse the honours? Mr Deputy Speaker, let us tonight put this report to a vote. Let the House endorse the Privileges Committee report, and let's have a roll call of those going through the eye lobby. And then, let's finally put an end to the very sorry chapter that was Boris Johnson's political career.
Alison McGovern.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker, and I won't detain the House too long, but I just want to put 3 points on the record on behalf of my constituents. The first being that I am sorry to say to them, my constituents in particular, I am sorry to say that the feeling of Boris Johnson being at that dispatch box as Prime Minister and coming into this House for Prime Minister's questions and feeling that it was pointless to ask a question because the answer could not be relied upon will not ever leave me as long as I'm in politics. Because when the Right Honourable Member for Maidenhead was at the dispatch box, or when any other Prime Minister in this House has been at the dispatch box other than him, I always felt political disagreements, substantial as they are, put aside, if I asked a question as a constituency Member of Parliament, I would get an answer that could be relied upon. I might disagree with it, I might want it to be better, but I would rely on it on behalf of my constituents. And I will never forget that sinking feeling that being in this place on behalf of my constituents was pointless. And I think that that is the truth that's at the heart of this report. The diligent, hard work of members on all sides of this House, on a Conservative majority committee that have worked so hard to produce this evidence, gives us the truth of what has happened. And I think that my second point is that whilst I am sorry that we have been through this terrible time for parliamentary democracy, I am proud to be in this House today and to have listened to the Leader of the House, with whom I agree, to the Shadow Leader of the House, with whom I agree, to listen to the Right Honourable Member for Maidenhead, with whom I agree, to listen to the Right Honourable Member for Camberwell and Peckham, the Mother of this House, with whom I agree, and who has done a diligent job under very difficult circumstances to bring the truth of the situation to the attention of this House. I think we should be glad that we are in this position, that at last we have clarity, we know what has happened, and we can account for it. And because we can account for it, we can begin to try to understand exactly what has happened and how this came to be. Because, Mr. Deputy Speaker, it's kind of a funny thing in a way that lots of people in public life have commented that we sort of knew the truth of what Boris Johnson was like for a very long time. We did all kind of know that. And how did it come to this position where he was able to tell these untruths from the dispatch box and then we had to go through this process? How was it, Mr. Deputy Speaker, I asked myself, that his word was taken with credulence when we all had little reason, really, to believe what he was saying? That's the question I ask myself. And I think the unfortunate truth that we have to reckon with is that one of the injustices that we face in this country is that some people's testimony is taken as truth more readily than others. I tend to agree with those who've mentioned that structural inequality that we have, that some people's word is taken for truth. Why was it that some people were so terrified of the COVID regulations when other people, particularly Boris Johnson, as covered in this report, clearly didn't care or clearly felt that it didn't matter what they did? And it's because we know that power inequality, that structural inequality in our country means that some people's word is taken for truth more readily than others. And this is my final point, Mr. Deputy Speaker. We have so much to learn from this report, and many members have discussed it well, and this has been a good and strong debate. We have so much to learn from this report, and we can all move forward and get it right across this House. But if we don't reckon with that injustice, that it is somehow so much easier for some people to get a hearing than for others in our country, we will never change the power structures. And this House in the future must welcome people who are from different backgrounds, who speak with different accents, who come from different social classes, who've done different jobs. We must be a better House at listening to all voices in our country and not just some people who, for historic reasons, get heard when others don't.
Debbie Abraham.
Thank you so much, Mr. Deputy Speaker, and it's an absolute pleasure to follow on from my dear friend, the member for Wirral South. I want to rise in support of the Privileges Committee report and to pay tribute to them, to all of the members, but particularly the chairman of this committee, the Right Honourable Member for Campbell and Peckham, for the diligence and the evidence-based approach that they have taken and the final report that they have produced. The findings in that, I think, are clear. As an evidence-based scientist, I see the line, the golden thread that's going through the report in terms of how they are using that evidence, and I think it is a very strong report in that regard. But what's so disappointing, as much as we have discussed this today, is that it is exposing the shameful behaviour of a Prime Minister of this country. We've talked about the impact that is happening across our country, but it has international ramifications as well, which we haven't discussed in detail. I have absolutely no doubt that Boris Johnson deliberately misled the House of Commons, not just in relation to the parties that the report is focused on. And while people in Oldham and Saddleworth and across the country sacrificed so much during the pandemic lockdowns, Mr. Johnson and his team had parties. And as they partied, they knew they were breaking the rules. Then as Prime Minister, he lied about it on the floor of the House and to the committee. I also have evidence of how the former Prime Minister deliberately deceived the House in February 2021 in relation to the publication of COVID contracts. The member for Brighton Pavilion and the member for Oxford Western Abingdon and I were involved in a High Court action which showed absolutely what contracts had been published according to law and what hadn't. And Boris Johnson said, no, they've all been conducted. We had a High Court decision saying they had not been published. This is the absolute gall of the man who, as I say, was our Prime Minister. And when I raised, and this gets back to the point that my honourable friend from Wirral South was saying, when I raised this in the House, it wasn't listened to. It was a question, this is your view. As I say, I pointed to the High Court judgment. It was a question, this is your view. And I tried on a number of occasions, including on the 20th of April 2021.
But Mr Johnson's most recent antics are quite breathtaking in their selfishness. His denial is quite breathtaking, it really is. The absolute polar opposite of what the Nolan principles, the standards in public life that we all agree to abide by, demand of us. His pattern of behaviour, underpinned by an attitude that he is above the law, has tarnished the reputation of the whole House and all its parliamentarians. We are all tarred with the same brush, and our democracy as a whole suffers. The group Compassion in Politics polling has shown that 8 out of 10 people don't trust politicians. Now that is serious. It is the lowest level of trust that we have ever had by the people that we represent. How can we represent people if they don't trust us? This report was ultimately about honesty, another of the 7 Nolan principles of public life. It should mark a sea change with regard to the honesty in politics, because in recent years we have seen the rise of politicians who believe that they can mislead without consequences. Earlier this year, I introduced an elected representatives' code of conduct bill to this place, which proposed to establish an ethics commission to look at how we bring our political system into the 21st century. I have to disagree in some regards with my honourable friend, the member for Rhondda. I think we are past the point where we can be, we can say that we can govern ourselves. And my bill introduced a number of proposals within that which did look to strengthen the gaps as far as this is concerned. It also looked to ensure that the advice on the ministerial standards is fully independent, which of course he at the moment isn't. And is able to commission his or her own inquiries rather than being subject to the whims of political leaders acting in the interests of their own internal party dynamics. While the content of the Privileges Committee report is a truly egregious example of this, it is far from the only one. 10 days ago, I wrote to the Prime Minister asking him to explain the decision he took to ask the advisor on ministerial standards not to investigate allegations that the Home Secretary pressured civil servants into assisting her with a speeding fine she received. My letter asked the Prime Minister whether or not he spoke to Home Office officials and special advisers to ask if the Home Secretary's version of events was accurate. It also asked him if he reviewed emails sent by the Home Office civil servants to the Cabinet Office's propriety and ethics team, where they expressed concerns about what was being asked of them by the Home Secretary. And it asked him if the independent advisor reviewed any correspondence or conducted any interviews on this matter. To date, I have not received a reply. I wait in anticipation to see if the Prime Minister will fulfil his promise to lead a government with integrity at every level.
You're on, Marsha.
Oh, sorry. my apologies. Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. Can I just begin by expressing my thanks to my right honourable friend, the member for Camberwell and Peckham, for her stewardship and the way she has chaired this Privileges Committee with such strength and integrity, and also thanks to all the members of that committee as well. Now, the report was a damning indictment of the former Prime Minister's behaviour, finding that, yes, he indeed deliberately misled this House. Now, this was no surprise to me, as, in my opinion, he was never suitable for high office, especially the great office of state of the office of Prime Minister, given his disgraceful track record. Now, there is an old saying that when someone shows you who they are, believe them. And let's face it, there is a litany of examples of Mr Johnson's failures and lies. He lied about Brexit, he was sacked for lying multiple times, indeed, he lied to the late Her Majesty the Queen. So, I will be voting to endorse this report, although I wish the committee actually chose to ban him for life, but I want to encourage all honourable members opposite to also join us in the lobbies.
Mr Deputy Speaker, there are just a few points that I want to raise. And firstly, it's around leadership and accountability. In this place, we are all leaders, and I believe leaders must lead by example, holding oneself to a higher standard and level of accountability, following laws, following rules, and really as representatives of the people to our constituents as well. So this is even more important during the global health emergency. But as Prime Minister Boris Johnson, he was meant to be responsible for ensuring that everyone in this country was working towards that shared common goal of defeating COVID. So how shameful is it that he failed to uphold the laws he introduced and has shown zero accountability for his actions? He failed to show any regard for the millions of people in our country, like my constituents in Battersea, who followed the rules and the laws and made huge sacrifices. I think of those who couldn't visit their dying family members or couldn't attend their funerals. The ill and disabled people who were stuck without vital health and social care support, not to mention the blanket application of do not attempt resuscitation orders that were in place up and down this country until we had to intervene on the then Health Secretary. The small businesses who were economically impacted by lockdown, causing immense financial hardship, which some are still experiencing today. And Mr Deputy Speaker, I honestly could go on sharing more examples. But let us not forget the over 225,000 people who lost their lives to COVID. Yet no apology from the former Prime Minister. Instead, enabled by his supporters, he claimed that there has been a sustained attempt that is seemingly coordinated to weaken him. And we have seen some distasteful examples of that this evening. Now, my third point is about his persistent undermining of Parliament and the impact his reckless actions has had on Parliament and trust. Our parliamentary democracy depends on members from across the House being certain that ministers can and will be telling the truth. And for whatever reason, a minister from the dispatch box makes a mistake, they will come to this House and correct the record. That is how this place should function and work. But as a Prime Minister, you would think he would know the importance of this. But he put our parliamentary democracy at risk when he thought, in fact, I believe he probably believes this, that the rules just don't apply to him, debasing the great office of state. Mr Speaker, I have to say, and I think we would all say, what message does this send to the public and our constituents? What confidence can they have in this place? And also for our political institutions, this really has to be a watershed moment for us in this place. Now, my final point has to be about our current Prime Minister and some members of the opposite benches. They knew that the former Prime Minister misled the House. They knew that he lied. They failed to act to remove him. Instead, they allowed him to continue in office. We were all here on these benches watching him from that dispatch box. Worse still, even after the lies were revealed, they thought it was right that taxpayers should pick up the tab, paying for his legal fees of up to £250,000 in this cost of living crisis. Now, as for all the talk from this current Prime Minister about integrity, he has failed to do the right thing and block the former Prime Minister's honours list, which, Mr Deputy Speaker, was well within his gift to do so. But he chose not to. Why? Because he is too weak, and his absence here today demonstrates just how weak he indeed is. The benches opposite just show you who is still in control of that party. And it is clear that the current government cannot be trusted with our precious democracy, as this government in power only govern for themselves and for their own interests. And it always has to be one rule for them and then one for everybody else. That is not good enough. They do not care about the public's interest, and we saw that not only with them keeping Boris Johnson in power for so long, but we saw it when they were handing out contracts to their friends and their cronies and so on. And I could, again, Mr. Deputy Speaker, I could go on. This government has presided over one of the worst scandals in our country's history. Now, I believe it's time to restore trust in our parliamentary democracy. Because if we do not have trust in our democracy and in this place, then what do we have? It is a privilege to serve here. I see it as a privilege to serve here. It is not my right to be here. It is not nobody's right to be here. Our constituents elect us, and they elect us, and we take an oath of office when we stand in this place. And it is important that all members across this House remember that.
Lawrence Shalami.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker, and it's an honour to follow my constituents and over my friend in terms of reminding us of our roles as MPs. I was elected in 2019, and I think for the last 3.5 years, interesting 3.5 years, one thing that I always keep dear to my heart is the fact that being an honourable member comes with responsibilities. And as my honourable friend said, there are some people, sadly, in this House who feel it is their birthright. I'm absolutely humbled to be elected by my constituents, and I take that with such pride. And every time I speak and stand in this chamber, I remember that I'm here to speak on their behalf, not my behalf. I'm here to articulate their concerns and their interests to the government of the day. I'm here to work cross-party with there are some honourable members on that side that I've done a lot of work with. Issues that are for the interests of our constituents, and that is why what we are debating matters. It is about the fabric of our democracy, and a number of people have spoken about the fact that this is a kangaroo court, this doesn't matter, but let's stick to the facts. On the 21st of April 2022, this House, without division, referred the Privilege Committee on the matter concerning the conduct of the former Prime Minister. And that committee, that cross-party committee, has at all times followed the law and the customs set by this Parliament. And the fundamental procedure is governed by the standing orders and precedent of this House. And all the evidence that that committee has heard over the course of their inquiry, including evidence from the former Prime Minister, all that evidence was given under oath, including the signed evidence. And the former Prime Minister also had the opportunity to give written evidence and oral evidence, which he did on the 22nd of March. And I understand that he subsequently gave evidence on the 22nd of May, written evidence. And after all that work, the conclusions of the committee were presented to the former Prime Minister, who then, if for want of a better word, went out on a hissy fit and got quite angry and breaking the procedures and confidentiality. And I think what we are discussing today has to matter if we are going to restore trust back into our democracy. One of the best aspects of this role is going up and down, visiting the schools. And when you speak to young people, they don't lie. They will ask you those honest questions. And to have young people in some of my constituency ask me, why are parliamentarians, why do MPs lie? It's quite hard. And when you're sat in front of those young people, what do you say? You want to say to them, the majority of members are doing a decent job. The majority of members are here to represent their constituents. But what they are seeing, what they hear about that from their parents and carers discuss, paints a different picture. That's why what we are discussing today matters. We want more young people to get involved in our politics. We want people to trust our democratic system. But that won't happen if we have ministers misleading this House.
Would the honourable member give way?
I'll give way on that point.
Mr. Deputy Speaker, the honourable member is making a very, very important point. If you think about it, much of the education of our young people is based on the concept of true and false. If you come to mathematics, if you come to chemistry, if you come to physics, if you come to biology, this sum of human knowledge is based on facts. They're either right or they're wrong, and they have a clear concept of what that means. And I think that we should say to ourselves, to remind ourselves why these concepts are so very, very valuable. And I would just draw the House's attention to a poem written by Hilaire Belloc in 1907 called Matilda read it and it's instructive.
I thank the honourable member. I thank the honourable member for his intervention there, and I agree with him. I read many books to my 8-year-old and 6-year-old, and I will definitely make sure we add that to our collection. And going back to the work of the committee found that the former Prime Minister deliberately...
She gets burnt to death.
deliberately misled the House and the committee and breached the confidence and impugned the committee and was complicit in a campaign of abuse and intimidation towards the committee. One of the sad aspects of being a Member of Parliament, again, I'm very honest when people ask me, and they say, what don't you like about your role as an MP? The abuse, the misogyny, the racism, the threats that I have faced and that other members face just for doing the job that we like. And to see that members of this committee, having been asked by us in this House to carry out this role, had them facing that abuse and intimidation is worrying. No one should have to face that for doing their role. And I want to bring us back to why all of this matters. I've spoken in this House on many occasions about the tragic death of Ismail Mohammed Adbouwali. He was 13 years old. He was one of the youngest people that lost his life. And his family couldn't attend that funeral. And I still remember when I spoke to his mum and his sisters to console them, I mentioned that that call was hard for me, and I broke down on that call. Because to hear a mother to say, I wasn't able to hold my son, I'm never going to see him again, was quite hard. And if we look at the COVID memorial wall in my constituency just across the river, walking up and down there, one cannot be moved to look at all the hearts, all the lives lost. They were the families who followed the rules. They were the ones who sacrificed those precious moments for the ones that they loved. They were the ones who will be looking at this report to say, well, why did we? And not only did we have a Prime Minister who was primarily responsible for breaking the rules, then setting the rules, then breaking those rules, but we also have a former Prime Minister who then went on to misleading the House and then being disingenuous in the statements. And the public rightly expect high standards from us. And going back to the report, this report is not just about high standards, it's about being truthful. It's about owning up to your mistakes. It's about taking responsibility. How can any of us, as honourable members, ask our constituents to trust us if we don't take those breaches of trust seriously? And it's a situation where I understand that the consequence of their own actions may be a novel concept to the former Prime Minister, but it's one that we have to deliver today if we are to ask our constituents to trust us. I'd also like to pay tribute to the Right Honourable Member for Camberwell and Peckham, my constituency neighbour, whose fair and experienced chairing of that committee produced this report. And like I said, it's disgraceful that other committee members faced inaccurate and unjust briefings against them. I want to finish, Mr Deputy Speaker, by reading a quote from a poem on the 2nd anniversary when the first hearts were drawn on the COVID memorial wall on Wednesday the 29th of March. I attended that event with many members in this chamber. And part of the poem, entitled Anthem for the Pandemic by Susie Flintham, reads, "Ours shall still be the voice of the lost, names resurrected, candles lit, heads bowed. We the ones who contemplate the cost, we the ones who speak their names aloud. They exist between one heartbeat and another, the heart that inexplicably still beats. We speak their names while the world recovers. To us, recovery is bittersweet."
Caroline Lucas.
Thank you very much, Mr Deputy Speaker, and it is a pleasure to follow the Honourable Member for Vauxhall and the power that was in the poem that she just quoted in particular. Mr Deputy Speaker, I want to express my sincere gratitude to the Privileges Committee and in particular to the Right Honourable Member for Camberwell and Peckham and for all of the staff and the clerks who supported them in this vital work, which is of profound democratic importance to this country. And I speak today with a feeling of overwhelming relief that at last the truth is being told in this House and the collective gaslighting of a nation is finally over. It is shocking, in a way, that a parliamentary committee has had to spell it out, that, and I quote, "If ministers cannot be trusted to tell the truth, the House cannot do its job." Even more shocking that on this occasion the minister in question was the most senior person in government, the Prime Minister. A Prime Minister who sought to obscure the truth from those to whom he was accountable by lying deliberately and repeatedly, and who, by lying to Parliament, was also lying to the people who elected. And a Prime Minister who has effectively shredded the ministerial code, a crucial part of the spinal cord of the Constitution, in the words of the constitutional historian, the Lord Hennessy of Nymphsfield. Now, Boris Johnson announced on the day the report was published that, and I quote, "This is a dreadful day for MPs and for democracy." But in fact, the reverse is true. It was a day which saw British parliamentary democracy vindicated against an unprecedented attack. But I want us to be very clear that our democracy is fragile and that there was nothing inevitable about this particular outcome. I think this report shows that our good chap conventions of government allowed a rogue Prime Minister to run amok for far too long. And yet the report offers some hope, because it also shows that if an MP, or indeed a Prime Minister, deliberately lies and undermines the processes of this House, they can be held to account. But I say can be and not will be advisedly, because this inquiry had to be fought for. There was nothing guaranteed about it. And because our standard systems are still not fit for purpose. I think it is both negligent and dangerous to assume that democracy is inevitable, perpetual, and unshakable. It is not. It is breakable and contingent. We have to actively and vigilantly defend it. And that is why standing together as a parliament in support of this committee's report is so essential, and why it goes beyond just the rogue activities of one particular member of this parliament. And we also need to strengthen the mechanisms that we have to hold government to account, because there remain serious instances of former ministers misleading this House that have gone uncorrected and unchallenged. We need new mechanisms to call any minister, including a Prime Minister, to account if they deliberately mislead the House, a view shared prior to Partygate in 2021 by the Committee on Standards in Public Life, chaired by Lord Evans. It is shocking that the role of the so-called independent advisor on the ministerial code is essentially false advertising, and will continue to be so until that person is appointed by an independent panel, until they are able to initiate their own investigations, and until they have the authority to determine breaches of the code. These basic yet fundamental changes would allow backbenchers to raise concerns and evidence with the advisor, who could then act as they, and not just the Prime Minister, saw fit. Now, the current Prime Minister could have made those changes, but he has chosen not to. Neither has he appointed an anti-corruption champion after the position has been left vacant for over a year. Our systems need to be strengthened so that if a minister misleads the House deliberately, or if they do it inadvertently but don't correct at the earliest opportunity, a formal process to hold them to account should be an inevitability. This inquiry only came about in April 2022 because of the spiralling unease and rebellion of some members on Boris Johnson's backbenches, which meant he couldn't whip his MPs to prevent it. Over a year before that, in April 2021, I joined with a wide cross-party group of MPs to call for an inquiry into Boris Johnson's repeated lies to the House on other matters, and it did not happen. So it was somewhat ironic to learn via a subject access request how that call has been labelled as mis or indeed disinformation by one of the government units supposed to be acting as an arbiter of accuracy and honesty. Members and honourable members of all parties must stand by this committee and demonstrate that rules matter, that Parliament is more important than party, and that standards in public life must be upheld. And honourable members on the opposite benches in particular, I would argue, must face down the Trumpian intimidation orchestrated by a small band of frankly anti-democratic Johnson supporters. And they need to be very clear that abstention is not just cowardice, it is complicity in the former Prime Minister's contempt of Parliament. And the current Prime Minister ought to be here. He ought to be leading by example. And instead he's chosen to be silent. And he is conspicuous by his absence tonight. And nor has he even ruled out the idea that Mr Johnson could be permitted to stand as a Conservative parliamentary candidate sometime in the future. If there were any shred of seriousness in his pledge to restore accountability and integrity to public life, he should unambiguously endorse the Privileges Committee report tonight and urge his fellow party members to do the same.
Would the honourable member give way on that point?
I will.
I'm very grateful to her for giving way. Would she agree with me that with the Prime Minister not attending and failing to vote, he's endorsing the conduct? And isn't it the time where we depart from this principle of dishonesty being baked into the offer being made by Boris Johnson originally, because that's what got us into this mess in the first place, that was deemed to be acceptable in return for electoral advantage?
I thank the honourable member for his intervention, and I agree entirely with the points that he makes. And indeed, I think that by not speaking out tonight, the Prime Minister is guilty of collusion, effectively, and that he has really not stood up for the key principles that are at stake, and that he frankly hasn't done his duty tonight. So to conclude, Mr Deputy Speaker, this committee report is a vital part of the fight back against post-truth politics. Truth is not a technicality. As the report states, our democracy depends upon it. And so what is at stake here are our most profound democratic principles and the very concept of decency in public life. Leading by example versus hypocrisy, truth versus lies, and respect versus contempt. There can be no failing to turn up or sitting on the sidelines. The choice is either being prepared to stand up and defend democracy or being prepared to turn a blind eye to it being under attack. This is much bigger than one rogue Prime Minister, and I think all of us will be rightly judged tonight on what we choose to do.
Samantha Dixon.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. Every time another news story breaks about the conduct of the former Prime Minister during the pandemic, I'm reminded of the quote attributed to Sir Douglas Bader. Rules are for the guidance of wise men and the obedience of fools. I've never agreed with that sentiment, and I certainly don't now, because while our constituents followed the rules, while frontline workers risked their lives, and while people lost their lives to the deadly virus, the former Prime Minister misled this House and our constituents and took us all for fools. I echo the thanks expressed by honourable members across the House to the members of the committee who have worked diligently to bring us this report, often under the most difficult circumstances, and it couldn't be clearer. People feel angry, betrayed and let down. I could stand here all day and talk about the anger and injustice felt by so many people. Last week, I met the landlord of a pub in the heart of my constituency. Like so many other businesses in Chester, he closed up shop as soon as the former Prime Minister instructed him to do so. He observed all the lockdown rules and guidance, and like thousands of other small businesses, the price paid was a heavy one. Some are still feeling the impact to this day. Chester Zoo fought tooth and nail to keep going and keep caring for the thousands of animals, plants, and the mission of preventing extinction, with no money coming in. They thought Number 10 were working hard to help them out. They're now disappointed and saddened at what the committee has discovered that was actually going on. And finally, two of my constituents, who I met at the Service of Remembrance at the COVID Memorial Wall just across Westminster Bridge, they stood in tears remembering their late parents who died within 24 hours of each other during the pandemic. They pointed at the Houses of Parliament and said, "We will never forget and we will never forgive." As this report spells out, if the Prime Minister can't be trusted to tell the truth, then Parliament can't do what it should do. The public's confidence in democracy has been undermined, and the public want him to be held accountable for undermining our democracy. On behalf of my constituents and everyone who did follow the rules, I will be voting for this motion. and the government, including our current Prime Minister, should follow precedent, approve the report and endorse the sanctions in full.
Pete Wishart.
Thank you ever so much, Mr Deputy Speaker. Boris Johnson is a liar.
Yep.
Now, you would have been unthinkable to have said this in this House only a few short months ago. Boris Johnson is a liar. There's something still fundamentally, profoundly shocking about saying this in this hallowed setting of our House of Commons, this institution that we revere so much. But there is no other way to put it. Boris Johnson lied to this House. Now, you were saying that long before that concept became fashionable. The SNP even held a debate on this very issue several months ago to highlight that point and to ensure that this was heard loud and clear in this chamber. My right honourable friend, the member for Ross Skye and Lochaber, was grandly marched out of this place for asserting something that is now a profound truth, as was the honourable member for Brent East. And she is absolutely right. A retrospective apology should now go to both of these members for getting it absolutely right. This is a stain on their parliamentary record, the fact that they were asked to leave this place for saying something that we now know to be a conventional truth.
Hear, hear.
We were also one of the first to bring up the issues about those parties. We wanted to ensure that this House understood clearly what was going on, that we had a Prime Minister that was happy to have after-drinks parties for his staff in a number of locations in number 10, when he had overseen the introduction of legislation that everybody else in this country diligently followed. Constituents of ours missed christenings, they missed weddings. For goodness sake, they missed funerals while watching newspaper photos of that Prime Minister standing there with glasses of wine in his hand. We said that his cavalier attitude towards interpreting the rules that he set himself made him unfit for public office. We knew that a reckoning would be coming and that eventually his reign of chaos would come to its inevitable and disastrous end. And everything in this report, Mr Deputy Speaker, vindicates us utterly and absolutely for everything that we have been saying for something like 15 and 16 months. We even predicted his response to this report, his refusal to take responsibility, lashing out at others who correctly judged him, attempting to undermine others who had adjudicated in this process, trying to divert attention and obfuscate. Yep. Where this report is bad enough, and it is awful, his behaviour since has just compounded absolutely everything we thought we knew about him. It's hard to believe that there has been anyone so ill-equipped for high office or so ill-disposed to lead a country. A man-child playing politics, inventing this bizarre persona to sustain him through the day, creating the smokescreen to divert attention from his real political essence. His inevitable defenestration and removal from public life could almost be scripted. But not for Boris Johnson, a casual and easy departing into the night, but it's the screaming and shouting of someone who just cannot depart the scene. Not for him the hanging around to accept his punishment and the verdict of his peers. He is such a coward when it came to this issue that he quickly resigned his seat where we beyond the clutches of this Parliament. Yeah. But almost unbelievably, there's some who still hanker this notion, this fantasy, that he will have some sort of route back to elected politics. It's hard to imagine a situation, a setting, where that would be allowed in this House. I think we can conclude today that he is toast, and thank good he is gone. But it has to come back to the party opposite and some of the responses of honourable gentlemen and ladies about Boris Johnson, because they knew everything about him. He is a serial sackee. There's very few places that he has worked that he was never sacked from, but they made him Prime Minister. Now, I made my maiden speech the same day as Boris Johnson. I actually followed him from these benches the day he made his maiden speech. Even at that point, there was doubts about his character, his ability to even just be a Member of Parliament. But not for them. They went on to make him Prime Minister. They celebrated him. They cheered him on through his bizarre and boorish speeches. They have credited him with the 2019 victory, and they have made sure that it's him that delivered the disaster that is Brexit. Something that my constituents, as well as constituents right around this country, is still paying for. And, Mr Deputy Speaker, we're still in the end period of the Johnsonian era, and regardless of how much they want to move on, they will never be able to move on from him until they actually take decisive action to cleanse their party from the stain of Johnson, something that I've not seen them be prepared to do. They've got an opportunity tonight. There's going to be a vote now. There's going to be a vote. So here's the challenge to every single member of the Conservative Party this evening. Line up with us and make sure that we back this Privileged Committee report and ensure that we have a decisive outcome in this House where every member has the opportunity to express their opinion. Now, Mr Deputy Speaker, we don't share this reverence that this House has by honourable members on both sides of this House. We want to leave this place. We don't share this institutional value that people get dewy-eyed about the House of Commons. But there's something that we do believe in. That is democracy. That is truth. That is doing the right things. These are the fundamental values of politics that determine the actions of everybody in here. Failure to live up to that should have a consequence that we should be taking forward just now. I don't think the Privilege Report went far enough. I would have had him banned and excluded from ever getting back into elected politics today. But I welcome what they have done, the thorough job that they've exercised and undertaken on behalf of everybody in the House. I now say to everybody in the House, back us this evening. Let's speak with one voice. Everybody trooping through this lobby. No return for Johnson. Let's pledge that loud and clear.
Simon Lightwood.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. This Friday marks my first anniversary, Mr Speaker, of being elected to this House, but this is perhaps one of the most powerful moments I've experienced. A chance for us all to begin to reset trust in our politics. And can I just put on record, Mr Deputy Speaker, my thanks to the Leader of the House and the Shadow Leader of the House, who have sat and listened to each and every word of this debate, and I know that doesn't always happen. So this time last year, I was still pounding the pavements of the Wakefield by-election. And yes, they wanted a fresh start in Wakefield, but they also wanted Boris Johnson out of office because they didn't trust him. They felt betrayed by him and the wider Conservative Party. They knew that he'd been to those parties while their loved ones had lay dying in hospitals and care homes. I've heard too many heartbreaking stories about that last phone call, that last text message with their mum, husband or sister. People still roar with grief and anger. Their stories and their sheer pain in their eyes will stay with me forever. I'm afraid it isn't a surprise to most of the country that this report is so damning, deliberately misleading the House and the Privileges Committee of various very serious conclusions to reach. And it wasn't just a one-off. This report clearly evidences a concerning pattern of behaviour. The committee's findings are damning, but it's nothing that the people of Wakefield hadn't already concluded a year ago when it told the Tories decisively enough is enough. So to those on the benches opposite who are here today to defend the indefensible, it's worth reflecting on what the public think. A YouGov poll last week seemed to chime very closely with what I've heard speaking to people in Wakefield. 69% of those surveyed think Mr Johnson knowingly misled Parliament. We must draw a line in the sand. I'll be voting in favour of the Privileges Committee report today and thank the committee for their diligent work, in spite of the abuse that was levelled at them, including, sadly but not surprisingly, the former Prime Minister. Today I will vote for all those who shared their stories with me, who bared their scarred souls with me, to all those who sacrificed so much, to those who followed the rules, to my former NHS colleagues and other key workers. Today I will vote to take a stand in support of the fundamental principles of public life, for our democracy and truth. In Yorkshire, we call a spade a spade. So let me say this clearly and unambiguously. Boris Johnson is a liar. He will never be forgiven. and those who still seek to defend him today, and those intending to hide from their moral duty in the forthcoming vote, your actions or your failure to act will never be forgiven or forgotten. Today we recognise that the former Prime Minister knowingly misled the British people and Parliament, and we finally, I hope, close this damaging Trumpian chapter in our Parliament's history. Mr. Deputy Speaker, Mr. Speaker, where is our Prime Minister, Mr. Speaker? With his integrity, with his professionalism, and with his accountability. I say to our Prime Minister, grow a backbone and finally stand up to Mr. Johnson. It's wrong that taxpayers' hard-earned money is being used to fund Boris Johnson's ongoing lies. Given the findings of the committee, the government must demand Boris Johnson pays back every single penny. Mr. Speaker, I'll finish with this. The public are watching.
Mike Ainsbury.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to start off by thanking the Privileges Committee and a thoroughly decent, honest, fair and strong report based on the evidence. And it was crystal clear in its findings that the former Prime Minister, Johnson, misled this Parliament, misled the House, MPs, misled the people, and he misled our great nations. Put it bluntly, he lied. Serial liar, almost on an industrial scale. Of course, he lied to nurses, doctors, care workers, bus drivers, train drivers, ambulance workers, firefighters. Everybody were putting their lives at risk in the pandemic to save lives. Remember that mantra? He repeated it enough, didn't he? Every evening. And this all matters because people sacrifice so much in this very chamber and well beyond. And they deserve prime ministers, ministers, politicians, MPs who value the truth and honour, which people have spoke about in this place. Lead by example. The law makers shouldn't be the law breakers. And that's a fact. That Prime Minister broke the law. That's a fact. So I find it intriguing, fascinating, listening to some, and I will say a minority of contributions from that side that try to defend the undefendable. And I thank those honourable members, the right honourable members, right across the House, and I'll say the Conservative side as well, with some incredible experience in this place, for doing the right thing by this Parliament and this democracy. The former Prime Minister, Johnson, has showed nothing but contempt to the friends and the families of the 227,000 people who lost their lives to COVID. And Mr. Speaker, many of us saw the video clips over the weekend of some Conservative Party staff partying while people couldn't say the last goodbyes to loved ones, visit them as they were drawing the last breath. Nothing but contempt. Absolute disgraceful. And that was a culture driven from the top. One rule for them and another rule for everybody else. Unacceptable. Many constituents have been in touch with me, like they have in terms of members right across this House, particularly over the weekend. That was a stark reminder. And then we see that dishonourable, I think the shadow leader of the House spoke about, dishonourable honours list. Every one of those should be withdrawn. And if that doesn't happen, and if the current Prime Minister, which again I think is quite disgraceful that the current Prime Minister is not here today, if he doesn't intervene, maybe some of those people that have received those peerages and those honours could finally do the honourable thing and return them. Say, no, we don't accept these on behalf of those that passed away on behalf of those families that are still grieving.
The honourable gentleman, let me just...
I will happily give way.
He's making a very good speech, but I move to say that during the pandemic, I worked, and many of us worked cross-party in our constituencies, meeting every week with public health and all the people involved in fighting COVID, finding out where we were getting less take-up in vaccinations and so on. There was, I think we should remember this, a lot of cross-party activity in constituencies up and down the country. This is why so many people feel let down by what happened at the top.
Absolutely. And again, thank honourable members right across the House for showing that leadership, including my good self with volunteers in the patch. But what I do ask, again I was referring to the current Prime Minister, is actually, where is the leadership? Where is that sign of strength to rise up and do the right thing? And this is the right time to do that. Yet once again, this current Prime Minister, in the face of the former Prime Minister, Johnson, is shown to be weak, weak, weak. Can't escape that. Can't escape that. That's the truth. Today is a chance for Parliament to assert its authority and uphold the standards that we expect, our constituents expect of parliamentarians. Look, my late mother always spoke about telling the truth. The truth shall set thee free. And that's something, a principle that's enshrined into Parliament. Honour. Honourable members, right honourable members. It's something that escaped that former Prime Minister, Johnson. And now the facts have been borne out via this report. So, together with everybody, most people, most honourable and right honourable people across this House tonight, I will be voting for the motion, voting to uphold the truth and parliamentary democracy. And we'll also be showing what needs to happen to bullies. Those bullies that have tried to intimidate members of that Privileges Committee, whether it be the chair who's done a sterling job, or whether that be Conservative members, the 4 Conservative members who have stood up to incredible intimidation, incredible abuse. Look, let's send a message to those bullies. And I can see one of the committee members over there, 2 of the committee members over there. Thank you for all you've done, and I hope that people join us right across the House and do the right thing. Thank you.
Martin Dockett to use.
Mr. Speaker, yesterday I spent some time with my dad. My dad's about to enter his 90th year. But there were too many people across Clydebank, Dumbarton and the Vale of Leven who didn't get time to spend with their dad yesterday. And I'm sure there will be many people in this House who took that opportunity and who have constituents whose fathers aren't around because of COVID-19, whose mothers aren't around because of COVID-19, their brothers, their sisters. How many disabled people were locked in their homes because they listened to what the government had to say? My nephew, in a wheelchair in his own home, unable to go out because of COVID-19, and a British Prime Minister who told him what to do but who broke the rules himself. Yeah. My sister, a constituent, sitting in her own room, a kidney transplant patient, unable to go about the house with the rest of her family, just like other constituents across Clydebank, Dumbarton and the Vale of Leven. This is personal. It's personal for every constituent that I represent, and I'm sure it's personal for every other constituent that members in this House represent. But I'm afraid the House has to take a lesson. Because while I commend the report and all the members of the committee, and I commend the chair and all the clerks who helped in it, it doesn't answer some fundamental questions that the House will need to consider in the long term. How is it possible that Boris Johnson walks out the door and earns millions within days, and all we can say to him, and I will quote from the report, in the view of the fact that Mr Johnson is no longer a member, we recommend that he should not be granted a former member's pass. How ridiculous we look but yet the committee itself is hamstrung by the very regulations of this place. This report is not a panacea for democratic practice in the Houses of Commons for the British state. This is not an answer, but it does give evidence to the former member of Uxbridge who lied through their teeth, who partied on while our constituents were dying, and while working class communities the length and breadth of these islands, as I think the honourable member for Weavervale was talking about earlier, people driving ambulances, paramedics, orderlies in hospitals who couldn't get PPE, even though we see them being dumped in fields in the shires of England in the last couple of days. How ridiculous that communities like mine had to suffer the indignity of that buffoon sitting in Downing Street while our families were dying. How ridiculous. The report, well, it gives evidence, it takes the evidence. And do those members who were opposite who said they saw no evidence? Well, guess what? Here's the evidence. It's in the report. They might as well read it for a change. Now, there was also the COVID inquiry is ongoing, Mr. Speaker. And let me quote the other... Yeah, I will give way to my honourable friend for Glasgow.
I'm very grateful to my honourable friend for giving way. And doesn't it make a bit of a mockery that one of the things that the report can recommend is that Boris Johnson does not have a former member's pass, but he still has the privilege of sitting as a member of the Privy Council and representing this country at the Cenotaph? Shouldn't we be looking at trying to strip him of these things as well?
I'll come on to honours in a minute, because I do believe, Mr. Speaker, I may have a wee bit of time. Let's quote the other former Prime Minister, David Cameron, who at the COVID inquiry today said, "From my experience chairing Cobras, the system works, but the system works better when the Prime Minister's in the chair." The party opposite removed the Right Honourable Member for Maidenhead, who I have every confidence, while we may disagree, I have every confidence that the Right Honourable Member for Maidenhead would have been at every Cobra meeting during COVID-19, unlike the person they replaced her with. That's the ridiculous proposition that David Cameron came up to today. He agrees that that idiot, if that's not parliamentary, I'll retract it, but I think it is, that idiot missed 5 COVID-19 Cobra meetings. People were dying. It's the greatest tragedy since the Blitz, and he couldn't be bothered to turn up. My constituents turned up. They had to go to work. They drove ambulances. They were in working in porters and hospitals. And what do they get told? And I'll quote it again, that he gets his pass taken off him. Now, that actually sounds quite pathetic, but that's the limitations that we have been given to us in this report. It's the limitations placed on the Privileges Committee itself. Now, back in the 9th of December 2021, I then asked the Paymaster General, because we'd heard about parties in 2020, Mr. Speaker. You might remember that, Christmas parties. Now, I asked the then Paymaster General in relation to those Christmas parties that if something looks like a duck and it walks like a duck and it's at a Christmas party, it's usually a duck. It seems the duck was also a liar, and that liar said that those parties never took place. Now, on the issue that my honourable friend for Glasgow East talks about in relation to the rights and privileges of the former member for Uxbridge now that they've left, don't give him a damn thing. Don't allow a single honour to go through that he has sought the monarch's approval for. Now, I'm no monarchist, but I do believe that the monarch has the ability, the head of state has the ability, or the advisers to the monarchy have the ability to say that an honour, the person is not befitting the honour. That whole goddamn list is not befitting any honour, Mr. Speaker. Every single one of them should be withdrawn. But that then comes back to the whole crux about the limitations on the House. Because we're giving out honours left, right and centre to people who sit as legislators who broke the law. The report expunges them. They're lawbreakers, but we, through privilege, are allowing them to sit in the other place. We are forcing the head of state, the monarch, through same practice, to make sure that they go into there, to dictate law to us and our constituents. What a laughing stock, an absolute laughing stock. Now, just finally, Mr. Speaker, there is this issue about those who see this as some kind of panacea that the House of Commons, this mother of parliaments, will move forward. Democracy is imperfect. And it was a member, I think, for Brighton Pavilion, who I believe was the first member to talk about the issue of truth in our politics and how far this goes back. Because this report, I'm afraid, will not answer why Boris Johnson came about. It won't answer the dark money that funded his campaign for Brexit. It won't answer the issues around Scottish limited partnerships, which so many members will know about, which funnels money that we have talked about consistently, which the government does nothing about, because that's why this report exists. We've allowed it to happen. I hope to God, Mr. Speaker, and I'm a doubting Thomas when it comes to that, I'm an imperfect Christian, that members on all sides will go through the lobbies tonight to actually support the report with all its limitations. It doesn't answer the questions that my constituents want as to why Boris Johnson's not at that bar being held in contempt as a stranger. Now, some people may say that's a bit of an arcane process, but he was the Prime Minister of the United Kingdom of Great Britain and Northern Ireland. The first time a Prime Minister has been held in contempt of the House. And this is all we have got to say to it. How ridiculous this place must seem to our constituents. How ridiculous to the people of Clydebank, Dumbarton and the Vale that this ex-Prime Minister swans off and they are living in the traumas of the modern age. What an absolute parcel of rogues in a nation.
Leader of the House.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It is not really my duty to close this debate, but with the kind permission of the Chair and the Honourable Lady opposite, there were three things I did want to briefly say. The first is, and many members have said it, to thank again the Privileges Committee for the work they have done. It is a task that we gave them to do, and they have carried it out in very difficult circumstances. And I give way to my honourable friend on that point.
I'm grateful for the leader giving way. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm grateful to the leader for giving way. Would she agree that whatever view one takes on this matter, whatever side one is, the House unanimously set up the Privileges Committee, all 7 members of them. They worked for months diligently to produce this report. They've come under huge criticism, abuse, so much so that they've had to have extra security for the reputation of this House, to preserve the reputation of this House. And this House, therefore, owes them a huge debt of gratitude.
Well, I thank my right honourable friend. I think he makes that point very well. Secondly, I would like to acknowledge the tributes that some colleagues have paid to their friend and former colleague. As my right honourable friend, the right honourable member for Maidenhead, said, for many members, this is a sad and difficult duty. And finally, can I thank all right honourable and honourable members who have taken part in the debate today. This is an important matter. As I have said, members should make up their own minds and follow their conscience. They may agree or disagree with the report, or they may agree and disagree with the report and different aspects of it, as some members have. They should do what they think is right. They should be left alone to make up their own minds. They should be left alone to vote, and having cast their vote or not, they should be left alone afterwards. And I hope that is something that all members of this House can agree upon.
The question is, as on the order paper, as many of that opinion say aye. Aye. Of the contrary, no. No, 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 no. Division, clear the lobbies. The question is, as on the order paper, is many of that opinion say aye? Aye. The contrary, no. No. The tellers for the ayes, Liz Twist. Please don't test my patience. Right. The tellers for the ayes, Liz Twist and Colleen Fetchers. For the noes, Alan Campbell and Lillian Greenwood. Order. Order.
The ayes to the right, 354. The noes to the left, 7.
Who are you? Who are you?
The ayes to the right, 354. The noes to the left, 7. The ayes have it, the ayes have it. Allah! We now come to the motions 3, 4 before us. Bill Wigan to move. So, Bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I beg to move.
The question is, as on the order paper, as many of that opinion say aye. Aye. The contrary, no. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it. The question is that this House do now adjourn. As many of the opinion say aye. Aye. We now come to, I'm just going to let the room clear before I come to Helen Morgan.
Thank you.
To move the German.
Do you want, should we move it?
Yeah.
The question is this House do now adjourn. Helen Morgan.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. On Thursday, I was delighted to attend an annual reception at RAF Shawbury in my constituency. This important base trains helicopter pilots for all the armed forces, and we're very proud to host it in North Shropshire. However, I'm less proud, or indeed not proud, of some of the accommodation provided for service families there. This Armed Forces Week, I've had to secure an adjournment debate to raise the issue of unacceptable repair and maintenance and the poor overall state of the housing, as it has become increasingly apparent that service families who live both in Shawbury and at the barracks in Turnhill in my constituency have not always been able to return to safe and warm houses at the end of each day. Worryingly, this situation has worsened since the maintenance contract was restructured and renegotiated in April 2022. Let me provide you with some examples. One of my constituents had a roof in need of full repair and a bird cover on the chimney. This repair simply didn't happen. My constituent wrote to me that we still get massive crows falling down our chimney, but we have learnt to live with it. A second family endured severe damp and mould, and their children suffered ill health as a result. They wrote, "My children have been ill for months due to damp and mould never being resolved. We've never had as much as a call back to arrange a visit. We called yesterday to arrange a repair with water pouring out of our pipes outside. It was classed as non-urgent, so no appointment was made. This morning, we have woken up to no running water in our property, none. We cannot flush the toilet, we cannot wash our hands, we cannot access basic human rights. When I called Pinnacle to raise this issue, I have been told it's non-urgent and they will keep the job open, but no guarantee anybody will fix it today." At the reception on Thursday, I met a serviceman whose family had suffered damp and mould, no heating in their utility room, blocked guttering, and had to wash using a bucket because the water pressure was too low to shower. This final issue had been going on for 3 years. Another case, we were out without heating from the 5th of December 2022 until the 6th of January 2023, with 2 young children, aged 2 years and the other 6 months.
Would the Honourable Lady give way?
I will give way.
Can I commend the Honourable Lady for North Shropshire for bringing this forward? And does the Honourable Lady not agree that the fact that 46% of the personnel are married or in a civil partnership and 23% in a long-term established relationship outlines the importance of family in the support network of our service personnel, the standard of accommodation in which we put our families as a vital cog in this network, and subsequently it should be of the highest standard and well maintained so that the focus of our troops remains on their job and not in a flood in the bathroom at home.
I'm grateful to him for giving way, and I agree with the points that he's made. I'm just going to provide a third and final example. A constituent wrote to me and said, "I'm about to go my 3rd night without heating or hot water. After also having 26 days without running water, I have run out of avenues to pursue with Pinnacle, etc. And I think I speak for thousands of service families across the UK when I say that this needs to be addressed. Please help." Now, when I raised these cases with the former Minister, the Right Honourable Member for Cheltenham, the DIO and the contractors Pinnacle and Amy, who serve service families in my constituency,
I was grateful for their response and their genuine desire to resolve the issues. We had a constructive meeting and they have looked into each individual case as a matter of priority. But I do think that when the local MP, a Minister of State and senior management in the contractors' companies have to become involved in a process to resolve such basic issues, it's clear that the process is broken, not only for my constituents, but for service families up and down the country. This is entirely unacceptable, especially when you consider that these families are paying rent for this unsuitable housing. That's why it was no surprise to read the results of the MOD satisfaction survey last week, which showed that this poor standard of housing is taking its toll on our military families. Satisfaction in the overall standard of service accommodation has fallen to 46% in 2023 from 60% in 2014. Satisfaction regarding the requests for maintenance and repair work decreased to a paltry 19% in 2023 from an already low 46% in 2014, while satisfaction with the quality of the work has also fallen to 19% this year from 40% in 2014. Nor was it a surprise to hear that the poor state of housing means that many servicemen and women are considering leaving the profession because of the strain on their family life.
Will the Honourable Lady give way?
I will give way.
I'm grateful to the Honourable Lady for giving way. I wanted to draw her attention to the Armed Forces Continuing Attitude Survey, which found that 1/3 of spouses said that they would be happier if their partner chose to leave the service. Does she agree with me, or rather, does she agree with my constituent, a now retired full colonel, Colonel Michael Woodcock, who wrote that remaining in the service too often depends on a most hardy spouse?
Well, I'm grateful to my honourable friend for his intervention, and I think he raises a very, very good point, because community and support and family life is extremely important to servicemen and women, and I'm going to come on to that just shortly. So the point I was about to make is that it's important to recognise that these families can't resolve this issue by simply moving to private rented accommodation elsewhere in the vicinity of their base. That's often either unaffordably expensive or just unavailable, and it's also outside the military community. Service families, as we know, often move house every 2 years or have a parent or family member away from home on a tour of duty for an extended period. So the support network of families who understand their circumstances is really important, and it's crucial that the service family accommodation there is suitable. Now, if the usable stock is decreasing or service families are put off taking a home because of these issues that I've described, then the vibrancy of that community is badly affected, and service life overall becomes less appealing, as the results of the survey have showed. Empty and dilapidated housing stock often exacerbates the situation, because where there's a shortage, families must stay in substandard homes. Now, this also appears to be a failure of the contract arrangements to deal with empty properties. One of my constituents reported houses being left empty and unheated, but with the mains water still turned on. In the winter cold snap, the pipes burst, meaning that the ceilings fell in and serious damage occurred. Other houses on that estate have had insulation fitted to roofs with unrepaired holes in them, meaning that when water ingress occurs, it has caused even more damage. These houses will now cost thousands to repair to an acceptable standard, and the families affected will be owed compensation. It's a truly false economy to have allowed this to occur. It's wasting taxpayers' money, and it's reducing the options for service families who want to live near their base and their community.
Will she give way?
I will give way.
Does she agree with me that there is a degree of hypocrisy, that we celebrate these brave servicemen as our heroes because they put their lives on the line for the security of our nation, and yet we cannot guarantee the most basic support for their lives?
Well, I'm grateful to my honourable friend for her intervention, and I agree with her wholeheartedly. Now, my understanding is that the current maintenance contract allows just 2 weeks after a family leaves a house to carry out any required upgrade work, including any small repairs, but also big ticket work such as retrofitting insulation and replacing kitchens and bathrooms. Now, clearly 2 weeks isn't going to be long enough if a significant amount of work is required. This leads either to incomplete or poor quality work, which will cost more to fix in the future and cause disruption to the family living there. The overall feedback from my constituents, and there has been a lot of it, has been that the response to requests for repair of the management of empty houses has deteriorated since the contract was restructured last April. And while the coming of spring and summer has improved living conditions in the short term, there remain significant concerns about the operation of the process. There appear to be too many handoffs between, in the case of my constituents, the contractors Pinnacle and Amy. I note that in response to an urgent question in December last year, the former minister acknowledged that there were IT issues, and this rings true with the experience related to me, in which requests have either not been logged in the first place or have gone missing in the handoff between the two companies. Now, anyone who's worked in a business knows that IT issues in a contract restructuring of this scale are inevitable, but the minister suggested that these were unresolved in December 2022, a full 9 months after the restructured contracts went live. So I would like to ask, has there been any further improvement to date? I have a constituent still reporting little progress on a leaking roof and radiators. While the roof was fixed in 5 days, the scaffolding remained up for 5 weeks, at goodness knows what unnecessary cost to the taxpayer, but the radiators still leak. There is damp and mould, and they've not been given the results of a damp survey, apparently carried out in December last year. I hope, Mr Deputy Speaker, that I have illustrated the chaotic and broken process of reporting an issue and getting it fixed under the newly restructured contract. The shocking state of dilapidation of some empty homes that could otherwise be used for housing our service families, the impact on the service family community, and the unacceptable waste of taxpayer money. This is the price of a failing process. Now, we have spent much time in this chamber rightly debating and indeed agreeing on the need for social housing to be of a decent standard and for tenants to have the right to demand a decent standard, both in the context of the Social Housing Regulation Bill as it passed through Parliament and in demanding an end to the system that led to the shocking death of Awab Ishak.
The Honourable Lady Gilbert.
I will.
I thank her for giving way, and I congratulate her on the speech so far because it's an excellent speech setting out the issues. Now, in Labour, we launched our Homes Fit for Heroes campaign a few months ago to focus attention on this scandal. And my front bench colleagues have said that we'll make addressing this issue a priority when we are elected. We can't be carrying on with leaky roofs, broken boilers and damp as well in the houses, as she said, in our focus, and make this a priority. Does she agree that the government could already have been doing a lot of this work to improve things for the services now?
Yeah. Well, thank you for her intervention, and I do broadly agree with her. I think we need to accept that our service families have the same right to decent housing as everyone in this country, and that when they report a problem, they can expect a response. I do not need to remind anyone, as my honourable friend has already pointed out, that servicemen and women are prepared to make the ultimate sacrifice for us, and we should at least ensure that they can have a hot shower and a mould-free home in a supportive community. Now, I am sure that the Minister will agree with this point, and so I would like to conclude by asking him to respond to some questions about the functioning of the contract as it currently stands. So can he update the House as to the current situation regarding outstanding calls and issues raised, and how confident is he that all of the data on those calls has been captured, given the issues I've recounted of problems not being recorded or being lost in the handoff between the two companies? What is the long-term plan to deal with the issue of empty properties falling into disrepair and out of use altogether? Does he believe the current contract structure to be commercially viable in the long term, given the unanticipated additional resource the contractors have had to commit to resolving backlogs and dealing with the additional handoffs within the process? Does he have a deadline by which he expects these contracts to be operating on an acceptable business-as-usual basis? Has he considered restructuring and renegotiating the contracts given the obvious operational difficulties that have been experienced? And is he able to quantify the additional cost to taxpayers of dealing with the problems that have transpired over the last year? Mr Deputy Speaker, I'm grateful for the Minister's time at this late hour on a Monday and to the Speaker for granting the debate. In respect of an issue I know it is of the utmost concern both to the service families currently in North Shropshire and those elsewhere in the UK. I look forward to his response. Thank
you very much. And before I call the Minister, as he knows, the debate started before 10 o'clock, so we go through the interesting procedure at 10 o'clock of interrupting his speech in order that the whip moves the adjournment one more time. Minister.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker, and thank you for the reminder. It's a while since I've been in this situation, and I'm very grateful to the Honourable Lady for her interest in this matter and for bringing this debate before us this evening. Now, I represent a garrison town. I'm a veteran, I'm an active reservist, and 2 of my children in the armed forces. Unsurprisingly, I'm determined that we should do everything we reasonably can to give service people the accommodation that they deserve. Unfortunately, our personnel have not been well served in this area for decades, covering multiple administrations, including one involving Liberal Democrats. Too often our people have had to put up with poorly built housing that's been crudely adapted with the advent of central heating, and I've lived it in my service career, and I've seen it professionally. Sadly, in the years after the Annington deal, only 100 million of the 1.66 billion of sales proceeds were reinvested in upgrades with predictable consequences. And the future Defence Infrastructure Services Accommodation contract, which went live on the 1st of April last year, has yet to live up to its potential. We've heard some examples of failure today, and I have examples of my own. But we shouldn't forget that there are some great examples of SFA. I can say from first-hand experience that some of it is truly exceptional. And on the 18th of May this year, the MOD announced a 173 million investment in capital purchase of family homes in the UK for armed forces families. This comprises the purchase of 310 brand new homes and the purchase of the freehold of 113 modern, formerly leasehold homes. The brand new homes have been purchased in the last 12 months and are due to be occupied by the end of this year. All will meet modern EPC standards, and some will meet the very highest, a grade A rating. In 2022-2023, as part of this purchase, MOD bought 66 homes to support Imgin Barracks at Innsworth, 58 homes at Brize Norton, and 36 homes at Aldershot. As well as this, we have also agreed to purchase an additional 176 homes at Innsworth over this and the next financial year, to be completed by 2025. These homes will be net zero. So investment in accommodation is going up. During the last 7 years, MOD has invested more than 936 million in service family accommodation improvements. That includes around 185 million last year on modernising homes, tackling damp and mould, and improving thermal efficiency. This is part of a wider 3 billion FDIS programme that has replaced the old facilities management contracts. But customer satisfaction has fallen, especially around damp, mould, heating and maintenance. In the December cold snap, there were reports about personnel being without heating for more than 5 days. Response times to maintenance and repair work has been slow. I have to say, though, that conversations I have had recently suggest that families have noticed an improvement in responsiveness. Anecdotal, but I offer that for what it's worth, and we'll see if it feeds through in our survey data in due course. In relation to the Honourable Member's concerns in her own constituency, DIO's regional manager and estate officer at RAF Shawbury met on the 9th of June this year with AME counterparts and warrant officer representing the station. All parties were also at a family's surgery that morning. Only 2 families attended the surgery, a significant reduction to previous surgeries, rather linking in with the point I made from my own experience earlier. I hope both the scale of the challenge and the financial...
I beg to move that this House do now adjourn.
The question is that this House do now adjourn. Please continue, Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker. I was about to say that I hoped that both the scale and the challenge of the financial commitment to improving accommodation Defence has made are clear. They're certainly heartfelt as far as I'm concerned, but for context, it is worth pointing out that we are also committed to keeping rents low. The Honourable Lady may be interested to know that, on average, our service families in North Shropshire pay £323 per month for a 3-bedroom property. I've checked, and I've found that private renters in the same area can expect to pay an average of £750 per month for the equivalent home. Defence is responsible for 47,800 military homes across the country. Right now, 97% of all mod family accommodation nationally meets or exceeds the government's decent homes standard, and the figure for occupied service family accommodation in North Shropshire is also 97%. By means of comparison, in Shropshire, 76% of all private rented homes and 79.5% of social housing meet the government's decent homes standard. I hope that the Honourable Lady has raised that with her local authority. I should say that the 7 occupied properties in the Honourable Lady's constituency that are below that decent housing standard are structurally safe and sound and met the standard when occupants moved in, but have since fallen below. Remedial action on the door and window lintels at fault is expected this summer. I hope she is reassured by that. However, it's inevitable when you're dealing with housing that things will go wrong. I think we all know that. When they do, the response needs to be first class. But according to the last Armed Forces Continuous Attitude Survey, which canvassed service personnel late last year and was published earlier this month, only 19% of respondents were satisfied with the response they got, and that's not good enough.
Will my right honourable friend allow me?
Of course.
My right honourable friend is being characteristically frank about the problems as well as the successes of the policy. Is there anything that can be done to the model of financing for the maintenance of service housing that would incorporate perhaps a financial incentive on those people who have the contracts, that if they do not arrange for repairs quickly enough, they could conceivably feel it where it hurts in their bank balances?
I'm very grateful to my right honourable friend. He's absolutely right. And the FDIS contract introduced early last year does just that. And if he'll forgive me, I may just come on to describe what that might mean or has meant in a few moments. Day-to-day management and maintenance of service housing, Mr. Deputy Speaker, has since early last year been through FDIS, and it's been contracted out to 3 separate contractors: Amy in the central and northern region, Vivo in the southeast and southwest, and Pinnacle, which runs the National Service Centre and coordinates activity. Any contract transition is fraught with difficulty. It certainly has been with FDIS. But there's a third issue which challenges delivery to our service families, namely the underlying issue of poor original build quality, which flowed from decisions made in the 1950s and 1960s and was compounded by historic underinvestment. When combined with a resource-constrained fix-on-fail regime, the resulting effect has led to a maintenance logjam estimated to cost around 960 million. Now, these are explanations. They're offered as explanations, and they're certainly not offered as excuses. The new contracts introduced a number of improvements. Clear customer satisfaction targets for the first time in mod housing history. More demanding target response times for most types of reactive maintenance. A higher standard of preparation of homes for families to move into, and financial consequences for contractors who fall short and incentives to go beyond the minimum standards. Currently, as a result of some of the poor performance already outlined this evening, MOD's contractual rights to withhold payments from suppliers are being exercised and deductions are being made as appropriate. Withheld profits will be reinvested for the benefit of service families. In addition, a total of 1.14 million has been paid in compensation direct to service personnel by the FDIS suppliers at no cost to the Ministry of Defence since the FDISC accommodation contract went live on the 1st of April last year. We are taking further measures to address issues related to damp and mould. We've established a dedicated hotline to address specific concerns, and we've improved the initial triage process to prioritise cases. This is followed with an on-site visit to apply the initial treatment, assess the need for a follow-up, and decide whether a professional survey is required. Since early 2022, homes are not being allocated where there is a known damp or mould issue. Separately, tomorrow, we will be laying a written ministerial statement entitled Defence Infrastructure Update, which will update the House on the work being undertaken to reduce a backlog in expired gas and electrical safety certificates in mod properties through an accelerated and targeted renewal process. I'm not going to preempt that announcement. Suffice to say that ministers were made aware of an issue in May relating to a backlog of expired gas certificates that had accrued while families were occupying their properties. This has occurred for a variety of reasons, including residents being unavailable to allow access to their homes for inspection, supply chain resource and contract IT issues. The backlog of electrical certificates is a consequence of changes in regulations in August 2020, which requires certificates to be completed every 5 years instead of every 10 years. Needless to say, we have acted immediately. The Secretary of State and the Minister for Defence Procurement have spoken with FDISC contractors personally, stressing that we expect this backlog to be cleared in the next few weeks. The Defence Infrastructure Organisation has worked with its suppliers to improve communications to families to ensure availability for inspections. The MOD's contractors have also made progress in recruiting additional resource and improving their data management to reduce this unacceptable backlog. Mr. Speaker, the Government has required all contractors to submit rectification plans. There is no complacency, but these are now showing progress. Pinnacle's National Service Centre is answering all calls in an average of 14 seconds, significantly better than their 90-second target. Amy and Vivo have brought waiting lists down significantly, with very big improvements in maintenance response times. At the end of last month, the maintenance backlog stood at around 5,000, down from a high of 21,100 in December 2022. The number of open complaints is down by around 70%. And most key performance indicators are now at acceptable levels or better across most regions. Now we need the final few measures to be brought up to scratch, and crucially for that performance to be sustained. It's easier said than done, but we are making headway. The Defence Infrastructure Organisation is working with Vivo and Amy to develop a programme of straightforward interventions to address damp and mould. And critically, we have the means through FDIS to hold our contractors to account should they fail to meet their end of the bargain. If required, we can recoup money or refuse to pay it out. We have already used those levers robustly where we can and where it's appropriate, and they have made a difference. So I hope I've reassured the Honourable Member that we're on the case. And we most certainly will continue to hold our contractors' feet to the fire. Our new accommodation strategy, published last October, sets out a clear ambition for where we want to be. A situation where all our people have access to good quality accommodation in line with modern living standards.
The question is that this House do now adjourn. May I say aye? Aye. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it. Order! Order!
and sound.